Good morning again, and welcome to the 2024 Irish Rowing Championships. Our streaming service is live, so welcome to everyone who's tuned in at home. Just checking 2.5 million, no, oh, sorry, 25 people tuned in at home so far. We're looking forward to great days of racing. Huge entry on last year, so we have 916 crews, up from 885 last year. We have 51 clubs, 56 crew entry per club. We have over 1,160 competitors, so fantastic to see everyone here. 216 races across 54 different events, so a huge amount of racing over the 3 days. We are going to get underway shortly with the first set of time trials for the men's junior 18 single scull. We have a number of time trials here featuring a lot of the rowers who have been recently selected for World Championship competition, as well as the Coupe de la Jeunesse and also the Home Internationals. So a lot of the international crews now back here representing their clubs. And with the time trials, it's the sixth fastest scullers that will go through. So a little bit of unusual qualifying here, not coming through heat, semi-finals and finals. It's the six fastest scullers over all the races, and we could find that some of the scullers in the same race could qualify. We could find that some in none of the time trials will qualify. It'll be all to play for. And when we're up and running, we'll be able to give you who the leading time is and who the qualifiers are once we're up and running. So up at the start, you can see our first crews getting on the stake boats here, just getting us underway. And I'll give you the line up here. In lane 1, we'll have Commercial Deegan, lane 2, Neptune Brennan, lane 3, Galway Leiden, lane 4, Ban Shaw, lane 5, Clonmel Hickey, and lane 6, CRCC Hall. So they're just getting on the stake boats. Jerry will be our man on the water. We're having some issues with the catamaran at the moment, but he will be on the water and picking up the races from 250 metres all the way down to 250 to go and handing back. And I'm joined here in the tower. Some new names to help us out with the commentary this weekend. We have Paul Nugent from Clonmel, Jenny O'Sullivan, Brian O'Callaghan and Johnny Creedon, all from Lee Valley. They're bringing the local knowledge here, and they'll be taking some of the commentary races from 250 all the way down to as well. And of course, the expert Pat Kinsella is here supervising us, just making sure that we're keeping us honest. So we'll be back shortly. First race of the day, first time trial of the men's junior 18 single sculls. So our first race is underway, the first time trial of the men's junior 18 single scull, and we have in lane 1 Commercial Deegan, lane 2 Neptune Brennan, lane 3 Galway Leiden, lane 4 Ban Shaw, lane 5 Clonmel Hickey, and lane 6 CRCC Hall. So first time trial of the men's junior 18 single. There's a slight cross tailwind which will help the crews on the way down. A nice tailwind to push them on, and again they're all racing against the clock here to get that fastest qualifying time. 6 fastest over the time trials will get into the final, and we can already see the crews from the second heat or second time trial getting ready. So our partners here, Upshot, they have a number of camera positions that we'll be using over the weekend that are going out on the live feed here on the big screen as well. And they have the drone footage, so we'll shortly see who the leaders are coming out of the first few hundred meters. So they're just coming up on the 200 meter mark. Again, it's Commercial Deegan lane 1, Neptune Brennan lane 2, Galway Leiden lane 3, Ban Shaw lane 4, Clonmel Hickey lane 5, and CRCC Hall in lane 6. So all the action at the moment looking like it's lanes 2, 3 and 4. So Neptune, Galway, Ban leading it out, and a chevron coming down. A little bit further back then to the crews from Commercial, Clonmel and CRCC. So you can see there right in the centre of the course, Galway and Ban are the two crews. Centre of the course leading it out. They've gone through the 250 mark. You can see the umpire there just coming over to keep an eye on the positions of the crews as they make their way down. So very little between the two leading crews in lane 3 and 4. Galway, Leiden, Ban, Shaw. Holding on about half a length between the two, or a length of water. Good push on now from lane 6, CRC Hughes coming up to move from 4th or 5th now, coming into the mix up at the lead. And of course, having a crew right beside you is going to help you push on and try get that fastest time as they come down the course. So still leading it out, it's Ban Shaw, centre of the course, dark boat in the distinctive red colours. Opening up now just a little bit of clear water back to Galway Leiden. So in second place is an overlap then to Neptune Brennan. They're the 1, 2 and 3. A good push from CRCC has seen them come back into contention. Back in 4th at the moment, just holding off Clonmel Hickey. And then it's Commercial Deegan back in 6th place. So starting to open up a bit of a lead. It's Ban Shaw. He's trying to get away from Galway Leiden. Just holding on to a bit of an overlap, and we're seeing a push there. He wants to make sure that Ban Shaw doesn't open up a clear water lead and get too far ahead, and now the course opens up. You can see a little bit more blustery in this part of the course. They don't have the shelter of the wind off of the starter when they come in towards the finish, but no issues so far. And we can see now 3 crews clearly out with open water here. So it's still Ban Shaw leading it out just by about a length ahead of Galway Leiden and Neptune Brennan. They're the 1, 2 and 3. And then a little bit of a battle between Clonmel and CRCC nearest the enclosure. Side by side, stroke for stroke, matching each other here. Fantastic overhead views from the drone just showing us, and we'll see the enclosure coming up, and you can see the other competitors making their way up to the start for these men's junior 18 single sculls. So still leading it out. He's done from the very start. Shaw from Ban has led it out centre of the course, taking with him Galway Leiden on the inside and Neptune Brennan. They're the 1, 2 and 3 coming up on the halfway mark. Some way back then to the crews from Clonmel and CRCC and Commercial. But in full control here. Really nice rowing from Ban Shaw, Galway Leiden. They're the 1 and 2. There we can see the band colours, distinctive red and the white band. Leading it out here. And of course when they get towards the enclosure, they'll start hearing the noise and the encouragement. It'll push them on. And I'm sure they're watching their stroke coaches down to see how exactly the timing is going here, because they are all racing against the clock. We have seen in previous time trials you can come in 4th, 5th and still manage to qualify for the final. So it's all to play for when they come down towards the finish, racing against the clock here. But Banshaw seems to have pushed on again, really opened up a bit of clear water now between the chasing pack of Galway Leiden and Neptune Brennan. They're the 1, 2 and 3 that you're seeing on screen now. Really nice rowing from Banshaw, leading from the start, pushing on and opening up clear water just in the last few hundred metres, in full control here of our first time trial of the men's junior 18 single scull. Right beside him, you can see on the right hand side, it's Leiden of Galway and then Brennan of Neptune. A little bit further back then in 6th place at Deegan Commercial, you can see in the background of the footage there as well. So all to play for still. You can see just how much of a lead Ban has opened up just in the second half of this race. There was an overlap coming up to the halfway mark, but Shaw of Ban has really pushed on here now, opening up clear water and looking to secure that qualifying spot. Well ahead then of Galway Leiden in 2nd place, Neptune Brennan in 3rd. They're the 1, 2 and 3. We'll shortly see them coming into view towards the finish. They're about 400 metres out at the moment, just passing and coming into view. So great way to get the racing underway. And we can already see up the course, the second time trial is already on its way down to us, so we'll pick that race up as soon as this one finishes. But really nice rowing here from Ban, in full control. And Galway and Neptune, you can see just how much of a lead they've opened up the clear water all the way back then to the chasing pack of Clonmel, CRCC and Commercial. Down now with about 250, 300 to go. A little bit of encouragement from the crews will start pushing them on here, and they need to give absolutely everything here. If this was heats and semi-finals, they'll be securing those spots, but when it's the time trials, it is all about that fastest time. So coming across the line, first, second or third might not guarantee you a spot into the final. You do need to make sure that you can get the fastest time possible. So we'll see these guys racing all the way to the line here. Ban taking it up again. Really nice rowing from Ban Sculler. He has led from the start, opening up clear water lead, and really in the second half of this race he's dominated here coming in towards the finish. He's in full control, about 4 lengths back then to Galway. Leiden in 2nd place ahead of Neptune Brennan. They're the 1, 2 and 3, well ahead then of the other 3 scullers. So coming in towards the line, crossing there, really nice rowing from Ban Shaw and Galway Leiden in 2nd. So looking nice and fresh there, Shaw of Ban and Galway Leiden in 2nd, Neptune Brennan in 3rd. They're the 1, 2 and 3. And then the crews from Commercial, Clonmel and CRC just coming in to close out our first time trial. So great to have the first race underway, and congratulations there to Ban Galway and to Neptune. We will shortly have their times, so we'll be able to see what our leading time are, what the leading times are and what the times to beat are as well. So there we go. This closes out the first race. Men's Junior 18 single, Commercial Deegan just crossing the line. Second time trial already on its way down to us now. This is the men's junior 18 single scull. And in lane 1, we have Commercial O'Reilly, lane 2, Tralee Morris, lane 3, Clonmel Mellerick, lane 4, Muckross Coyne, lane 5, Neptune Doran, and at Lone Ward in lane 6. I'm going to hand over to my colleague Brian from Lee Valley, who's going to take this race for us.
Okay, so we see lane 1, Commercial O'Reilly leading. Lane 2, Sean Morris from Tralee leading. Sean Morris this year has been selected for the World Championships. He'll be racing in the junior men's quad, and they'll be racing in Henley in Canada in the end of August. So massive congratulations to him. So that's the result of race 1 on the screen. So we see a really good view of the colours from Tralee and Clonmel. Tralee Morris and Clonmel Mellerick. Morris has 2 lengths on Mellerick, and all the other scholars are out of screen, but they're not too far behind. They've just passed the 500 metre mark, so they'll be getting up their sprints. They'll be going as fast as they can. They're only racing against the time, or against the clock, and trying to put in the best time they can to get into the final later on today. So again, leading out is lane 2, Morris, closely followed by Mellerick from Clonmel and Coyne from Muckross. So only 250 metres to go. They're coming down to the finish now. Everyone should be supporting their athletes. They're putting in some massive work. You can hear the cheers from the crowd. They're putting in some massive push here. So they deserve every shout they can get. So you can see here, Morris has a dominant lead over the rest of the crew, but Mellerick from Clonmel not far behind, and just behind him is Muckross Coyne. And Tralee Morris finishes in first place, Mellerick in second, and Max Coyne from Muckross comes into the third position, just about to cross over the line. Well done to him. Well done to all the athletes in this race. It's not an easy one. Here we see Athlone and Commercial just coming up to the finish of their races. And the times from the times of this race will be added to the previous races. The top 6 from all the junior 18 scholars, they will proceed to the final later on, and it's going to be a good one, guys. So make sure you're watching. And Athlone crosses the line. Well done.
I do. Sorry.
Next up, we third trial of the men's junior 18 single between Commercial in lane 1, Muckross lane 2, Sligo lane 3, Blackrock lane 4, Fermoy lane 5, and New Ross lane 6. And they're coming down the course about 300-400 metres, coming up on the halfway mark now. And I'm going to pass to my colleague Paul Nugent of Clonmel, who's going to take this race home.
It's Muckross in leading from lane 2, who's... No, you're Sligo in lane 3 is in second place. Muckross leading in lane 2. Who's this guy? Sean Morris had 7:45, which is 3 seconds faster than the band sculler in the first heat. And Mellerick had 7:52. Now Muckross are leading this race from Sligo, Sheridan, And then Blackrock and Fermoy are battling it out for third and fourth place. They've gone through the 1,000-metre mark. Muckross have a clear lead of about 3 for Sligo. Coming up with 500 to go. Muckross leading from Sligo, from Blackrock and Fermoy, with New Ross further down the field. At this stage the guys are feeling the pain, but Muckross is still piling on the pressure here. He has to get the fast time. Muckross with the field stretched out behind him. He's got a clear lead here over Sligo, over Blackrock, over Fermoy, over New Ross, Commercial. No let off here. He's piling on the pressure. He's got to get a fast time. Fastest 6 qualify. Muckross going for the line here. And it's 250 metres to go. Muckross, a clear leader here from Sligo, from Blackrock, from Fermoy, with Commercial and New Ross battling it out for 5th and 6th. Muckross nearly home now. Last 5 strokes. He can do it. He's given a great display of sculling here. No let off. Kept it going all the way. Sligo is in 2nd place. And Blackrock and Fermoy. Yes, he's crossed the line. Clear win for Muckross. Sligo 2nd. Blackrock and Fermoy in 4th.
Three time trials done so far. We'll see the times there coming up on screen, available online as well. So if you go to the event page on Rowing Ireland, there's a link there where you can get the live Google Docs and you can see who the leading times are out of the first 3 time trials. Next up is going to be the 4th time trial, coming up on the halfway mark now. And we have in lane 1, we have Fermoy. In lane 2, Cappoquin, lane 3, Cork, lane 4, Tanner, lane 5, Athlone, and lane 6, Sligo. So we're back now on screen. You can see the 4th time trial of the men's junior 18 single scull. I'm going to hand over to my colleague Johnny Creedon of Lee Valley, who's going to take this race for us.
Hello. In this race, in lane 2, we actually have someone going to Worlds. Cappoquin McGrath. That is a very impressive achievement, I must say. And then we have lane 5, Athlone Megan, and he is going to Holmes. So that's brilliant achievements from both teams, and we love to see the Irish teams competing in different events in the world. And here we go, we have the times up on screen. Muckross is still holding that strong, 7:48.6, that's impressive. And we have the Sligo Sheridan. They're all holding their positions here, which is good, nice to see. And we're back up on the races. We have lane 2, Cappoquin holding that strong lead. He's good length and all the other boats, I'd say about 2 lengths there. And They're coming up to... Yeah, we've lane 5 here. He's coming second. There's actually a wide spread of people here now. Yeah. So they're coming up to the 500 meter mark now. Holding their strong. They're going to really have to wind now to get a good time to make it to the final. Because you don't want to make a final, like, you're not racing. So there's a strong crosswind over the river now, so it's going to make it hard for those in the outer kind of lanes. But they're widening it. You can see the puddles. Big difference now between the start and the end of the race. He's really pushing it in lane 2. It's a hard race. It's not easy. But you're going to have to wind to get that good time. Yeah, we've Capaquin McGrath. Now he's pushing hard. It's an impressive size now. It's the most lead out of everyone here now in the race. You can see now why he's going to Worlds. Clearwater back to second. I'd say there's about 3 boat lengths or 4. We're coming up to the 250 now. You're going to really have to wind for that time. And now we're going to want to hear some cheers from the crowd now. You're going to have to really give it. Yeah. Capaquin. He's coming first. Me in lane 5. We're coming third. Is that lane 4? Coming third. We've Shannon now coming third. He's going to have to push to get that time. He has about 4 boat lengths there. Finish line in sight. He has it definitely. I'd say if he doesn't make a final, I'll be shocked. And he just passed the line. Really good push there. I'd say he's wrecked. And we're giving it a good fight here. And we just crossed the line. Athlone, Megan, second place. Shannon coming up. We're getting a good push out of lane 1 and lane 3. Or lane 4. Really good here. A good fight. And they're crossing the line. To close out race 4, Capaquin first, Athlone Megan second, and Shannon Tanner third. But that doesn't mean they made the final. They just won.
Thanks, Johnny. There. So just to recap there, this is closing out the 4th time trial. And across McGrath of Capaquin, as Johnny said, heading to the World Championships ahead of Zach Megan of Athlone, who also competed in the World Championships last year. They were the 1 and 2 crossing the line. And next up, we're going to have the 5th time trial. It is up the course, so we're going to pick that one up shortly. And in that race, we have Blackrock, Clonmel, 2 Clonmel scullers, Keely Fleming, Neptune Goulding of St. Michael's, and Waterford Ryan. So, can you just so you can see? So I'm going to hand over to Jenny O'Sullivan, who's going to take the next race for us.
So St. Michael Rafferty has a strong lead now, coming up to the 1K mark here. He's got a couple of boat lengths on the rest of the lads, and that's the last person finishing 4th time trial there. But we're going to go back to the 5th time trial now, where we had St. Michael's leading ahead in lane 5. And we can see them coming up now towards the 500 mark, the last 500. They're coming up about 750 meters left for them. We've got St. Michael's in lane 5 with a strong lead. And then we have lane 4 and lane 3 also pushing ahead now, coming into their last quarter of their race. And that's in lane 4 we have Neptune Goulding, and Clonmel is in lane 3. and they're all coming up to the 500 metre mark now. Really pushing ahead here, St. Michael's Rafferty, and then next to him in Clonmel, Fleming, and we also have Clonmel and Keeley, and they're in the top 3 positions at the moment, coming into the last part of their time trial. And we also have the times in from the previous time trial, with Capricorn, M. McGrath leading out with the 7:47. And these are all to qualify for a final, so the top 6 times will get them into a final. But St. Michael's has a strong lead here over the 2 Clonmel lads now, as they're coming into the last part of their race, and they're coming up to about the 400 metre mark now, so they're really having to pick up the pace and finish out strong if they want to secure a place in the final. So St. Michael's Rafferty is still holding his lead, and the 2 Clonmel lads, Fleming and Keeley, are still trying to catch up. And they are coming into their last 250 metre marks. So we really need to pick up the pace now. And St. Michael's is still holding his lead. However, the Clonmel lads are really trying to wind it up now. And that's St. Michael's Rafferty is coming into the finish in first place. And then Clonmel, Fleming and Keeley are closely behind him. But he's gotten a clear water now. That's St. Michael's Rafferty. And he's coming into the last 100 metres now. This is Rafferty. He's really picking up the pace now, finishing out strong. Clonmel are coming in behind him, and they're trying to finish out their race as well. And there's a tough crosswind coming across them now, but they're still finishing strong. And that's St. Michael's Rafferty that's just coming over the line right now. And he's just coming up to the finish. The last few strokes for Rafferty from St. Michael's. And he's just crossing the line, I'd say. And then Clonmel will be coming up behind him. That's Fleming and Keeley from Clonmel, who are coming into second and third in this time trial here. So Fleming is just coming up to the finish now, with Keeley only 1 or 2 boat lengths behind him. And then we have Clonmel, Keeley and Fleming just finishing now. And it seems as though Fleming just has a lead. And he's just crossed, and now Keeley from Clonmel is just about to cross the line as well. Last few strokes from him. And then we have Blackrock Hodgins just coming up to the finish now as well. He's into the last few strokes of this time trial. And this is the men's junior 18 single. And they need the fastest 6 times, so they really have to all push through now the last few strokes of their race, just coming to a close. And we also have Waterford Ryan just coming up to the finish now. And that's going to come to a close in the next few strokes. And then we'll be panning up to the 6th time trial. And he's just coming up to the finish now. And that's the 5th time trial coming to a close. And now we're going to move up to the 6th one.
Already coming into view, we have the next race, which is the 6th time trial. Tralee in lane 1, Fermoy in lane 2, Galway in lane 3, Cork in lane 4, Galway in lane 5, and Athlone in lane 6. Again, some of the national rowers here. We have Athlone Claffey, who is going to the World Championships, World Under-19 Championships. He's racing here in lane 6. So great overhead footage that we can see here of the sculling race as it makes its way down to us here. Leading it out, it does look like it's over in the So it looks like Claffey leading it out here, well ahead of the pack, a little bit further back then to lane 2. which is Fermoy O'Connell. They're the 1-2 at the moment. A lot of clear water between them and the chasing pack. Then again, the results of the previous time trials we mentioned already up, available online, so you see the leading times there, the times to beat. In full here though at Lone Claffey, making his way down towards the finish, not taking the foot off the gas, because again racing against the clock here to get that qualifying spot. A little bit further then to Galway, it's in second place out on the far side over. So at the moment it is at Lone leading ahead of Galway Clark. They're the 1 and 2. A little bit further back then to the crews from Cork and the other Galway Scullers centre of the course. But similar to the previous race where we saw Jack Rafferty of St Michael's push on and open up a Clearwater lead, it's the same here for at Lone Claffey. Handling these blustery conditions really well. You can see, those of you who are here at the enclosure, the flags that are flying here, a lot of crosswind coming in towards the finish, but nothing for these experienced scullers to deal with. Just crossing the line there, taking first place at Lone Claffey. Ahead then of the chasing pack, it's going to be Galway in second, and some way back then to Cork, Galway. And so we're coming up now. So we're going to head straight up for the next race, the time trial. Jerry's in positions there. He's going to pick up the next race for us. Over to you, Jerry.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Richie. We're back up and running now after our little delay in getting the launch out here, but we're away, and we've got the next time trial up, the Junior 18 Single Sculls, well underway. 500 metres gone now, and some of the big hitters gone through already in the earlier heats. All these guys going to Worlds and everything later on. We'll talk about that again. But in lane 2 now, leading the way here is the Cappoquin Sculler Murphy in the dark vest in lane 2 on the far side. And we're just moving along now. So he's out in front. And don't forget, time trial, fastest 6 into the final. You've been told this already, no doubt, later on this morning. Junior Single Sculls, as we watch it now go through about 700 metres. Not a bad morning. Little bit of a cross head, but nothing now to upset these boys. Experienced guys now up at Junior 18 in the big league here, top of their game at junior rowing here in Ireland. Who's going to be the champion later on this morning? Champion Junior Single Sculls of Ireland. Cappoquin now looking very promising. Big, tall guy, lean guy in the dark vest. Cappoquin doing very well now. Good sculling program indeed they have, and credit to them there in recent years. Now it's a good race going on here for second position on the near side. As we look across the other Cappoquin Sculler, so well done there now, but he's only just ahead of the Queen Sculler, a young Queen's guy. McEhenny, I hope I pronounced that right. He must have gone into college very early to be still in the junior grade, but he's now in third position and probably joint second now with the Cappoquin Kiley on the near side, and then Galway splitting, and then behind it's Whelan from Galway in fourth, and then right over on the far side it's the Atlunkert Scull holding up there in sixth position, Kinsella. So that's it as we see it now, moving on down as the morning brightens up and the sun trying desperately to come out here. This weather is only going to get better over the weekend, looking at the weather predictions. We've gone through the halfway mark now, so as we follow it on down now, the Cappoquin Sculler leading the way down here. Murphy, and he's led this race all the way. These guys have to keep the throttle on now the whole way down here, because you don't know what's gone on. There's some big hitters gone down before them. Morris and Fleming and McGrath, Rafferty and Claffey, all guys who are off to Worlds, and Fleming off to Coop. So these guys have all gone already, and they've put in big performances, no doubt. So Murphy from Cappoquin here now leading the way here, and as we move into better water, lovely conditions now down over the second half of the course as they approach. I'm hoping you're getting good pictures all around the world watching us on our YouTube channels, and I'm no doubt Richie's been telling you all about that, and it's great to have it, and the coverage is only getting better year after year with more cameras and everything here, so it's brilliant, and we're looking forward to a big weekend now as this time trial heads down towards you. to about 1250 metres. Capaquin continuing to lead, but the second, third and fourth position now is absolutely a great big contest. The next four scullers are just absolutely nothing in it, as we'll follow them along here. If anything now, the Lunkard sculler has sneaked up now on the far shore in lane 1, and he's gone into about just about a length lead now on the Queen sculler in lane 4, and then Galway lane 5 a canvas back, and then a half a length back to the other Capaquin sculler. So that's it now. They're the positions. Watching them through here as they come up towards 1500 metres. We'll just watch this race for another couple of hundred metres. We'll hand it over. But Capaquin, will be interesting to see now how he does in lane 2. That's Murphy leading the way here, and he's well out now. He's got a considerable distance from the sculler on the right on the far side, Kinsella from Atlunkert, and now he's pushed ahead by about 2 lengths from Queens. He's got a canvas in Galway. He's got about a length back from the other Capaquin sculler, Kylie. So that's it. I'll hand over to the finish tower to take this one home.
So much closer race, as you can see on screen from the previous ones that we've seen. We do have our sculler from Capaquin leading it out, bit of clear water, back to the chasing pack, and you see there's just a length or two separating them, and that'll be good for the crews here racing against the clock to push them on to get that fastest qualifying time. Available on screen, we mentioned the fastest time so far. Athlone, who has one of the fastest times so far. There's times available on screen as well, so we'll give you an update shortly. Can you go into just find results in there and you can bring it up on screen? So I think it's in live draw. And fantastic footage that Jerry was seeing here. We're just looking at the Galway sculler and the Galway sculler and the Capaquin. So lovely overhead footage here. You can see just how much of a lead Capaquin have opened up here as they come into the last 250 metres. The chasing pack doing their best to push each other on here, but a really dominant display from Capaquin as he pushes on here in the 7th time trial of the men's junior 18 single scull. So it's Capaquin Murphy leading this one out, handling conditions perfectly. Really nice rowing from Atlunkert in second place. Atlunkert Kinsella in second at the moment. It looks like Galway squeeze, and the scullers from Queens, Galway and Cap right beside each other here, 3 lanes fighting side by side. Galway just putting on the squeeze, and looks like the Galway sculler might come up into second place and challenge the Atlunkert sculler out on his own over there on the far side, doing a really good job of staying in touch and pushing on towards the finish line. Just looking at it as they come in, it looks like the Galway sculler is pushing on here now. Capaquin taking the win, just crossing the line, and we're looking, it might be at Atlunkert, Galway, Capaquin just coming in. A blanket finish for second there for those 3 scullers, just closing out that race. And again, we'll look for the fastest times coming out. Fantastic racing there in race 107. So first crossed the line, it was Capaquin Murphy, and then we look for the official result. But really nice rowing from the chasing pack there, all pushing each other on. Atlunkert Kinsella, Capaquin Murphy, Queens, McElhenny and Galway Whelan all in the mix there, closing out that 7th time trial. Already halfway down to us. It is the next race. It is number 108, and give you the line up here. 108, it is Skibbereen lane 1, New Ross lane 2, St Michael's lane 3, Waterford lane 4, Sligo lane 5, Cork in lane 6. They're just coming up on the halfway mark, and I'm going to hand over to Brian to bring this one home.
Okay, so in this race, 108, or 108, sorry, we see D. O'Connor of Cork leading it out just over F. Reid of Sligo. There is not much in it, but the rest of the crews are not too far behind. Now, D. O'Connor from Cork, he's been selected to represent Ireland in the Home Internationals in Strathclyde Park in Scotland this year. So well done to him. On the screen here we see the results from race 107. So well done to Bill Murphy from Capaquin, also representing Ireland in homes this year. He put in a great time of 7:59. Now, the crews from race 108, they're just coming past the they're just coming past the 500, so they're up in the pace. They're starting their sprints. They're putting in massive effort just to get the fastest time as possible. The winds are picking up a little bit, but they're doing really well to deal with these conditions. It takes a lot of skill to deal with these crosswind conditions. A lot of kind of tapping down at the finish and things like that, just to make sure they don't catch any crabs and just have the best performance as possible. So D O'Connor from Cork in lane 6, still leading it out, dealing really well with those conditions. Has a nice stroke for every single stroke he has. He has the stroke rate up high, but he's closely followed by F. Reid by Sligo and S. Hart of Waterford. They're not letting him go, but it looks like David O'Connor from Cork is pulling away, but all the other scullers not too far behind. It's anyone's game here. Oh, and David O'Connor makes a small little tap in the water, but he's doing well to recover from it. It's a really, really hard race out here, guys. You can see the waves in the water, so make sure you're cheering, guys. They're doing amazing. Keep it up, guys. Only 250 metres to go. They've really upped the pace. They really, really want this. They need to be in the top 6 to make the final. They're doing absolutely amazing. D. O'Connor from Cork taking it home. Only 100 metres left to go. He's doing great. S. Hart from Waterford not letting it go, and O'Roycroft and F. Reid from Skibbereen and Sligo, they're close behind as well. So coming up to the finish, it's D. O'Connor in first place. He only has about maybe 5 strokes left to go. He has to keep going and to get the fastest time. S. Hart from Waterford just behind him, and O'Roycroft in third place. Well done, D. O'Connor. He looks absolutely bayed out.
We're going to head straight back up to pick up the next race, and Jay's there to bring us the latest update.
Yes, Richie, the last time trial for the Junior 18 single sculls, 5 crews. Lane 1 is empty on the far station. So at the moment now, well spread out. Leading the way here is Carlo Feeney. He's got about 2 lengths on the Athlone Sculler Heaslip in lane 4. So he's in lane 3, Carlo lane 3, and Heaslip lane 4. And then it's about 4 lengths back to lane 2, the Clonmel Sculler Hurley. And then another couple of lengths back to New Ross Phelan. And then he's just a good race between him now and the guy beside him from Monaghan from Cork. They are overlapping, but well spread out as they continue down the course now. They've well into the second half. The leading scullers here, they've gone about 1,200 metres already in this final time trial for the men's junior single sculls, and no doubt all you coaches and athletes who've been out here already looking to see who's going to make the top 6 later on into the grand final. As soon as this race ends, then it'll be all totted up and you'll know pretty soon. So we've got about 800 metres left of this final time trial, and leading the way here, Feely looking very strong indeed from Carlo Rowing Club. Couple of lengths from the Athlone Sculler, so no change there. Heaslip. And then about 4 lengths back to Clonmel Hurley. And he's got another 4 lengths back, as I mentioned. Then there's a good race on between New Ross Phelan and Monaghan Cork, overlapping still, holding up 4th and 5th. So yeah, we're looking forward to a great weekend. I mentioned earlier on where the first race we've got out of the way for myself, and so we're up and running now, and we are really looking forward to lots of great races this weekend. All the big hitters are here, apart from our Olympians, and it's great to see that. Well, most of them anyway, and we'll be talking about that as these events come up later on today, tomorrow and Sunday. We have a long 3 days ahead of us, but we're really excited and looking forward to it. So as you can see them coming towards you, continuing to lead, no change at all. Feeney leading here. Clearly, you can see him now as he approaches about 1,500 metres gone in this race, continuing to hold that 3 to 4 length lead on Heaslip from Athlone, and then a considerable distance back then to the Sculler Clonmel Hurley, and then the great race still going on between Cork and New Ross. So you can watch that now. If they don't qualify for the final, at least they're getting a great race in between the two of them. So Mr. Monaghan and Mr. Phelan if they won't make the final, they can at least say they had a great battle between each other. If this was a 2-horse race between them now, it would be great to watch. So as they approach you there now through about 2:50 to go, we'll hand over to the tower.
Thanks, Jerry. We're closing out the last time trial here of the men's junior 18 single scull. Just a quick update. The fastest time so far is that lone Claffey, 7:39.5. An unbelievable time there in the 4th time trial. He's the time to beat and who everyone is racing against. So we'll shortly know who all the qualifiers for the final are. Meanwhile, coming in towards the finish, we're just watching the final race here. Carlo Feeney leading it out, just about holding off the challenge at the moment that's coming on his inside from Athlone. He slipped. They're the 1 and 2. And again, Clearwater opening up between him and the chasing pack. A little bit of an overlap now. He is now moving into a bit of Clearwater. So the sculler from Carlo Feeney pushing on here, but Athlone, he's not shaking him off. Right in towards the finish, down to the last few strokes. They're pushing each other on here. Some way back then to the chasing pack of the crews from Clonmel, Cork and New Ross. But no doubt about the leading 2 coming in towards the finish, looking for the fastest time, just coming up to the finish line now. Crossing there. It is Carlo Feeney, he's 1, and number 2 Athlone, he slipped. They're the 1 and 2, and then we can see the crews from Clonmel and from New Ross and coming in to close out. Time trial for the men's junior 18 single scull. Already on its way down to us is the next race, but we'll tot up all of those fastest times and find our overall leader. So well done to all of the crews racing in the time trials in the men's junior 18 single. We shortly have the draw online, and I'll be able to give it to you here as well for that final. So well done to everyone there. Fantastic view up the course. You can see the sun shining on the boys there, showing all of the lanes that are there, and already on its way down to us is the next race. So we're going to move on to the next race, which is the men's lightweight single. And these are heats instead of time trials. So heats here, where we have the men's and women's lightweights, and we're looking for the 3 crews that place 1st, 2nd and 3rd. They're going to get into the final. So slightly different from the previous time trial races. Here now we're going for qualifying spots. So first up in the men's lightweight single, we have Neptune Gillick in lane 1, Queen's McKinley in lane 2, Queen's Purdy in lane 3, who's heading to the Worlds later on this year. Oh, Queen's Scratch, apology, just been updated. Queen's Purdy, not racing. Athlone Kenny in lane 4. Cork Monaghan in lane 5 and New Ross Phelan in lane 6. They're coming up on the halfway mark, and it looks like in lane 4 leading it out. Athlone Kenny, well ahead here again. Chasing pack coming down of the crews that are coming from Neptune and Queens. They're the 1, 2 and 3 in the men's lightweight single. So they're coming up just about 700 metres to go in the men's lightweight single. I'm going to hand over to Paul.
Athlone in lane 4 leading from in lane 2 McKinley from Queen's University and Neptune Gillick in lane 1. So the first 3 are Athlone, Queen's and Neptune. Athlone with a 2.5 length lead. Queen's and Neptune battling it out side by side. And Cappoquin and Newell over in lanes 5 and 6 taking up the rear. Athlone, good long strokes, driving it home now. He's got plenty power, he's got plenty length. He's managing the conditions well. There's a cross breeze there. Neptune coming into a bit of rough water. Who's that guy again? What's the one in? This guy. Lane 2, Queens. Battle going on here between Neptune and Queens in lanes 1 and 2. Gillick and McKinley. But Athlone, steady and strong. He's driving it home. Plenty length. Management conditions. Conditions are slightly rough. They're coming into the last 300 metres. Athlone, steady as she goes now. Driving it home. Good battle going on for second place between Neptune and Queens. First 3 to qualify. Athlone on the way. Queens in second, Neptune in third. Who's fourth and fifth? Capricorn and UL and Capricorn battling out for fourth and fifth, but it's crossing the line now. It's Athlone from Queens, from Neptune. Great row for these guys. Well done, lads. Capricorn coming in for the fourth spot. And UL in the sixth spot. Fifth spot. Well done, guys.
That closes the first heat of the men's lightweight singles. So the three crews qualifying for the final there. Athlone Kenny crossing the line ahead of Queens McKinley and Neptune Gaelic. They're the 1, 2 and 3 going on to the final. Next up is going to be the second heat of the lightweighting. Again, 3 crews to qualify here between Workman's McCarthy, Commercial Began, UL Tanner, Skibbereen McCarthy and Athlone Dolan. So that second heat is already on its way down to us, and we're going to head up to Jerry to pick up the latest.
Yes, Richie, thank you. So this is the second heat with 3 to qualify, and we're picking it up here now. We'll be watching it, and 3 to qualify, and there's 3 crews well out. So Niall Began from Commercial, well-seasoned campaigner, all-rounder, pairs champion here, I think it was last year, senior pairs. And then we've got Jake McCarty, famous name from Skibbereen, of course his brother in the Olympic double, and then the holder of this event, Tanner from University of Limerick, he's in third position. So Tanner's dropped back. Maybe he's content to just make the final and keep his powder a bit dry. But Began out there in lane 3, leading from McCarthy, Skibbereen, and then Tanner in third. And they lead considerably then from the other 2 scullers behind them. So the Workman's and Athlone Dolan. So Workman's McCarthy in fifth, Athlone Sculler in fourth. But well spread out. But these 3 scullers now, they're delighted to have it this easy, so it'll be able to keep things nice and cool for the final later on. Obviously, the first 3 crossed the line in the earlier race. I see Purdy had to drop out from that one of the favourites from the Queens, didn't make the weight, and I spoke to his mother earlier, and she was a little disappointed, to say the least, that he didn't make it. And that's what lightweight rowing is all about. You've got to make that 72.5 kg or less between 2 and 1 hours before your event. For those of you who don't know, so these guys are all below 72.5 kgs, and I don't know how they do it. I mean, it's hard enough to do this race without having to starve yourself to half to death as well. Well, some of them do. Anyway, back to the race, and you can see now as they come further down the tracks towards you, Began on the far shore there, leading the way from Commercial Rowing Club in Dublin on the Liffey, and then McCarthy, Skibbereen in second position, and then, as I mentioned earlier, Tanner from University of Limerick Rowing Club, the holder of this event, in third position. So they will qualify unless one of them falls in now over the final 600 metres or so. Watching it from a distance now as we watch the crews, the Athlone crew and then the Workman's crew right over in lane 2 coming down in 5th position. So yes, and I think the wind has dropped off a little bit since we started out here earlier. So things are looking really good and favourable, and this is probably the least favourable day weather-wise of the 3 days. So that's great, and I hope you're all getting good coverage there on the drone, and for those of you all around the world, as well as those who physically here as well this morning. So as they come close to you, you can see now these three scullers, lightweight single scull semi-final, 3 to qualify, well out in front. It's hasn't changed at all. Began from Commercial, leading from Skibbereen McCarthy from UL Tanner, and they will qualify, I have no doubt. So I'll hand this one back over to the tower.
Okay, we have Commercial with a lead here, about half a boat length, and we have Skibbereen following close behind. They're giving an impressive push now. You can see their giant puddles following behind them. We're coming up to about the 250 mark here. We're really, really winding. They're giving it their all. It's not an easy race at all. We had some people who've made the final now. It's not certain, it's not a call, but Athlone Kenny, QUBBC, McKinley, and Neptune. They were the last time, top 3. And coming to the line now, we have Commercial, and we have Skibbereen following close behind him. They're giving it their all. And we just crossed the finish line. First place here for Commercial, then Skibbereen. And there's a big distance between the second and third place here. Neptune coming up in third. They're winding nicely. Really, really good. And good third place there. And we've the boats following far behind. And we've Athlone coming up. And we have crossed the finish line. I'll just say we finished. And that's the end for the men's lightweight. Well done to everyone there.
Next, the first heat of the women's lightweight single, and they're just coming up to the 1 kilometre mark now. And there's 3 to qualify for the women's lightweight as well. And it seems as though it is lane 3 with UCC. We've got Nolan leading ahead there. And then in lane 2 and 4, following behind her, we have we got Lee Valley and UCC or C as well. And they are coming up to the 1 kilometre mark now. So we have UCC with a strong lead here over the rest of the girls. And they are coming up now to the halfway mark. They're just past it, with UCC has clear water at the moment over the rest of them. And that is in lane 3. And then we also have Lee Valley O'Donovan coming up. And then we have lane 5. We have Queens following behind. So it seems as though it is UCC, Lee Valley and Queens way ahead in this race. And we also have UCC with clear water now. So it is top 3 to qualify from this race. So the girls are fighting it out now to qualify for the final in the women's lightweight single. And UCC has clear water at the moment. And these are the results from the men's lightweight, their second heat. So it is Commercial, Skib and UL through to the final for the men's lightweight. It is top 3 to qualify for them. And that'll be on later on. And that was the last heat for the men's lightweight. And we have the first heat for the women's on at the moment. And you can see them back in the water there with UCC Coming up to the 1500 metre mark now, with UCC just passing it. And then we also have, it is UCC in lane 3, we have UCC in lane 2, and then Lee Valley in lane 4. And at the moment, it is Lee Valley and Queens fighting it out for that place in the final. And we can see now they're all past the 1500 metre mark, so they're coming into the last part of their race with UCC ahead, and they're trying to wind it up now. You have to remember that it is top 3 to qualify for this, so the girls really have to fight it out for a place in the final. And UCC has a strong lead. She is clear water at the moment with and that is UCC Nolan, and then we also have Lee Valley, we have a UCC Nolan is ahead, and then UCC Fleming is in second, and then Lee Valley O'Donovan is in third, and then we have Queens Moore coming into fourth and really trying to fight it out, and it is the two UCC girls coming in now to the finish. We're coming up to the last 50, so they really have to start winding it up now to secure their place in the final, and it is the first 3 girls to pass the line that will secure themselves a place in the final. So it is UCC Nolan, and then we have UCC Fleming, and then it is still Lee Valley O'Donovan holding her spot for that final, and then there is Queens, and we have Queens Moore coming in behind O'Donovan from Lee Valley, and then UCC are just coming into the last stretch of their race, and they're really winding it up now. And it is the first 3 girls to cross that line that will get themselves into the final. So they really have to work hard now. And it is UCC Nolan with a strong lead coming into the finish line now. And then we have UCC Fleming following a few lengths behind her. And then we have Lee Valley O'Donovan coming in third. And then we have Queens coming in behind after Lee Valley there. So UCC are just coming up to the line now, and they're just about to pass. And that is UCC Nolan, who had a strong lead throughout the race. And then we have UCC Fleming coming in behind her. And then Lee Valley O'Donovan and Queens fighting it out now for their place in the final. And UCC are it is just UC Fleming coming into the finish line. And then we have O'Donovan, Lee Valley, and we have Queens, and they're coming in now. And that is the first 2 girls through, the UCC girls. And then Lee Valley look to be securing their place in the final, and they just crossed the line. And that is it for the first heat of the women's single lightweight, and UCC are through and Lee Valley into the final.
So we're coming back now with the second heat of the lightweight single sculls 3-boat race here with 2 to qualify, and I'm going to hand over to Brian.
Okay, so it's only a 3-boat race in this one, so it's going to be really competitive. Only 2 to qualify. So we can see the results from the last heat on the screen. So well done to Clean and Ona from UCC. She had a really powerful lead over the other 3 scullers, so I'm assuming she'll put a good fight in the final. So here we can see the 3 lightweight scullers. They're just past the 1K, coming up towards the 500. They're putting in a huge amount of effort. It's a really, really competitive one, this lightweight women's scull. This is it's a weight banded event, so they are all under a certain weight limit. So they are just gliding along the water. The water, again, it seems to be the waves are still pretty strong, so they're doing everything they can just to keep as their technique is as slick and as kind of as flush as possible, just so they can put in the best time they can, just get to be in the top 2 places to get into the final. So first of all, we see Closh Nod has a really powerful lead over the other 2 scullers. So Closh Nod A.O'Toole from Cueva Casey of Skibbereen, and you Goulding of Skibbereen as well. Quiva Casey last year won this event, so she really want to pick up the pace and try and catch up to AO Tool of Coxed. However, she's really put down a good time in this heat, and there's no doubt she'll be keeping it up just in the last 500. There's only 500 meters to go. They'll be picking up the pace, doing everything they can just to get as far as they can ahead of the other scullers. So it's AO Tool in first place, and the 2 Skibbereen scullers battling it out for second position to get into the final later on. So well done to all crews. So they're going as fast as they can. You can see them now in the enclosure. They're just picking up the pace, upping the rate, but there's no doubt that AO Tool from Closhtig is far out in the lead. She has about 7 or 8 boat lengths on the other scullers. A very difficult thing to do, but she's managing it very well. So she is well out in front. You can see in the screen now she has a very commanding lead over everyone else. She's looking out to the side. She's just looking at her. She's looking at making sure she doesn't do anything wrong, and she's coming up to the finish line. Only 250 meters to go. The rate has come down. She knows she's in a qualifying spot. She's trying to save her energy for later. Just trying to do everything she can to build herself up later on for the final. She wants to try and get into the first position because it's only one. Different to the junior events, in these lightweight senior events, only one pot is given out and there's no podium. It's just a first place, so it's extremely competitive. So AO2 from Closhtig coming up to the finish line. She's decreased the rate by massive amounts. She knows she has this. She's straight through to the final later on. It's between the 2 other scullers from Skibbereen, Casey and Goulding. They are battling each other, but it looks like Casey has it. So, but there's no stopping the fight. The other Skibbereen sculler, she's not letting her partner, she's not letting her teammate get the best of her. She's just keeping going. She needs to get the spot to get into the final, and that's it. They've come to the line now.
So that closes out the lightweight women's singles. We're going to head straight up the course now. We have the heats of the women's junior pairs, and Jerry's ready to pick up the first heat.
Yes, Richie, we have gone about 600 metres now, and out in front by about a length is the classy looking pair from St Michael's Limerick. That's Ada Hare and Clodagh Phillips, looking really good. Of course, these girls have been selected in a 4 for the upcoming coupe, so you can see that good quality rowing from them. They have about a length and a half now from the Skibbereen A crew in lane 1 rather, on the far station, who are going quite well now, Skibbereen. So they've got Jessica Crowley in there, of course, as well, out of that 4. So a bit of quality out of that boat. And then it's about another length and a half back to Commercial Rowing Club from Dublin in 3rd position. Don't forget 3 to qualify. So these crews have broken away from the other Skibbereen crew in lane 5 in the near shore, and then Closhtig the Jez from Galway in lane 3, a couple of lengths back again. So this is the first heat of the women's coxless pairs. 3 to qualify for the grand final later on at 11:30 a.m. this morning, along with the next heat coming down straight after this one. So St Michael's Limerick, I spoke to their coach Pat McInerney earlier this morning, and he was quietly optimistic, but so I'm sure he's delighted now for me to say that, but having told me not to. But he also will be delighted, though, quietly delighted, that they're out in front here now, rowing nicely, and no pressure at all, and absolutely no pressure on these 3 crews now as they move into the second half of this course now, about 1150 metres gone. So St Michael's Limerick leading the way here. Great programme going on there with junior rowing over the last couple of years, and a couple of more good crews to come out this weekend. Rafferty, their sculler, looking forward to seeing him, having watched him in the national schools. a couple of weeks back, a few weeks there, where he got a silver medal in the British National Schools, so really good sculler there. He was on earlier this morning, of course, and the final to come up, and we'll see if he's, I don't know, I haven't seen the times yet. I'm sure he's made it, or that'll be an upset into the grand final. But back to this race now, as St Michael's Limerick continue to lead here now, letting the rate come down as they let the boat flow underneath them. In first position, Skibbereen on the far shore in lane 1, holding on to that second position, and Commercial Rowing Club Dublin holding on to third, and Skibbereen's second crew falling behind now by considerable distance, and then another couple of lengths back to the Colastig crew Galway in lane 3. So well into this second half now, and this Friday morning, first day of the rowing championships, Irish Rowing Championships, and I'm sure you're getting some great drone footage there now, and it's I hope you're enjoying it, and you'll dip in and out, no doubt, unless you've got nothing to do for the next 3 days and just watch the whole time. I'm sure a couple of you will do that, but that's okay, that's allowed. As we watch this pairs race come down now, a tricky boat, one of them steering with the shoe to keep it in the lanes. It's probably it is the most difficult boat in my world. I always thought it was to row it. St Michael's Limerick, have a look at them as they come down now. Good, strong, quality crew. But Skibbereen, doing very well indeed on the far station, and I'm sure they'll kick it on a bit more now when they get into the final later on as these three crews approach you. We'll hand it over shortly as they go through 1500. It's St Michael's Limerick from Skibbereen in lane 1, the first crew, and then it's Commercial Dublin in lane 3. They're the first three now who'll make it to the final, barring a complete disaster from the second Skibbereen crew, and Colastig in 4th and 5th. Over to the tower.
Thank you, Jerry. Yes, St Michael's with a good lead, but Skibbereen haven't gone away. And can Skibbereen put a push through? They're getting ready to wind it up now, coming into the last 300 metres. St Michael's still leading from Skibbereen from Commercial. Skibbereen battling on. Michael's just holding them off. It's going to be a tight finish here. Keeping the steering going straight. St Michael's have to battle hard now to hold off Skibbereen. Commercial in third. Commercial have just veered off line a little bit. But St Michael's battling all the way now. Coming into the last 100 metres. Very tight finish here. Skibbereen winding it up. St Michael's still holding them off. Nothing in this. Both crews thoroughly putting it all in, digging deep. St Michael's maybe slight advantage over Skibbereen. Last couple of strokes, and it's well done, St Michael's. Skibbereen in second. Commercial coming up to the last couple of strokes in third. And it's Colastig ignored, and who's in fourth? Second Skibbereen crew in fourth place, and Colastig ignored bringing it home in fifth. And the first three to qualify would be St Michael's, Skibbereen and Commercial.
So those already qualified for the final. Just a reminder that the Finish Line Cafe is open here in the rowing centre. So tea, coffee, breakfast items there, and they'll be getting ready for lunch already because the day is flying by. So the Finish Line Cafe is open for tea, coffee and breakfast items as well. So come up and get yourself a mug of tea or coffee to warm up. Blustery conditions here, but nothing too difficult for the crews to qualify to deal with as they come in towards the finish. We just saw the three crews qualifying for the first heat of the women's junior 18 pair. The second heat already coming into about 600 metres to go. And we can see very closer race here. Again, three crews to qualify. So the three leading crews at the moment looking in control. It looks like Skibbereen And then the crew from Cork and Shandon back and forth. So it looks like Skibbereen, Cork, Closhtignoid, they're the 1, 2 and 3, with maybe Closhtignoid nearest to us and Skibbereen leading it out. Clearwater then back to Shandon in 4th place, just out of the qualifying at the moment, so they have a lot to do if they're going to get back into contention and make this final. Also, we have the crew from Methodist back further in the women's junior 18, it's Neptune further back, then looking to try push on, but we're down to the last quarter of the race here, and it looks like those 3 qualifying spots looking secure so far. Skibbereen, Closhtignoid, and in centre of the course, the crew from Cork. They're the 1, 2 and 3. Shandon have Clearwater that they need to come back into contention to get the qualifying spot, but looking in full control here. Really nice rowing from the Closhtignoid crew. A lot closer with these 3 crews, and I'm sure they'll all be looking at those times of the previous heat as well, just to see where they fare. So far looking good for the crew from Closhtignoid nearest to us. They'll get the encouragement from the crowd from the bank here now. Really competitive though with them and Skibbereen and the Cork crew pushing on. They're not losing touch with the leading 2. Shandon just out of the picture at the moment and for that 3rd qualifying spot. So it looks like at the moment Closhtignoid pushing on nearest to us. Really powerful rowing from the Closhtignoid crew. Skibbereen on the far side, higher rate compared to the Closhtignoid crew. In 2nd at the moment, overlapping with Cork. They're 1, 2 and 3. Clearwater then back to Shandon in 4th. They're just going to miss out on a qualifying spot, and looking to see who will join the crews from St. Michael's and Skibbereen and Closhtignoid from the previous race in the women's junior 18 pair. So just going up to the line, we're watching the crew just opening up a little bit of Clearwater. It was the crew from Closhtignoid, and then a blanket finish between Skibbereen and Cork for 2nd and 3rd, but they've done enough to secure those spots. So that'll close out the women's junior 18 pairs race, and we'll know who will qualify. Next up is a series of time trials for the women's junior 16 quads. We'll be back shortly. And in the first time trial, we're going to have Sligo, St. Michael's, Methodist, Skibbereen, Shannon, and Athlone. Just a quick update while we're waiting on the next race. The 6 fastest crews qualifying for the final of the men's junior 18 single scull. Athlone Claffey was the fastest, 2nd Tralee Morris, 3rd Cappoquin McGrath, 4th Ban Shaw, 5th Muckross Fleming, and 6th Clonmel Mellerick. They're the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 from the earlier time trials who will advance on to the final. So we're going to head straight back up the course for the first time trial of the women's junior 16 cox quads.
Yes, Richie, great spectacle here now after the slower boats and these quads, junior 16 girls, coxed quads and time trial. So they're all charging down the course, and it's the crews on either side of the course now. It's Sligo on the far station and Athlone on the near station. Just about edging in front, but tell you what, Shannon then are fighting back then as well, and there's nothing much between them, and Methody College rowing really well too. They're all around the 33 strokes per minute. Interesting, all striking the same kind of rate. Then it's back to Skibbereen about a length, and then a few lengths back then to the St. Michael's crew, so we're going to have to drop back. So watching it, I'm sure you can see now, especially when you get the aerial views, the pictures will be mighty. Quads, lovely to watch. Junior 16s are moving on now into 2K this year. These girls will have rowed 1K, 1500 metres, and now on to 2K. So this is all the way down to the finish from the start. That's why they're here today. And so we have a lot of heats coming up. This is a big entry. One of the largest entries, 5 time trials with 6 fastest to make the final later on this morning. So they've got a lot of work to do to make this grand final. 6 crews out of about 24 crews of an entry. So that's a big ask for any crew to send them out to ask them to do that. But these crews are certainly giving their all, every one of them, as they charge down towards you now. We're well into the second half of this course. So right over on the far side, Sligo Rowing Club, great programme there. Tommy Colch I know very well, who's just got that club going so well. Lots happening there, lots of exciting stuff. And you can see now their crew in the far station nudging out in front from the Athlone crew. My friend Fergus from Athlone, who's done a tremendous job as well over the last number of years, winning championship pots brought home. He's a hero around the town, and well done to him. And look, he's got another 16s crew here in that, but I tell you, Methody now have pushed out. We've had to push back here, so watching it from a little bit of a distance, but you probably are getting great drone footage there and you have a better view of me at this point, but I'm watching Sligo, no doubt winning there from Methody, now pushed into second, but Sligo have charged out in front, and then great race going on there as the other crews push each other for that time they need. They need top 6. It's a big ask, but they've got to keep going. They've got to keep their foot on the floor. So Sligo continue to lead here through the last quarter of this race coming up now. As you watch them come towards you, those of you physically here and those of you watching on screen, you can see that clearly right out there. Sligo from the Athlone crew on the near side, Methody rather, and then Athlone on the near side. And then beside them, it's the other two crews following up beside them. The Shannon crew rather, and then beside Shannon the Skibbereen crew. So as they come towards you, watching Sligo lead the way home here in this first time trial Junior 16 women's quads, I'll hand over to the tower.
So we see here Sligo leading it out, but there's absolutely there's no saying who's going to get it here so far. So there's 5 crews all together. There's Sligo, Shannon, Skibbereen, Athlone, and Shannon, yeah. And you can see here Sligo have a commanding lead over it, but it's no one's game yet. You here, all the crews are pushing each other on. They're looking left and right. They're saying, "Who am I going to have to beat to get into this final later on?" It's the top 6 crews at a times. There's about 5 heats, so they're really pushing on. They have to get the best 6 times. They're really winding it up, getting to the final line. So Sligo are about to pass the line. They come in first place, followed by Methodist, and then Athlone. So that's your top 3 guys. It's a really competitive battle here. We see St. Michael's B coming up towards the finish line as well. They have to get into the top 6 crews just to make the final later on in the evening.
So apologies, I gave times there or qualifying for the men's juniors. Those times aren't finalised. I got ahead of myself looking at the Excel tracker there. So we'll wait for the official update of the men's junior 18 single qualifying. Meanwhile, back on the track here, we have the time trial for the women's junior 16 quad. A really great race. The previous race. Next up, it's going to be Neptune B, Cork B, Fermoy, Commercial B, Lee, and CRCC. Already come up on the halfway mark, and we'll get an update shortly just how this race is going. And again, these time trials, such tough racing that they have to go through to make sure that they get into the top spot and make sure that they advance on to the finals. Little bit, I won't say easier, but when you go through heats, semi-finals and finals, you know what position you need to be in to make that push. So that's a little bit easier on the brain rather than racing against the clock. Halfway mark has been pushed on now from the quads. Leading it out, it is the crew from Lee. A little bit of clear water, then back to centre of the course. It's Lee leading from Moy. They're the 1 and 2 at the moment, it looks like. And a little bit further back then to the crew from Commercial. So all the action centre of the course here between Lee, Commercial and Fermoy. Racing against the clock. A little bit further back then to the crews in 5th and we have the crews from Neptune, Cork and CC back the course for 4th, 5th and 6th, but very little between the leading crews. Lee doing all the running, opening up a little bit of more of clear water coming up now with just over 500 to go. This is the second time trial, the women's junior 16 quad. And they're pushing on here now down towards the finish. Really competitive race from the Lee crew. They're being chased down by Fermoy. But you can see from the overhead shot there, a lot of clear water between the three leading crews, and Neptune doing really well now to come back on the far side in 4th place. A lot of work to make up to try get into the mix, but they're battling there to try get back into contention with the crew from Commercial Centre of the course for 3rd place. No doubt about the leaders though, Lee and the crew from Fermoy, they're the 1 and 2. They continue to push off really nice rowing from these junior 16s. You can see the lead crew there in the red and black colours. In the background, the Fermoy crew in 2nd place. Commercial back then in 3rd. They're the 1, 2 and 3. And then further back to the crews from Neptune and Cork. But no doubt about leaders here. The question is, what kind of pressure will the Fermoy crew put on Lee as they come in towards the finish? So they're going to start hearing the crowds encouraging the amount of in the women's junior 16 quad. It's still Lee leading it out from Fermoy. Water back to the crew from Commercial back in 3rd. Neptune in 4th, along with then Cork and CRCC in 5th and 6th. Looking to see who's going to advance on to the final out of these time trials. Lee still leading it out, holding off that clear water, and they're just starting to take the race as they come in towards the finish. Lee are just starting to push on now. The Fermoy crew came back a little bit in contention to try get an overlap, but the Lee crew have really pushed on here. Really powerful rowing from these junior 16 girls. The Fermoy crew doing their best to eat back into the clear water, but you can see from the footage there just how much of a lead that the Lee crew have coming into the run in towards the finish. So they look in full control here, ahead of Fermoy, the Commercial crew. They're the 1, 2 and 3. Neptune then back in 4th, along with Cork and CRCC in 5th and 6th. So finish line's going to be in sight for the Cork crew from Lee Rowing Club, just coming in to the finish. Last few strokes for them. They're going to close out this time trial. So we can hear just the Lee crew crossing there ahead of Fermoy. They're the 1 and 2. And this is the 2nd time trials. 3rd time already up off the start, so we'll pick that up. So just to recap there, it's Lee crossing ahead of the crew from Fermoy, and Commercial will get their fastest times. And I think we can head back up the course straight away to the next race.
Yes, Richie, the next time trial, they're coming absolutely bang on time off the start, so that's great. Next time trial women's junior quads, as they hurdle down the course here, they have gone about 600 metres and tightly bunched now, apart from one crew, lane 2, coxed, ignored, drop back. But you could throw a blanket over the rest of them at this point. And out in front is the local Cork from Cork City, Cork A, Cork Boat Club. As we go through about 650, as I mentioned. So they have about just under a length. Now they've pushed out since I mentioned the blanket bit. From the crew beside, that's Waterford, sorry. So Waterford now, they're going in lane 3. So Cork have about a half a length from Waterford in lane 3, and then beside Waterford we have Shandon, another third of a length back to them, and then another half a length back to Lee Valley, and about a half a length back to St Michael's A crew on the lane 1 on the far side, and then coxed, ignored. But you know what? You could be in 4th position here and still qualify for the A final. You have no idea. You just have to keep pushing those legs down all the way down the course and do what you've been told. They'll have been drilled by the coaches exactly what to do here. Don't get complacent if you get out in front. You got to keep going. And Cork Boat Club will be thinking that in their heads now as they move through the 1,000 metre mark. We're halfway through this time trial now as Cork lead the way through. About a half a length from Waterford, but they're under increasing pressure now from the crew beside them, which is Shandon in the sky blue. So Shandon there pushing them, and then just behind them is Lee Valley, and then St Michael's in lane 1. So we've gone through about 1,200 metres now, and we got 2 more time trials of the women's junior 16 quads after this, but it's a great spectacle. The standard's really high, I have to say, for most of these crews. well drilled, lots of hours and hours of rowing practice to get this technique the way you can see it now. I'm sure when you get a bit of drone footage, it's lovely to watch quads move along down in the middle, but leading the way still as we come on down the course towards you is the Cork A crew, Cork Boat Club, row on the marina down by Blackrock Castle, lovely part of Cork City, and tremendous history behind that club. But you know what, Waterford now are pushing up. Great to see Waterford here, and they've pushed up now and they've come right back up level with Cork Boat Club. So this will help all these crews as they push on down, because don't forget they're going for this time. So great battle on here as Cork Boat Club and Waterford now, nothing at hardly between them, and then it's a link back to the Shannon crew and the Lee Valley crew, and then another half a link back to the St Michael's A crew. So as they move on down, we've had to push back a bit here now. You can probably see that the Kiloshignoi crew in lane 2, so we got to watch them and give them a fair chance. But as they come along now with about 25% of this race to go through the 1500 metre mark, Cork Boat Club continue to lead. They've probably pushed out again now from the Waterford attack, and they look like they possibly will take this one. But as they come towards you now there at the finish tower, you'll have a much better view now, and I'll let you take this one home.
Thanks, Jerry. As we're coming up the course now, we have Cork A in front, but it's really tight between Waterford. They're giving it their all now, really good push. As you get into 500 metres, the conditions get rough as the course really opens up, and the wind has a good way to catch the water. Yeah. We have Cork A coming up now. They still have the lead. They're holding it strong, but it's really good push for first place, and it's really tight for second place as well. They're going to really have to give it their all. Waterford, Shandon and Lee Valley it's looking like for now. Grania, O'Donovan and Cox for Lee Valley, giving them a good push here, I can see. They're really going for it now. They're going to have to if they want to make that final. Waterford and Cork are really tight now, not even a boat length, nothing between them. It's clear now, Cork has them. They're really pushing ahead. They wind it to the best of their ability. It looks impressive from this. Cork is going to have to hold it because Waterford is pushing on now. Lee Valley and is trying to hold that third place. Cork just crossed the line. Definitely first place there. Then we have Waterford, Lee Valley, Shandon and St Michael's. Very good race from everyone. Congrats.
That closes out the next time trial of the women's junior 16 quads. So again, we'll wait for the official times to come through. We're now on to race 118, which is halfway up the course between Commercial, Killorglin, Carrick, Greg Namana and Athlone. So we'll be reviewing that shortly. Just a reminder for everyone that the Finish Line Cafe is open here. You can warm yourselves up after the blustery conditions. A little bit cool today. Hopefully the sun will come out and warm us up a little bit. But the Finish Line Cafe is open up in the canteen here for all breakfast, teas, coffees, pastries. So feel free to drop up to the cafe here. We also Rowing Ireland merch is set up of the finish line and the big screen for all of the Rowing Ireland merchandise. Is available there, and the unique 2024 Rowing Ireland Championship gear as well. Meanwhile, back in the course, we're looking up at the next time trial that's coming down between the crews from Commercial, Killorglin, Carrick, Greg Namana and Athlone. And in lane 2, running at the moment. Looks like the crew from Killorglin leading it out in the blue and white colours there. You can see on the right hand side of the screen, lane 2 leading it out. Ahead nearest to them is the commercial crew. They're the 1 and 2. A little bit further back then, and you can see big distances opening up. You can see the umpire just at the back of the course with the crew making sure that safely. But no doubt about the leaders here. Killorglin well out in front and chasing down the clock here. Nearest to them and challenging to them, it's the crew from commercial nearest to them on the inside. So they're the 1 and 2 first, then to the crew's centre of the course. And just one more time trial after this then to get the women's junior 16 races out of the way. And we'll see who the qualifiers for the final are. The draw, just to mention as well, those of you checking online, the draw for the men's junior single, the men's lightweight single is now available. So if you're online, you'll be able to see who qualified from the heats earlier on. And the time trial of the men's junior 18 single, those results just up there now. And the women's lightweight draw being added as well. Who our first championship races later on this morning are going to be after the break. The men's junior 18 single, men's lightweight single and the women's lightweight single as well. Meanwhile, on the course, not much has changed because the Killorglin crew are continuing to push on here, opening up even more clear water of a lead now ahead of the crew from commercial. They're the 1 and 2, and it is some way back to the crews then from Graiguenamanagh and Athlone and the crew from Carrick as well. And we can already see the race behind coming into view. So what we might do is switch over to Jerry and we'll get his updates shortly. No doubt about it here from Killorglin pouring here, continuing to move on and look to see how their qualifying is going to be. So it's Killorglin ahead of commercial. They're the 1 and 2. Then it's further back to the crews from Graiguenamanagh, Athlone and Carrick. They're coming in 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. So we're almost there with the women's junior 16 quads. We're going to head back up the course because there's no doubt about the race here. We've seen who's leading it. So we're going to head back up to the course and pick up the next time trial.
Yes, thank you. And this is the last of the time trials of the 16 quads. And leading the way here is the Carrick on Shannon crew. In lane 4, well out, about 4 lengths out now as they go through the halfway mark from the Galway crew in lane 5, and they've about a half a length down on Neptune Rowing Club Dublin in lane A, the A crew from Neptune. So they're the 1, 2, 3, and then it's about a length and a half back then to Castleconnell, and then Coláiste Ignite another 2/3 a length back to them, right over on the far station as we ride alongside them. So spread out again here, this race, the final time trial. You'll know who's in the grand final later on now, very soon after these crews cross the line. And will any of these crews make it? That's the question. And looking at the Carrick A crew here, and wonderfully rowing down the course as we watch them. They must have about 4 lengths now on Galway Rowing Club. Rowing the city of Galway, all the crews together there, bunched together in the city. Galway Rowing Club, a big crew, a big club rather, and Neptune Rowing Club from Dublin, rowing the Liffey in 3rd position. Up in the upper Liffey in Island Bridge, just overlooking the Memorial Park and then the Finney's Park on the other side, where all the Dublin cruise row clubs are based. Then it's about another length and a half back to good fight going on here now between lane 1 and 2. Right over in the far shore, Coláiste Ignite, the Jazz, and that's the another club from Galway. The big school, one of the big schools with the Bish as well, the two of them. Big races will go on between them over the weekend. We'll talk about that again. and then Castleconnell then, who row in Castleconnell, in County Limerick, not County Clare. I got it right. I got given out to once before for calling them County Clare. So no change at all here in this final time trial as they come towards the 1500 metre mark, and I hope you're enjoying this first morning of the championships wherever you are, sitting on a big couch or up there in the big screen here physically at the course, as we watch Carrick-on-Shannon from lovely Leitrim rowing down. And of course their regatta will be coming up in a couple of weeks, and it's always a great regatta to go to, end of season regatta. I'd always recommend it for you to get along there and enter your cruise and come down. Great town, vibrant town, but they've got about 3 lengths, and it's great to see them out here. Let's see if they can make this final, as they Galway crew chase after them, and Neptune trying desperately to stay with Galway, then about a length behind them. So that's the 1, 2, 3. With about 300 metres to go, about only 250 for the Carrick-on-Shannon crew though. Galway coming up now in second, Neptune in third, about a length behind them. And about 3 lengths back, and great race going on here in the far station. If these two crews don't make the final, well, I tell you what, they've had a great race, because lane 1 now just nudging ahead, which is the coxed crew from the Castleconnell crew. There's about 3 feet in it, so ask them afterwards and they'll tell you, my God, what a race. And it's just great to see that. So well spread out, as I say. We'll hand over here now as you watch this nice looking Carrick-on-Shannon crew lead the field home in this final time trial of the Women's Junior 16 coxed quads.
So it is Carrick A coming into a strong finish now as they approach the finish line, and Neptune and Galway are following behind them. And Carrick have a strong lead now as they come into the last 100 metres of the race, and they really need to pick up the rate now, as this is a time trial, so nothing is guaranteed, and you really have to secure your spot and give it your absolute everything as the girls come into this finish line right here. And they are coming into the last few strokes of the race with Carrick, and then we have Galway following in second, and then Neptune following them in third. But it is Carrick A coming into their strong finish now as they are crossing the line, and we have Galway and Neptune behind them, and they really have to wind it up now, the girls, as they try get their best times possible to get themselves into that final. And so we just have Carrick coming up to the line, and then we have Galway coming right after them, and Carrick have just crossed, and now Galway have their last few strokes left, and they've crossed, and now we have Neptune coming into the third position in this time trial for the Women's Junior 16 coxed quad. And the Neptune crew have just crossed the line, and we have the Castleconnell and Closh-Ignide fighting it out for 4th place in this time trial. And it looks like Castleconnell just pipped Closh-Ignide B, and that is it for the time trial in the Women's Junior 16 coxed quad. And next up now we have the Women's Intermediate Double, and we're coming into the first heat of that with 3 to qualify.
Okay, so next we have the Women's Intermediate Double. So in lane 1 we have Shannon Rowing Club, in lane 2 Skibbereen, lane 3 University Galway, lane 4 Ban, lane 5 Shandon, and lane 6 UCC. So in this race there's 3 to qualify. Top 3 crews in each heat will qualify, and there's 2 heats. So they'll be racing against each other just to get into the top 3 spots. So they're coming up just up to the last 500 meters now, so they're upping the pressure, upping the race, just doing everything they can to be in the top 3 crews. So we can see this times from the last J16 quad heat on the screen, and in first position we can see lane 1. Lane 1, Shannon. They have... And lane 2, UCC. So we can see Shannon are leading, have a commanding lead over the rest of the crews, and just behind them are Skibbereen, followed by Ban and UCC. They're putting an absolute massive just fight into this race. It's top 3 to qualify, and it looks like at the moment UCC are just just coming up to Ban. In the final so far, it should be Shannon, Skibbereen, and UCC or Ban, but anything can change in the next few strokes. So we can see the UCC crew are now just edging in front of the Ban. We can see the stroke in the UCC boat. Kate Reedy, she's represented Ireland many times in the Junior World Championships, and she'll be representing Ireland in the home internationals on the senior sculling team this year. So massive well done to her. She's putting a massive effort into this race, doing everything she can to be into the finals, into the first 3 spots to get into the final. So here leading it out is Shannon, followed by Skibbereen, and now UCC, who have just come in front of Ban, but Ban are not letting them go. They're just doing everything they can just to wrap it up, just keep up in the pace, doing everything they can. Only 200 meters left to go. They're doing everything they can just to get into those top 3 spots. The wind is still picked up. It's quite choppy at the moment, so they're doing everything they can just to not catch any crabs, not make any mistakes, just keeping it going. And Shannon Rowing Club just coming up towards the line. They are not giving it up. They're doing everything they can. It's an absolute dogfight, everyone. It's just, you can see the 4 crews are together. UCC are just pushing Skibbereen for the last spot. So it's Skibbereen in second place, and it's very, very close, but it was just UCC who pipped Ban on the line. Well done.
Really exciting finish there, and we think it was UCC who just pipped Ban for their 3rd qualifying spot. We'll wait for the official result, but we're going to head back up the course now and pick up the 2nd heat.
Yes, Richie gone through the halfway mark already, and Fermoy well out in front here, 3 to qualify, so they lead the way here from the Neptune crew on the far side in lane 2, in 2nd position, and then there's a great race going on now back for 3rd. The other 2 crews are away. They'll barring any disasters, but they might get hauled back. You never know. Neptune need to watch that, because in lane 5 we've got the Queen's crew, and then St. Michael's then pushing them. There's a bit of an overlap, and then right over in lane 1 now. Enniskillen aren't out of it either. So for that 3rd qualifying position, presently it's Queens who hold on to it, and then Enniskillen are just nudging back now, overlapping with St. Michael's, who are overlapping with Queens. So we'll watch that one as they move on down for that 3rd qualifying spot. But Fermoy no doubt lead the way. Neptune in 2nd. Claire Ferrick stroking this boat. She brought her Henley medal over to show everybody if you want to see it. She'll be signing autographs later on, with winner of the Remenham Trophy with Oxford Brooks last weekend, and now stroking this Neptune double with Ali McMahon. So they're looking nice and comfortable in 2nd position. We really don't know, some of them keeping their powder dry to the final. We'll have to watch it, but Fermoy tucked in nicely there, leading all the way out in front. But we'll watch this one in 3rd now. Queens have pushed out as we approach the 3rd quarter, well into this 3rd quarter. Queens have pushed out now just about a length from a really good attacking Enniskillen crew in lane 1 on the far station in lane 1 have now moved into 2nd, and I tell you what, if they just have a little look over their shoulder, they'll see they're nudging back on that Queen's crew ever so slightly, and we'll just see if they can keep that going as Bowgirl looks over. She must have heard me. And then St. Michael's then about a half a length behind them again. But at the moment it's Queen's University Belfast Ladies Boat Club who hold on to this 3rd qualifying spot, the women's intermediate doubles. 3 to qualify the 2nd semi-final. So we're well into this last quarter now, as Fermoy lead the way well out in front by a considerable distance, and Neptune then well out in 2nd position by a considerable distance. So they will qualify, but we're going to watch this now. Enniskillen will have to throw the kitchen sink at Queens. The 2 northern crews, Enniskillen about 2/3 of a length now for that third qualifying spot. So we'll watch now and see, but Queens have responded. They're pushed out again. Look at that. They've pushed out again. So they've got that length back again from Enniskillen. And if they can hold that now as they charge for the line very soon, there's about 250 left for them to go. But Fermoy going to take this from Neptune, and then watch as I hand over. Queens now have pushed away again from Enniskillen in 4th and St. Michael's in 5th.
Now we're coming into the last 150 metres. Fermoy about a length and a half ahead of Neptune. Comfortable lead here with Queens in 3rd place. And I don't know. Tralee in 4th place. Yes, and it's crossing the line. Fermoy, good win for them. Neptune coming up to the line in 2nd. Queens still have a little bit of work to do. Tralee getting a little bit closer. And Queens will hold them off. And the first 3 qualify. So that's going to be Fermoy, Neptune and Queens. Well done. Taking up the minor races, it's St. Michael's and Lee. Oh, sorry. Sligo.
So congratulations and well done to all the competitors in our first block of racing so far this morning. What a fantastic regatta we've got underway. Lots of the results still being updated now, and we'll shortly have the draw for the finals, which will be taking place 11:10. We're going to have the draw, the first final of the championship regatta in the men's junior 18 single, followed by the men's lightweight, women's junior pair, women's senior 4, women's novice 8, and then those races for the junior 16 quads as well. So just some information from Rowing Ireland. We've welcomed everyone. We're underway now. We just want to say this is the highlight of the rowing calendar here, and it showcases the pinnacle of Irish rowing talent, and it's a testament to the dedication of all our crews and the vibrant rowing community. The regatta committee have done an amazing job building on the success of last year to build out the regatta. So congratulations and thanks to them for the work that they've done to run a very safe, fair and competitive regatta. And this championship is more than just a competition, it's a celebration of community and inclusivity. We're proud to see participants from all walks of life uniting under the banner of rowing, and it's wonderful to see a diverse and enthusiastic crowd here as well. We want you to get a little bit noisier as the day goes on, especially as we hit the final championship events. For anyone using social media, you can use the hashtags hashtag We Are Rowing Ireland, hashtag Green Blades, and hashtag Irish Rowing Champs. And our social media crew will pick up any of your posts. They'll share them as well. So we're looking forward to seeing some of your photos, videos, and want to see all the supporters as well. So make sure you tell us who you are, who you're supporting, and use those hashtags We Are Rowing Ireland, Green Blades, and Irish Rowing Champs. Next up in the list of thanks are some very important people, the sponsors, because without the sponsors, this event and even our international cruise wouldn't be possible to deliver what we deliver. Huge thank you to Cork County Council, and I believe Sinead Smith is here from Cork County Council. Sinead, just to warn you, there's no such thing as a free lunch, so I'm sure they'll have you involved in the presentations later. And very welcome, Sinead, and thank you for Cork County Council for all that they do, not just at the Irish Championships, but supporting rowing as well. We have our sponsor partners as well, Total Cleaning Supplies, the Cork International Hotel, and Sandra Murphy from the Cork International Hotel will be with us over the weekend as well. So we're going to be inundated with visitors, and hopefully we'll see them in some of the photo ops as well. And of course, Rowing Ireland's main sponsor, Sport Ireland. Niamh O'Sullivan will be joining us for the weekend here. Sport Northern Ireland, represented by Richard Archibald. Both Niamh and Richard will be here at the weekend. Huge support from Sport Ireland and Sport Northern Ireland for our national and international competitors. Of course, Powerhouse Sport, Whoop in Connecticut. Miriam Quelly from Connecticut will be joining us here at the Rowing Centre. And our other sponsor partners, Coillte, MG, Avison Young, Aegis, Filippi, Swift, The Racing, and Rowfit. Your continued support is invaluable. And just some additional information, drinking water refill stations are positioned down at the beach, and we're looking for people to, where possible, to reduce our plastic use. So there's plenty of stations to refill your water supplied by Cork County Council, and we also have the water taps here at the Rowing Centre as well. Plenty of vendors here to keep you fed, watered and clothed. So we have, of course, our canteen open here with the Finish Line Cafe. And we have the burger booth, Weirdo Pizza, the Boathouse Boy coffee cart, and Sunny ice creams, keeping us fed and watered. Brian Colch of Sligo in the background here, you might hear his ergometer humming away. And the Green Blades merchandise shop is there. It's got all our classic champs, as well as Rowing Ireland t-shirts, hoodies, training gear, dry robes, which seem to be really popular for our never-ending winter, and giblets, which is something new that I've heard about. It goes on your Crocs, apparently. I'm showing my age. And the merchandise shop is open there just at the back of the finish line. And just a couple of initiatives as well from Rowing Ireland. We have, of course, the amazing Get Rowing, Get Going, where a lot of the competitors have gone through. Since 2014, the programme has been a mainstay in secondary schools. And now we're bringing it to everyone, regardless of age. So we're expanding it. And we have quite a lot of the summer camps in Dublin and Limerick as well. So more information on the Get Rowing, Get Going camps can be found at getgoinggetrowing.com/camps. Another initiative from Rowing Ireland is the Women on the Water programme, which is supported by Rowing Ireland's Women in Sport and the Get Going, Get Rowing programme, and it introduces adult women to rowing at a recreational level with 6 and 8 week programmes. It's a great way for women to start rowing. And to get more information, you can contact Women in Sport at rowingireland.ie. Just email them for more details or check out the Rowing Ireland website for more details. And one fun initiative as well, the Passport to Paris. We've seen some fantastic photos shared on social media. It's our way of getting ready for the Olympics with Rowing Ireland's Passport to Paris. Complete 8 fun challenges by the 20th of July to receive an Olympic watch party kit. And you post your challenges onto social media and tag Get Rowing and Rowing Ireland. And again, more details for that are on the Rowing Ireland website. Fantastic way for us to get involved and show our support for the Rowing Ireland crews that are heading to Paris for the Olympics and Paralympics. So we're going to take a little suspiog now. Those of you tuned in at home, you're very welcome to the regatta. We're going to take a little bit break and we'll be back shortly for the finals for the afternoon, or for the morning session, sorry, starting at 11:10 with the men's junior 18 singles scull. So welcome back to the. Just had our break there, and we're coming up now with the first finals of the weekend's racing. And in 5 minutes' time, we're going to have the final of the men's junior 18 single scull between Ban Shaw in lane 1, Tralee Morris in lane 2, St Michael's Rafferty in lane 3, Athlone Claffey in lane 4, Capricorn McGrath in lane 5, and Muckross Flemings. Just over 5 minutes to go, we'll be back with the final of the men's junior 18 single. So footage just on screen now. We can see the men's junior 18 single getting onto the stake boats. They'll be underway shortly. Just a reminder, the line up here, we have Ban Shaw in lane 1, Tralee Morris in lane 2, St Michael's Rafferty in lane 3, Athlone Claffey lane 4, Capricorn McGrath lane 5, and Muckross lane Fleming in lane 6. These are the fastest 6 crews that came through the earlier on, so they've already raced. They'll be plenty warmed up and well used to the conditions out there. Still that blustery crosswind you can see from the Rowing Ireland flag down towards the finish here, but again, nothing too difficult for the crews to deal with, and having raced already this morning, they have that bit of experience about how the course is running this morning, and sure they won't run into any issues. So just off the start now, they're on. And we'll see shortly who our early leaders are. So again, the rundown, it's Ban, Tralee, St Michael's, Athlone, Claffey, Capricorn and Muckross. They're the 1 to 5. So you can see up on screen, they've gone through about 100 metres. Jerry is primed, ready to pick up the race as they come into view. So we just have a quick update there. St Michael's Rafferty just adjusting his steering off of the start. And we'll shortly get the update there. And of course, a lot of these competitors already raced throughout the year. Jack Rafferty, St Michael's, and Ray and Claffey have at lone centre of the course, the 2 fastest times coming through the heats, and they'll be the ones to keep an eye on. So great footage there as they come through the first few 100 metres. Our man up in the course, Jerry, is looking with intent, watching this first championship race coming down, and we'll head up to him now to pick up the first final of the weekend, the men's junior 18 single sculls.
Oh yes, and what a way to start, Richie. A big one, junior single sculls, 18-year-olds, under 19 before September, and we're off to a great start. So just edging out in front, Athlone Claffey But you know what? Right beside him is St. Michael's Rafferty. A lot of pedigree there. In fact, they're absolutely dead level. And they have a link then on Cappoquin McGrath on the nearest station in lane 5. And then it's another link back already to Morris from Tralee in lane 2. And then a little over a link back to the Sculler in lane 1, Ban Shaws. We've come through 500 already. And Claffey now is trying to lay down a marker here because he knows Rafferty beside him is going to absolutely stay with him. And these two Scullers now, if anything, Claffey has probably now moved out to a half a length on the Sculler Rafferty from St. Michael's through 600 metres. And then it's about another 2/3 of a length back to McGrath, the big boy from Cappoquin, in the all-black Cappoquin in the near station, lane 5. And then it's a couple of lengths back to lane 2, Tralee Morris, and another couple of lengths back to lane 1, right over on the far shore, Ban Shaws. Interesting, all the big boys have made it to the final. So, you know, all the guys who've made it to the Worlds, you know, we got Morris, we've got McGrath, we've got Rafferty, Claffey, and Fleming in the coupe. He's made it. Well done to him in lane 3. So everybody doing well here now as we watch them through about 700 metres. As we keep up alongside them. So here we go now, continuing to lead. Claffey from Athlone, is he going to take this all the way down now, approaching about 800 metres? But it's only a half a length. Rafferty from St. Michael's. I last saw this guy race in the national schools over in Eton Dorney about 3 weeks ago. They're very close to each other, I have to say, right beside each other. It's Rafferty's right over in the edge of his lane now. I don't see the umpire coming to them, but look, it looks okay. Just looks very close to me. But they're right next to each other, and they're having a right good go as we approach 1,000 metres now in the men's junior 18 sculls final, the first one of the weekend. And we look at Claffey here now as he goes through in the lead. He's at 34.5 strokes. St. Michael Sculler then at 36, so he's trying desperately to stay with him. At the moment, Claffey is looking the nicer, more relaxed Sculler now as they go through about 1,200 metres. So moving away now, Claffey continues to lead from Rafferty. These guys know each other so well from all the trials and everything they will have done here down here at Inniscarra, getting through to make that boat to go to the Worlds later on. So they know each other inside out. But there's a great race on. Claffey, he hasn't got broken away. There's nothing now. He hasn't broken that band from Rafferty, from St. Michael's, so he's still there with them. There's a long way to go in this race for these two Scullers, but it's developing into an absolutely incredible race here now with Claffey from Athlone and Rafferty St. Michael's. It's Athlone against St. Michael's. These two guys have broken well out now from Cappoquin McGrath, who's probably 5-6 lengths back. They've just absolutely torn away from the rest of them. And then another couple of lengths back to lane 2, Tralee Morris, and another couple of lengths back to Ban Shaws. We've had to pull right back, but you can see this clearly on your pictures now as Claffey still continues to lead, but Rafferty's not letting him go. He's absolutely hanging on to him now. This is an intriguing race now, and we have to see what Rafferty has in him now. If anything, it's been put up to him here now, and he's beginning to attack. He's beginning to look over his shoulder, look a little look to his left. They're right there beside each other. There's absolutely incredible what's going on now in this race. They're burning. They're right on the edge, these two boys. There's no having a little break in this. They are absolutely giving it all now. They're working right on the edge as we watch them go through now. There we go, Claffey at 37. He's doing a mighty push. He's trying to get away again. Rafferty's not letting him go. He's coming with them at 36.5. They're absolutely, this is high, this is good. This is an incredible race. You can see it now in the pictures. These two guys, you got to concentrate on them. They're well out. The rest of the guys have just been left in their wake. Cappoquin continuing to hold third. Don't forget, there's a bronze medal up for stakes, and he's done really well. So McGrath and Cappoquin holding on outright third position. But you watch this race now. This could be the best race of the weekend as these two crews are absolutely banging it down here. Claffey has continued to lead, but has got Rafferty now. He's looking at him. There's about into the last quarter. Oh, here we go. They are absolutely on fire, these two guys. There's a lot at stake here. There's pride. There's everything. There's absolutely, it's on the table. Who will win this hand? This is going to go right to the wire, folks. Have a look at this one now. As Rafferty now, he needs to come up here. So as we're going to hand it. So
going into the run in now towards the finish, last few hundred strokes, and Rafferty we saw put in a huge push to come back into contention, getting in with half a length but a little bit of a speed wobble. He's recovered well and now he's pushing all the way to the line, but our early leader Rian Claffey has led from the start, has held off the challenge. Normally we see Jack Rafferty coming out and pushing towards the line, but a fantastic race from Rian Claffey here at Athlone. Pushes all, glance over the shoulder there, he knows the finish line is in sight. He's down to the last few strokes, crossing the line. It is going to be Rian Claffey just crossing a length ahead of Jack Rafferty of St. Michael's. A fantastic finish there from both those scullers. Clearwater then back to the crews from Tralee, Ban, Cappoquin in third place, McGrath and Muckross just coming to close out the race. Really exciting finishes. They came down towards there. Jack Rafferty doing everything that he could to get back into contention. Got half a length, but response there from Rian Claffey sees him push back and take our first championship. So it's Athlone Claffey, gold medal there, taking the championship for the men's junior 18 single ahead of Jack Rafferty of St. Michael's, McGrath of Cappoquin in third. They're the 1, 2 and 3. So really well done and congratulations to Rian Claffey on a fantastic race to get our afternoon sessions underway. We'll wait for the official result to come in and the times as well. And next up is going to be the final of the men's lightweight single. Jerry winging his way back up to pick up that race, and we'll be back shortly with that. So congratulations again to Rian Claffey of Athlone. Just looking at the official result up on screen there, win for Rian Claffey in a time of 7:20.7, and Jack Rafferty in second, just 2 seconds between them. McGrath of Cappoquin in third, Shaw of Ban in fourth, Norris of Tralee in fifth, and Fleming up across. That was the first final of our weekend. A win for Rian Claffey of Athlone. So we're underway with our second race of this block of finals. Lightweight single final between Neptune Gillick in lane 1, Skibbereen McCarthy lane 2, Athlone Kenny lane 3, Commercial Beg in lane 4, Queens McKinley lane 5, and UL Tanner in lane 6. And again, these 6 crews would have qualified from the heats earlier on. Leading it out at the moment in lane 4, it is Commercial just at the moment opening up a slight lead, but very much staying in touch. It is UL Tanner as well, and in lane 2 Skibbereen McCarthy. So they look like the 1, 2 and 3. Just a bit of overlap then to the other scullers. The only one at the moment not looking like they might run out of connection with the Earlian crews. It is Neptune Gillick in lane 1 on the far side. So this race well underway, and we're going to head up and get it picked up. This is the final of the men's lightweight single, coming up to Jerry at 2:50.
Thanks, Richie. Yeah, what an incredible race that Junior Sculls was, and we move on now. Yeah, so we got the men's lightweight single sculls final. as they approach 250 meters, probably about 300 meters at this point. And in we've got a 6-boat final, so it looks like it's quite tight now as they come through, with Jake McCarthy there now in lane 2 on the far side, and the yellow Empacker looking good, but nothing between him and Niall Beggan from Commercial. And then right in the near shore is Tanner, the holder of this event, who's in lane 6. In fact, Tanner now is pushed out a bit in front, about 2/3 of a length, and absolutely neck and neck is McCarthy and Beggan. McCarthy probably about a canvas in front of Beggan from Commercial. That's the 1, 2, 3, and they've got Clearwater a couple of lengths back then to Kenny from Athlone. Kenny the junior in this, and then another length back to lane 5, which is McKinley from Queen's University Belfast Boat Club, and then Neptune in lane 6, in the far station in lane 1. So a bit spread out for lightweights, 72.5 kgs. They had to weigh in this morning before their heats and get under that 72.5 kgs between 2 and 1 hours before the final, before their first heat rather, and everybody made it again, apart from one of the favourites, Purdy from Queen's Belfast. That was unfortunate, and he couldn't get out then and race. That's the rules. So anyway, it's a good race on here now. McCarthy in the yellow Empacker, as I said, he's looking across and he's beginning to push on a bit now. From the other two scullers, as we watch it now, it's Tanner on the inside, station in second position. He's about another half a length ahead of Niall Beggan, former under 23 medalist. So he's got pedigree and he's not letting them go. You bet your bottom dollar. So this is fascinating as well now. This is the final, the men's lightweight single sculls. These three have broken well clear now from Athlone Kenny in 4th position. So right in front, Jake McCarthy, Skibbereen. Are Skibbereen going to win their first championship of the weekend? He's as we watch them move along now through the 1,000 meter mark, about 1,100 meters gone now, as Jake McCarthy leads the way here, but he hasn't got it all his own way. Tanner, now the defending champion, as I mentioned earlier, is in second position, but right on his heels then is Beggan from Commercial Dublin. So these three crews pushing on down now, with not much between them at all. There's very little in it. Sculling, single sculling, you can get back, you can make up a length or two much more easier than the bigger boats. So we follow these three along now, as McCarthy leads the way here, about a half a length from Tanner from UL, and then another half a length back to Beggan from Commercial. McCarthy, as he pushes along now, rating 33.5, and then Tanner on the inside then. So if you're looking down the course, Tanner at 32.5, and then Beggan in the middle between them, sandwiched in between the two of them. He's at the higher rate at 35, so he's having a right go, desperately trying to stay there now. Nothing between Beggan and Tanner now, I would say, and but it's McCarthy who's moved out in front, the experienced Jake McCarthy. Of course, his brother, rowing in the double with Paul McCarthy, or Paul. I'm getting mixed up here now, but anyway, Jake McCarthy, Paul O'Donovan rather, his brother rowing with in the Olympics. Paul won't like that, getting his surname wrong, but anyway, hopefully they'll do the business now in a couple of weeks' time. So watching it now, McCarthy has pushed well out here, through probably about coming up towards the 1,500 meters mark. Skibbereen leading the way here in the men's lightweight single sculls final championship of Ireland. A tremendous push, the usual Skibbereen push there around 1,300 meters, and absolutely torn away, and then a great fight on for second between Beggan Commercial and the sculler on the inside then, Tanner, the defending champion. So as we've had to, looking at this, the wind has dropped a little bit more again, which is nice for the scullers. Coming up towards you there, this second final of this morning, we've got some more nice juicy ones to look forward to, but Jake McCarthy leading the way here. Watching it, watch the pictures on the screen, you can see that, from Beggan, from University of Limerick, Tanner. I'll hand over to the tower.
Thanks, Jerry. So it's turning into a tale of two races here. quite close coming into the first 500, but just in the second half of this race, it's opened up now, and we're seeing Jake McCarthy open clear water in the last few hundred metres, really pushing on ahead of the Sculler Nilebegan, then from Commercial in second place. Joe Tanner, as Jerry said, the defending champion, back in third at the moment, really showing his pedigree here. Jake McCarthy was back on the international circuit during the year, now back here racing and looking to secure a championship for Skibbereen. They're on the hunt to be the first Irish club to break the 200 mark for Irish Championships. So looking good so far for McCarthy. He powers on here. Really good second half of the race here, opening up clear water. So it is Skibbereen from Commercial and UL. They're the 1, 2 and 3, and then some way back to the chasing pack. Really great overhead footage here. You can see just the clear water. Finish line is in sight. Jake McCarthy powers onto the line here. He's going to take the win. It's a win for Skibbereen in the men's lightweight single sculls. Rowing through. So Jake McCarthy taking the win there ahead of Commercial in second. Joe Tanner, the defending champion, back in third. They're the 1, 2 and 3, and you can see just how much of a lead that these guys opened up against the chasing pack of the crews that are there from Neptune and from Athlone and from Queens, back in 4th, 5th, 6th to close out the second championship of the weekend. So already we've seen Athlone and Skib now picking up championships. So great win there for Jake McCarthy of Skibbereen men's lightweight singles. So just a reminder, the Finish Line Cafe is open here at the enclosure, the rowing centre, so you can get your teas, coffees, breakfast and lunch items now being served inside, and you can get a break from the breeze in the cafe here. The Finish Line up in the National Rowing Centre main building. Next up, we're going to have the women's lightweight singles, and we'll head up to the start shortly to pick up that race. So on screen now we can see the lineup for the women's lightweight single scull. Again, similar to the men's lightweights, they came through the qualifying this morning. And in lane 1 we have Lee Valley O'Donovan. Lane 2, Skibbereen Casey. Lane 3, UCC Nolan. Lane 4, Closhignoid O'Toole. And lane 5, UCC Flemings. 5 boats in this women's lightweight single scull final. You can see the 5 of them lined up on footage there. And we'll be underway shortly. After this, then we have the final of the women's junior pair, women's senior 4, women's novice 8, the women's junior 16 quad, women's inter double, and the men's senior 4 to close out this morning's racing. So a lot of championships still to be won, and we're underway. So on screen, you can see the women's lightweight single is now underway. And we'll hopefully get an update shortly, but the action looks like centre of the course. Leading it out. Just looking at the crews coming off the start there. Blustery conditions, but they do have the bank to shield them a little bit coming off the start and again towards the finish. And we'll see shortly who the early leaders are. So the rundown again of the lanes. We have Lee Valley, Skibbereen, UCC, Closhignoid and second UCC Sculler in lane 5. So you can just about make out the blades of the crews. The scullers underway and the launch of the umpire there just under Arch 2, making their way down towards the first few hundred metres. Jerry will be there to pick it up at the 250 metre mark. And when we had the races earlier on this morning, the leading crews that we had coming through those qualifiers, UCC Nolan as well as UCC Fleming and Lee Valley. They were the 1, 2 and 3, and then Coláiste Ignoid and Skibbereen Casey. So we're going to head up the course now and check in with Jerry to see who our early leaders are in the final of the women's lightweight single sculls.
Thank you, Richie. Yes, moving on now, women's lightweight single sculls. I'll give you the rundown again in case you haven't got it, but Lee Valley over on the far shore in lane 1. Then in lane 2, we've got the Skibbereen sculler Casey, famous name. Lane 3, University College Cork Nolan. Lane 4, Coláiste Ignoid O'Toole. And lane 5, University College Cork Fleming. So through the first 500. And out in front in this final is the University College Cork sculler Nolan. She's got about a length on O'Toole from Coláiste Ignoid, doing very well in lane 4. And then she's got about another length and a half on 2 scullers who are absolutely dead level in lane 2, Casey Skibbereen and University College Cork Fleming. And then another length and a half back to the sculler right over in lane 1, Lee Valley O'Donovan. So a bit spread out here after only 600 metres, but looking good now in lane 3. It's Nolan from University College Cork Rowing Club in this women's final of the lightweight single scull. 59 kg, that's their weight. Sounds very light, doesn't it? Where it's 50 for the cox, 59 for the lightweight. Not big difference, but these girls can punch for their weight. They can do absolutely tremendous what they can achieve, strength-wise, power-wise, endurance-wise. So all the way down, this is where it's been asked now in this 2-kilometre course, down the tracks into a slight head, which they don't like this, I'd say, as they come down towards you now. So University College Cork out here now, and she's in a great position. If I was going to win a championship, I'd love to be in her position now. She's about 3 to 4 lengths out on the Coláiste Ignoid sculler. She can afford to relax a bit, just concentrate on things she probably wouldn't have if she was under pressure. And nice sculling by her. So she taps along there at 33 strokes per minute. That's what she's doing, and plenty of reserve there. Doing a little push actually through. She'll probably practice it around now. You can see her tap it, just pick it on again, take another length out of that Coláiste Ignoid sculler in lane 4. Rowing with her tracksuit bottoms on. Middle of July. So that sums our weather up, doesn't it, for the summer? But in lane 4, that's Coláiste Ignoid O'Toole, doing very well through the halfway mark. Now she goes in second position, outright second, about 2 to 3 lengths in front, probably 3 I would guess, from Casey Skibbereen. And she's got a length then. She's got a good race going on then with her. And the other UCC sculler in lane 2, Fleming. Only about a half a length between them, and then another half a length back to lane 1, Lee Valley O'Donovan. So great fight going on for the second three, for third, fourth and fifth rather, between lanes 1, 2 and 5. But no doubt about it now, as we come through well into the second half of this final, the third final of the morning of the women's lightweight single sculls. University College Cork continue to lead, and she'd have to fall in now to lose, I'd say, at this point, looking at her there. Lovely rowing from her for lightweight rowing. And of course, lightweight rowing is going to be gone after the Olympics. This will be the final year. It'll be an Olympic event. It'll be gone in the Olympics. How it'll continue on long term now at regattas, championships, etc. That's to be seen. But at the moment, it's still a big thing. And we've got lightweights going off to World Championships soon, and doubles, and we look forward to seeing how they progress. So, Nolan, University College Cork. Oh, she must have 5 lengths now. Let's call it. As they come up towards, she's nearly at the 1500 metre mark already. She's probably 5 lengths ahead of O'Toole from Coláiste Ignoid, who's done really well to hold that second position, hers, and hold off the other 3 scullers, because they're having a right go at each other. Back here, tightly bunched. Lee Valley O'Donovan in lane 1. Sorry, the Skibbereen sculler Casey is third, and then absolutely nothing in it then between the second UCC sculler and O'Donovan from Lee Valley. So we've gone through 1500 now, well through for the UCC Sculler Nolan. We've got some big races coming up after this. We've got the men's senior 4 next. Oh, really looking for, the women's junior 18 pair first. That'll be a great one to see. But let's enjoy this. Any of you University College Cork supporters now, you can sit back and relax here, because this is a lovely bit of rowing coming down towards you now. Women's lightweight single sculls, as Nolan only has to take this home now. She can take her foot off the gas a bit. She's well ahead of Coxed Noid O'Toole in second position, who's well ahead of the Skibbereen Sculler Casey in third. But she's having a fight with the girl beside her for fourth, O'Donovan from Lee Valley, and then the other UCC Sculler Fleming. So Richie, I'll hand over to you in the tower to take this one.
Cheers, Jerry. We're getting a demonstration of how lightweight sculling is done here from Nolan of UCC. She's powering on here. What a commanding lead she's had. Already came through the heats, winning her heat earlier on and advancing into the final. And now more than 50, 60 metres ahead of the nearest competitor coming in towards the finish. And this will be championship number 44 for UCC. She's looking to secure as she come in towards the line. About 100 metres to go. In second place, then Coxed Noid. O'Toole, I think it's a Coxed Noid. O'Toole in second. A little bit further back then to the crews from Skibbereen, Lee Valley as well. But no doubt about the lead here. Up on screen you can see Nolan of UCC really powering on towards the finish. Last few strokes for her in full control, took control of the race after 500 metres, continued to move out into the lead and advance on to the final. So last few strokes for her. She's going to get championship number 4 for UCC, a local win here, coming in towards the finish line. Last few strokes. So it is going to be UCC taking the win in the women's lightweight single sculls. Look at the lead she had as the chasing pack coming in. Coxed Noid O'Toole in second place. Really great row. Big smile and thumbs up from Nolan of UCC. Fantastic race from her to take that championship. Just crossing the line. Coxed Noid in second place. Ahead then of the crews from Skibbereen, Casey, Lee Valley, O'Donovan in third and fourth. And then the second UCC Sculler Fleming coming in to close with the women's lightweight single sculls. Fantastic row, and congratulations there to UCC Nolan. Championship number 44 for the crew from UCC. On screen and underway is the final of the women's pairs. And the rundown here: Commercial Lane 1, Cork Lane 2, St Michael's Lane 3, Closhignoid Lane 4, Skibbereen Lane 5, Skibbereen A Lane 5 and Skibbereen B in Lane 6. Leading it out at the moment, it looks like the crew from St Michael's in Lane 3. Leading it out. So the final of the women's pairs, we're going to head back up the course. Really exciting final in prospect here, and we'll pick up Jerry giving us the latest update.
Oh yes indeed, Richie, here we go, the women's pairs final, and they're gone about 300 metres now into this race, probably 400 at this stage, and nudging out in front is St Michael's from Limerick, Ada Hare and Clodagh Phillips. They probably have only a length now, so under pressure as they come up to through the first 500 metres. They lead from Skibbereen in lane 5 by about just a little over a length, who overlap them with the crew inside them, Closhignoid inside Skibbereen, and then it's another length back to Commercial on the far station in lane 1, and the other Skibbereen crew in lane 6 who are dead level, and then another 2/3 of a length back to lane 2, Cork Boat Club. But I tell you what, St Michael's, Limerick, whoa, they kept their powder dry a little bit in the heat. This is lovely rowing. They're out now, probably have a length of clear water now on Skibbereen in lane 5, who are being pushed along in lane 4 by the defending champions who won this race last year, Closhignoid, Junior Women's 18 pairs final. So St Michael's, Limerick, Ada Hare and Clodagh Phillips, coached by Shane Cullinan and Leonard Small, and done a tremendous job here. They're in the Coupe Women's Coxed 4 coming up shortly, and I've no doubt Jessica Crowley is in that Skibbereen crew in second place in lane 5, but they are 2 lengths behind and have a lot of work to get back on that St Michael's crew. They have a length now in Closhignoid beside them in lane 4, and then the second Skibbereen crew in the near side in lane 6, with Commercial on the far side in lane 1. Commercial just nudging ahead now into 4th, and then a length ahead of Cork Boat Club in lane 2. So here we go, the women's junior pairs. Oh yes, lovely rowing by St Michael's, absolutely on the button. Here they are. I love watching good pairs, and this is one of them. And I'll tell you what, they are tipping along at 36, so you know, that's a lovely 34.5 now, so let's get it right. And Skibbereen then in lane 5, who are trying desperately to hunt them down. I wouldn't put them out of this picture yet, because I tell you, Skibbereen crews, second half is their game. And as we approach 1,000 metre now, Skibbereen by 2 lengths from, St Michael's, Limerick, by 2 lengths from Skibbereen Rowing Club, who have about a length of clear water on Closhignoid, the Jazz from Galway. So they're the 1, 2, 3, and Commercial on the far station now pushing back into 4th, making theirs outright and hunting down the Jazz in lane 4. So the final, as we watch them through 1,200 metres, approaching now, we have St Michael's continuing to lead as we just make a little adjustment here, by about 2 lengths. Skibbereen haven't gained on them yet. If they're going to do anything, they need to start attacking now, because this course will be over. This race will be over rather very soon. It's St Michael's continuing to lead. Lovely rowing by them. So Ada and Clodagh doing a fantastic job, and they must have done hours and hours in this boat to make it go so well. Just picking it off lovely, dropping it in and picking up the legs. It's lovely rowing. You can see that on the drone when you get a bit of footage. Nice junior rowing, 18-year-olds, and as I mentioned earlier, they're off to the Coupe de la Jeunesse in a Coxed 4 now in a few weeks' time, and no doubt they're looking forward to that. So as we move on down, Skibbereen, they're having a right good attack, but have they left it too late now? There's a couple of lengths, 3 lengths possibly to make up. Skibbereen absolutely throwing the kitchen sink, and let's see now, but they're not making any inroads. Probably still maybe a tiny bit, but St Michael's have a good bit in reserve. Skibbereen up to 39. They're having you can see that they're throwing everything now, because they realise if they're going to do anything, it's now. But St Michael's have this in control. I'd be very surprised if they throw this one away now, as they move along now at 36. Let's get Skibbereen again because they look on fire here. 38.5. Yeah, they're really having a go, and so brave of them, I have to say. And okay, second position. There's medals here. Junior 18, gold, silver, bronze. Skibbereen in that position, but you know what? The winners is what everybody wants to be here this morning rather. And Skibbereen, they're not going to make this up. There's no way now. As they move through 1,600 metres, we'll hand this one over shortly. But no doubt Richie will be jumping up and down now for this club, St. Michael's. His home territory, his home club. Let's see you now, Richie, very soon. As I call it here lastly, it's St. Michael's Limerick, about 2 to 3 lengths, maybe even more, I'm not sure, from Skibbereen, who are throwing everything, very brave. And then a great race for the bronze medal between from the Jazz from Galway and Commercial from Dublin. Over to you, Richie.
Cheers, Jerry. I'm not jumping up and down. I don't think the balcony could take it, but I am going to hopefully bring the St. Michael's crew here leading it out. They've led from the start. Heron Phillips, coached by Leonard Small and Shane Cullinan of St. Michael's. Clearwater back to the Skibbereen crew. They just need to hold the heads here. It's a little bit blustery on the run into the finish, but they've a lovely Clearwater lead over the chasing pack. They can look left, look right, and be in full control of the race here. They just need to power on to the line. Really spirited stuff from Skibbereen as they push on as well. They've done their very, very best to get back into contention. And the crew from Commercial as well, now moving into third. A really solid 500 from them, and they're powering onto the line here and trying to secure that third place ahead of the crew from Closhegnoid. But what a display here we have from Heron Phillips of St. Michael's. Clearwater back to Skibbereen. Huge support from the crowds here. St. Michael's crews really dominating junior rowing in the last season as well, and great work being done, as Spuddy was saying there, between Ben Small and Shane Cullinan. Leading it out here, it is Phillips and Hare of St. Michael's. Clearwater, Skibbereen holding on to second at the moment, just coming in towards a finish. Beautiful overhead footage that we see there of the leading crew coming in towards the finish line. So it is St. Michael's from Skibbereen and Commercial. They're the 1, 2 and 3 further way back then to the crews from Cork, Skibbereen. So it is St. Michael's. Arms go in the air. A really great win and a powerful display from the crew there. Crossing the line ahead of Skibbereen. They were the 1 and 2. Commercial coming in just ahead then of the crew from Closhegnoid. And the Cork and second Skibbereen crew coming in to close out. A shake of the hands there from Hare and Phillips of St. Michael's. St. Michael's now 64 championships. They move up in the ranking. They've advanced on. So congratulations there to Hare and Phillips of St. Michael's, winners of the Women's Junior 18 Pair Championship. So we're heading back to the start now for the first straight final that we have. So the next race in the women's senior 4, they haven't gone through qualifying. It's a straight final between UCD, UL, Shannon and University Galway. And they're up at the stake boats there. So we'll be underway shortly of the women's senior 4. So we're just watching the footage of the women's senior fours getting onto the stake boats. Once again, a straight final here between the three colleges, UCD, UL and University Galway. And Shannon Rowing Club looking to break up the three colleges' dominance here. And they're underway now. They're off in the first few hundred metres. And it looks like the crew from Galway just opening up a very slight lead coming off the start into 100 metres. They have that different rigging there. You can see 2 and 3 on the bow side stroke and bow on the stroke side for the University Galway crew. They're opening up a lead now, just coming in about half a length. And UL, they'd want to watch their steering. They're getting warning. UL coming right the way in. And they're getting a big correction from the UL crew. They came right the way in to cross over into Shannon's lane, but they've corrected themselves now. That'll cost them a little bit of boat speed. But hopefully they can recover well and get a clean run of it in towards the finish. So Galway still leading it out. University Galway leading it out ahead of UL in second, UCD in third, and Shannon back in fourth. So we're going to head up and pick up this race now with Jerry, with looks like Galway leading it out off the start.
Thank you, Richie. Yes, 4 crews here, women's senior 4. Cox's fours, so there's somebody steering it with the shoe, keeping in their lane. So a lot of technical stuff here, and not much between them now. So if anything, only lane 4, the crew in lane 4 has dropped back. So that's Shannon. But just edging in front is the crew in lane 3, and that's the University of Limerick. In their new colours, it always catches me out. But in lane 5 on the near side, University of Galway, who of course won here in Cork City Regatta a couple of weeks back, and probably the favourites. But University of Limerick now holding on to them, and they've got a half a length down on UCD, University College Dublin, on the far station in lane 2. So the only crew that's gone backwards here is lane 4, have fallen off the pace, is the crew from Shannon. So looking here now, UCD are in third, so I'd say NUIG are nudging in front just a little bit now from the crew in lane 3, University of Limerick. So that's the position now as we've gone through about 600 metres. So yeah, University of Limerick were beaten by University of Galway by about 5 seconds back at Cork City Regatta. So looking that way now, similar situation here at the moment, where University of Galway just pushing out from University of Limerick now a little bit, out to half a length. As we move through about 750, and University College Dublin now need to be careful if they want to hold on here as they try to stay with them. But it looks like these 2 crews now are just inching out in front. University of Galway looking the better crew. Is it going to be the first championship to go to the west or over to Galway this morning and this weekend? We're coming to halfway already. But looking at University of Galway now, they are looking good as they come along at 36 strokes and a half per minute. University of Limerick at 35 and a half, so not much between them there. But University of Galway now have nudged out through the 1,000 metre mark. They have just under a length from the University of Limerick. So is trend, if you were to forecast how this would go, I think this is what we would have said now at halfway. This is exactly the way I would have seen it. So University of Galway, great squad, both men and women this year. Lots of big names in there coming into the university from junior rowing, and they've now moved on up another few steps. So they haven't got a length, so we're watching them now. This is good. University of Limerick just need to try and make a race of this now. Don't let them go. Just hang on to their shirt tails there, and whatever they have, and just stay with them, because they've pushed out now. They're trying to break clear. That length is there. University of Galway have that length, and that's it now. They're trying to get a bit of clear water. So all of a sudden, here we go. University of Galway have that length. They have a little bit of clear water, 2 to 3 feet of clear water now, and looking confident. Nice rowing, really good solid stuff here from them now as they push on down in this second half of the course, and they're doing an almighty push. They're looking to get out more. They want to try and win this race now at 38 strokes per minute. Big push from University of Galway. They've practiced this, and they've taken another couple of feet and right now they look the better crew. Women's Senior 4 Championship of Ireland, one of the big ones, and of course the 8s will be coming up Sunday afternoon. These girls, most of them will be back in an 8, but right now it's University of Galway leading by about half a length of Clearwater from University of Limerick, and they've got a half a length of Clearwater from University College Dublin. So we move along now. We're coming up towards the 1500 metre mark already. University of Galway looking really neat and tidy, looking the part, and they'll be delighted with this. Probably they were favourites, and they are showing why we make crews, horses, whatever, favourites, and that's from their history. They won at Cork, and they're now Cork City Regatta, that was a few weeks back, and now the big one, the championships. As they move on down now, heading to the last 300 metres, 37.5, the heads are up. They can smell victory. They have a length of Clearwater and University of Limerick, who have a length of Clearwater and University of Dublin. So it's pretty clear as you look down, pretty transparent, looking at University of Galway about to win their championship, the Women's Senior 4. They just have another 250 metres to go, Richie.
Fantastic race so far in the women's coxed 4. We did say the previous races they had to come through heats and finals. This is the first straight finals. These crews racing fresh here, not used to the conditions that the other crews went through in the time trials and the heats, but looking like in form. It is the University of Galway crew leading it out. They took the lead off of the start. UL stayed in touch with them and managed an overlap, but just in the second half of this race we've seen University College Galway stretch out here. Clearwater lead back to UL in second place, UCD in third. They're the 1, 2 and 3, and further back to the Shannon crew in fourth place in the women's senior coxed 4. Really nice run. UCG, they're going for championship number 117 as they come up in the last few strokes. They're in full control here. They can glance over to the left and right and know that they have Clearwater of a lead here as they power up towards the finish. Some beautiful overhead shots here. And we mentioned the rigging that they have there, 2 and 3 on the bow side, stroke and bow on the bows on the stroke side, just crossing the line. So it's a win for UCG. University College Galway take the win in the women's senior 4. Couple of lengths clear of the crew from UL. Arms aloft from the stroke person there. Big cheers for University College Galway ahead of the crew from UL in second, UCD in third, Shannon coming in then to close out. So our 5th championship of the weekend, we've had Athlone, Skibbereen, UCC, St Michael's, and now University College Galway taking the championship there. So big spread throughout the country of the championship wins, and a great win there for University College Galway taking the win in the women's senior 4. So 6 championship races already completed in our first section of racing, and I mentioned Athlone, Skibbereen, UCC, St Michael's, University Galway, the first 5 championships of the weekend. And next underway on screen you can see the final of the women's novice 8s. Again a straight final here between the universities. So we've UCC in lane 2, DULBC in lane 3, and UCD in lane 4. And they're already off of the start, and you can see the UCD crew just with a slight lead ahead of Trinity Ladies, so DULBC in second and the UCC crew back in third. Novice rowing, of course, first year of rowing, and they look impressive here as they come down off of the first few hundred metres and eating it out. These 8 races, very little between them. You can see the overlap there. So it is UCD just leading by about half a length. 3/4 or it's probably moving up now to 2/3 of a length ahead of Trinity in second place, who in turn have a length over the crew from UCC. So they'll get into a nice rhythm now coming off of the first few meters. And they have a bit of shelter there. It opens up slightly once you come off the start. A little bit blustery conditions, easier to get away with things in the 8th race as opposed to the small boats. And they're powering on here, and we'll shortly head up to get the update. But you can see on screen already in the first few hundred metres the UCD crew leading it out from Trinity. So we'll head up the course now, and as we watch UCD just looking to extend and open up a little bit of clear water ahead of Trinity, we'll get up with Jerry for the latest update.
Yes, Richie. UCD just pushed out in front here. The women's, through the first 500 metres we've gone. University College Dublin, women's novice 8s from Dublin University Ladies Boat Club from UCC. UCD probably the favourites here. They've had a good season. They won the colours against Trinity back in Dublin in around March, and they're out to a full length now as we move along beside them. So University College Dublin, they've had a great campaign this year for a novice crew. Yes, I would have put them down as favourites, and right now they've got clear water. So, I mean, they've been over to Britain and raced as well, and they've done tremendously well. They've got, for the novice crew, they've only been rowing for less than 12 months. They have picked up so much experience throughout this season. So that's why, no doubt, they are in front here moving down the course. Trinity Dublin University Ladies Boat Club outright second now, with University College Cork falling behind by about 3 lengths. So University College Dublin, it's looking good for them as they move on down and looking very comfortable, approaching the halfway mark very soon. As I mentioned, they defeated DULBC in the colours match in March, and that was a great start to their campaign. And then they went off. UCD, they actually went off, and they joined a senior squad at Reading Sprints, I believe, and then Henley Women's Regatta. So they've been around, and they actually did exceptionally well, I believe, and they made it through the time trials in the aspirational academic aids category, I think it was, and no doubt their confidence is very high, and you can see it. They're out there. They've got now DULBC. They haven't let them go anymore. They're having a right go at them. It's just a slightly over a length. As you can see, looking at the drone coverage and everything. But for novice rowing, it's really good. Well drilled, well done to their coaches for getting them to where they are at this championship regatta. And of course, novice rowing. It's always a tricky one to take an adult and teach them how to row in 1 year and get them to this stage. It's easier to get juniors and move them up over a couple of years. And you can see the men's novice 8s, that the entries fell off, and there's a rule where you have to have more than 3 over so many years. And so this year's won't be an official championship regatta, which is unfortunate, but hopefully we'll get that back next year. So getting back to this race, University College Dublin, are they about to win their first championship? They're moving on down now. They've got a little bit more again. They have a half a length of clear water, rating 33 strokes per minute. Dublin University Ladies Boat Club desperately trying to hang on, but University College Dublin looking the more comfortable now going about their business here as we approach about 1,350 metres gone in this final of the Women's Novice 8 Championship of Ireland. A 3-boat race. University College Cork have fallen away, and we'll just concentrate on these 2 now out front. So you've got the Filippi boat, the white boat of University College Dublin, leading by pushing out to nearly a length of clear water now from the yellow M-Packer of Dublin University Ladies Boat Club. Boat crew's gone about 1,600 metres now. And won't these girls be so excited now as they head towards the line from University College Dublin? They know it's within their grasp. They know they've got about, probably 50 strokes left now to win this championship. And this will be a great victory for them. No doubt they have thought about this. They've executed it perfectly well looking at them here. And as they move on towards you there, it's about a length of clear water, maybe a little bit more now as they move on towards the finish line. It's University College Dublin from Dublin University Ladies Boat Club, Richie.
Cheers, Jerry. Great to see the women's novice races here. Just a little bit of clear water, as we said. The UCD crew have led it out off of the start. They've opened up the lead. They haven't really pushed on from where they've been coming through the halfway mark. They're just in control here. They just need to keep the heads. And I'm sure the cox of the UCD boat is just telling them long and strong, just power this home and the championship is ours. They have that clear water lead ahead of their Dublin neighbours, DULBC, the Trinity crew in second place. Clearwater then back to the crew from UCC in third. But no doubt about it here, the distinctive blue and yellow of UCD. We've seen them dominate so many big boats at novice, club, inter and senior level. And they're going to add to their championship stash up to 130 for UCD when they take the win here, and they continue to power on from the line. Just some nice close-up footage there. Fantastic rowing from these novices, first year of rowing, and they're powering the way to the line just for the last few strokes. Finish line is in sight, so it's going to be UCD taking the win ahead of Griffin DULBC, just crossing the line. You can see celebrations in the UCD boat, just about 3 lengths of clear water back then to the DULBC crew in second place. Ahead then clear water of the crew back to UCC. So fantastic win there for the crew from UCD, taking the Women's Novice 8 Championship. Just 3 races left before we take our lunchtime break, and the next 3 races are Women's Junior 16 Cox Quad non-championship event, and then we have the Women's Intermediate Double and the Men's Senior 4, so we'll be underway shortly. Jerry is winging his way back up the course to pick up the next race. But you can see on screen there, big celebrations from the crew, and more importantly, an inhaler. Hope she's all right. There we go. And UCD, really nice rowing from the crews there. We're now back up at the start for the next race, which is the Women's Junior 16 Cox Quad. Came through the time trials earlier on, and now we have our just 6 boats where it came through that spot. We have Water, Killorglin, Sligo, Methodist and Athlone. They're the 6 crews that'll be racing underway shortly for the Women's Junior 16 Cox Quad. Fantastic footage up on screen there from our partners Upshot Media. You can see all of this being streamed out on Rowing Ireland's YouTube channel, and hopefully there's plenty of supporters watching us all around the globe, cheering on family, friends and club mates as well. So fantastic development from Rowing Ireland over the last few years to bring live streaming, not just to this regatta, but also to the 1K regatta as well we saw in Lochrin a couple of weeks ago, where our junior 13s, 14s, 15s and the Masters crews were racing over the fantastic Lochring course over 1,000 metres. And Upshot Media were there as well, providing the streaming service. And they have their drone powered up, and there we see the 6 boats underway for the final of the Women's Junior 16 Cox Quad. Already came through the time trials this morning, so we have our 6 fastest boats, and we hope it's going to be quite competitive here with plenty of overlap, so we get an exciting finish coming in. The qualifying spots, the fastest crews go into the centre of the course. So if you are fastest first, second, you're in lane 3 and 4. Next fastest crews are in lanes 2 and lane 5. And then the last 2 fastest are in lanes 1 and 6. So we'd expect to see all of the action centre of the course. And that's exactly what we're seeing here in the Women's Junior 16. The rundown again: Waterford lane 1, Cork lane 2, Killorglin lane 3, Sligo lane 4, Methodist lane 5, Athlone in lane 6. And they're well through the first few 100 metres, all the action centre of the course. It looks like the crew from Killorglin leading it out here. We'll head up to Jerry to get the latest.
Yes, and the 16s, women's junior 16 coxed quads, gone about 250 metres, and all crews away cleanly, no problems at all as we move on down the course. So just nudging out in front there now, we can see the crew from Killorglin. Killorglin now, they've pushed out to nearly a length, and that's a great start by them in lane 3, right in the middle. So they'll be one of the fastest qualifiers because they're right in the middle there. Lane 4, they've got about a length already as they come through the first 500 now in about another 5 seconds. So through the first 500, Killorglin lead the way. They've got a length then on the crew in the inside, Sligo Rowing Club, and they've got about a half a length then on the crew from Cork Boat Club and Athlone, who are absolutely level, and then another 2/3 of a length back to the crew right over to the far side, Waterford, and the crew in lane 5, Methodist College Belfast. So all these crews, the future of Irish women's rowing. No doubt 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 of these girls will make it right up there if they keep at it. And these crews coxed, when they go into 18s, then they'll go coxless. They'll have to steer it themselves, and more. So this is coxed, and as we move on down the course. So looking at it now, Killorglin, who made that fantastic start out in front, still holding on to that length now lead, and looking good, looking very good at rating 34 strokes per minute. And then Sligo Rowing Club in lane 4, just about in front of Athlone, right in the inside in lane 6, and Cork Boat Club in lane 2, who are absolutely level. So that's the positions, and then it comes back then to a little over length back to lane 1 right out on the far side, Waterford and Methodist College in lane 5. Whoa, this is a great race. Now the wind is okay, it's steady, it seems to just tip up and down a little bit, but nothing unnervy. We watch them through now. We're nearly at the halfway mark. The women's junior 16 coxed quads. Next year they'll move up to 18s and they'll be in the big league. So Killorglin continuing to lead here now, and I tell you what, there's absolutely, you can see why they're winning. They're rowing really well, nice, absolutely relaxed rowing, letting the boat do the work out of the water and just picking it off together, dropping it in and picking it off. Lovely rowing by them. Well done, Killorglin. Lovely rowing. And let's see now if the others can do anything here. So if anything now, Sligo just about into second position. Sligo Rowing Club, great programme as mentioned earlier on going on there. And they now have outright second in lane 4. Pushing on slightly from the other 2 crews, the Cork Boat Club in lane 2 and Athlone in lane 6. And I'll tell you what, then you have Waterford bravely fighting over here, right over in lane 1 on the far side. So we're into the second half and of this race, 2 kilometres, 16s. And they had to, I tell you what, they had to get through a big time trial to make it. These top 6, well done, we have to say to all 6 boats for making it through. An enormous entry of time trials over the course of the morning to make the top 6 boats, the top fastest 6 quads in Ireland, these boats. So well done to them, no matter where they finished this morning. But Killorglin, they're going to claim the big prize if they hold on to this lead now. But I tell you what now, Sligo are beginning to hunt them down a little bit. They have them under pressure. There's about a length of clear water, but Sligo now beginning to look like they're moving faster in the at this point in time. And let's see what happens there. Cork Boat Club desperately trying to do it as well. And Sligo are kind of dragging Cork with them. So this could change, but at the moment Killorglin can see what's happening. They can respond because they're sandwiched in between Cork Boat Club and Sligo in lane 4. So they can watch that, they can react, and they can do their own pushes. So let's see now. But the other 2, Cork and Sligo, are working with each other to try and draw them back in. I'm not so sure as we move towards the 1500 metre mark whether they'll run out of water. But Cork now, if anything, are beginning to push a little bit ahead of Sligo. Good rowing by them. They've done their winter's training. You can see that. You wouldn't be pushing along like that if you haven't. And this is where they show it. This is where all the hard slog, shows as Cork now push into second, but Killoughlin still have that length of Clearwater, and they're not letting them back. They will not give this up. It'll take some crew to catch them now at this point as we move into the final 400 metres of this final of the women's junior 16 coxed quads. Here we go now, and we'll watch this for another 10 or so strokes. Killoughlin leading the way here now, and Cork just about ahead. Great race, don't forget medals for second and third, and Cork just about leading Sligo by about a third of a length. As they move away, it's Killoughlin by about a length of Clearwater from Cork, who have about a canvas on Sligo Rowing Club in third position. Over to you, Richie.
Cheers, Jerry. Very exciting finish in prospect here. It's going with form, the centre course. The crews in the centre of the course are the ones that qualified fastest out of the time trials. So we're seeing Killoughlin leading it out ahead of Galway and Sligo. They're 1, 2 and 3. A little bit further back then, the crews from Waterford, Methodist and Athlone. But this Killoughlin crew, really great rowing over the first half of the race. But I'll tell you what, the crew coming back at them all the time from Cork, really pushing them now. And they're bringing Sligo with them as well. So all to play for down to the last few hundred metres. Huge encouragement from the crowds that are here for the junior 16s as they power on towards the line here. We're seeing Killoughlin just hold on to that Clearwater lead that they opened up as they come down to the last 10 or so strokes. Sligo now moving in and coming up to challenge. Big push from Sligo here. They're powering on towards the line, just passing out the crew from Galway from Cork into second place. So it is Sligo now pushing on, but they're going to run out of water as they come in towards the finish. They're just about getting an overlap, but the finish line is going to be in sight for Killoughlin. They just need to keep the heads. They're down to the last few strokes. Finish line there for Killoughlin. Taking the win. Killoughlin just a length ahead of the crew from Sligo, who in turn have a length over Cork. They're the 1, 2 and 3. And then further back, the Waterford crew and the crew from Athlone. Blanket finish between them to come in and close out, and Methodist then back in 6th place. Fantastic racing there. Very tough to come through the time trial and into the final there, but we saw a dominant display of Killoughlin taking the win in the women's junior 16 coxed quad. And we're back up at the start. You can see on screen now our last 2 races before the lunchtime break. And these 2 races are championship events, straight finals. In the women's intermediate double scull, Ban, Neptune, Shannon, Fermoy, Skibbereen and Queens. And in the men's senior 4, UCD, University of Galway and Cork. Apologies, the women's inter doubles went through the qualifying earlier on. So again, similar to in the junior 16 race, the crews that are in lane 3 and 4, the fastest qualifying crews, or would have come first in the women's intermediate double. Then in lanes 2 and lane 4 are the crews that came second in their heats, and in lane 1 and lane 6, the crews that came third. So all the action we're expecting to be centre of the course. So we'll be looking at Shannon and Fermoy once they get underway. And again, great footage there. We're just seeing the first few strokes being taken. They're cleanly away. Umpire just tucking himself in there behind the race, and they're down. 10 strokes gone already. And umpire will be keeping an eye to make sure. With the blustery conditions, we saw some crews being pushed over a little bit in their lane and having to do a lot of corrections just to make sure they don't cross over into the boys or run into any issues. But hopefully everyone away cleanly here as we watch the footage. And again, as we said, all the action should be centre of the course. So we're expecting Shannon and Fermoy to feature heavily as they come through the first few 100 metres. Having gone through the races earlier on in the heats with 3 crews to qualify from Heat 1 and Heat 2, giving us our 6-boat finals. So Shannon and Fermoy would be on form at the moment to be the crews that should feature in the race here. Just looking down the course and on the screen there as well, it does look like one of the crews a little bit further back. Then we're just looking to see, get confirmation side by side for Moy and Shannon, it looks like, staying with them and in contention, the crew from Neptune. So to make sense of it all, we're going to head up to our man up at the start and pick up this race with Jerry.
Yes, Richie, we've gone about 300-400 metres in this final of the women's intermediate double sculls, and Fermoy Rowing Club in lane 4 leading the way here. They've got about a half a lane to Clearwater. Through the first 500 we go, and in lane 3 then we have Shannon just about ahead of Neptune, canvas behind them in 3rd position, and then another canvas back to Skibbereen in lane 2, and then another lane back to the crew right over to the far side, Ban in lane 1, and then the crew from Queen's University Belfast Ladies Boat Club. So we've gone about 600 metres into a little bit of a stiff headwind, not too bad, but it's, you know, they'll feel it as we move along down the course. But Fermoy looking very good now, and I saw them in the heat and I was quite impressed by them, and here we go now. They're out in front by about a length of Clearwater from Shannon on the inside now, who pushed into 2nd. Lots of big names in these boats, of course, and they've a half a length on the Neptune crew, and Skibbereen are probably dead level at this point. That's the first 4 crews, and then Ban and Queens. About 700 metres to go in this women's doubles, intermediate doubles, and I tell you what, it's a great standard for intermediate doubles as Fermoy push on here now at only rating 31.5. I tell you what, they've got lots of reserve. 33 rather, sorry. Got lots of reserve still on the Shannon crew, and then Skibbereen now moved out into 3rd, half a length ahead of Neptune in 4th. So as we move on down here, we've got one more race after this, the men's senior 4s this morning, in the final of the men's senior 4s. But Fermoy, are they going to win this championship? Women's intermediate doubles, it's looking good so far as they move through the halfway mark. It's Fermoy through the 1,000 metre mark. A half a length of Clearwater from Shannon, who have a half a length of Clearwater, and Skibbereen have a half a length on Neptune, and then a length and a half back to Ban, and then followed by Queen's University Belfast Ladies Boat Club. Tell you, Shannon now really looking strong. It's possible they can have attack them, but it could be just slow starters, and they'll work more now towards the middle. They definitely haven't let them get away anymore. As Fermoy push on, but they only have that, maybe a little less now at this point. Let's look at this now. As Shannon just nudge along in lane 3, and you never know. They're definitely beginning to put Fermoy under pressure, but they still have that length of Clearwater Fermoy on the Shannon crew. And then there's another length back to Skibbereen and another half a length back to Neptune. So if Shannon are going to do something, they need to just keep with them now. Don't let them get any. They need to just, if anything, go take a bit more on them rather than let them go back. Fermoy haven't broken the band on them. They're under pressure. So we'll watch it here as Fermoy tap along there in front, continuing to lead. And I'll get another rate on this now, we'll see, because that will tell you the pressure they're under. 33, and a big push going in there now. Woohoo from Shannon. Look at this, big push at 35.5. And I tell you, they're edging back on them. I tell you now, let's see how this develops, because I wouldn't be getting the champagne out yet from Moy. Just let's see what happens here as Shannon just nudge back here now. Big, tall girls, lots of pedigree, lots of good work going on here, and let's see now if they can come up on top of them and see if they can. They're trying to hunt them down. They're back to a length now. So this is a tremendous race, women's intermediate double sculls. I'm watching this now, and they've broken away now. Neptune and Skibbereen are dead level for third, and then followed by Ban and Queens. But good response there by Fermoy, but I tell you what, they're on the edge. They've put them, they went off, they look comfortable, they got out to a nice lead, but Shannon have just edged back. Good, strong rowing by them. And here we go. Whoa, we're in for a... Now, you have to hand it to Shannon. They've made a race of this. They're coming back like a train onto the Fermoy girls. Oh, you watch this. Look at this. They are the fastest moving boat on the course at the moment. They are hunting them down. They can see them now. They're overlapping. So let's see how this goes. I think that we're in for a right good finale here as we move towards the last 300 metres now. Watch this for a couple of more strokes. This overlapping. I'm going to put my money on Shannon here as they come right up now on top of Fermoy. But let's see how this one goes. It's over to you, Richie.
An unbelievable finish in prospect here in the women's intermediate double sculls, as Jerry was saying there. It was Fermoy doing all the running, but just in the last few hundred metres, Shannon are timing this to perfection. They're winding up to the line. We're seeing a response from the Fermoy crew. They're doing the very best, but the Shannon crew heading up to 39 strokes per minute. They're really taking it up here and looking in the last few strokes to take the win. They might have timed this to absolute perfection. You can see they're matching each other here. It's just the Shannon crew maybe edging out Fermoy. Last few strokes, a little glance from the bow person of Shannon. She's looking for the finish line over her shoulder. She'll know they're down to the last few strokes. I don't think Fermoy are going to be able to respond. It's timed to perfection for Shannon. They're going to come in and take the win here in the women's intermediate double scull. They won their heats earlier on. Looking for championship number 23 for Shannon. Little glance over the shoulder. When will that finish line come? And it's coming in sight now. They're down to the last few strokes. It is going to be a win just by half a length. Shannon, a fantastic win there ahead of Fermoy. Jerry, betting man, he called it for Shannon just in the last few hundred strokes, and that's exactly what they did. They timed it for perfection. They stayed in touch with Fermoy all the way down the course, and then just in the last 100 metres put on that squeeze, and we saw them take the win. So fantastic win there for the crew from from Shannon ahead of the crew from Fermoy. They're the 1 and 2. And we'll wait for the official results to come up. But really great rowing there. Tough rowing for Fermoy and Shannon. They led it out centre of the course. Fermoy doing all the running and Shannon just timing it to perfection in the last 100 metres. So well done and congratulations to Shannon. They move up in the ranking. That's championship number 23 for the Shannon crews. So well done to them. And we will be back now with our final race of the day. The men's senior 4. Will be underway shortly to close out this morning's programme. And footage there you can see of the men's senior 4s up on the stake boats. We have 3 boats here, UCD, University of Galway and Cork. So Cork looking to break the monopoly of the universities in this race. And we'll be underway shortly. So just a recap of this morning's race. Fantastic races already so far. And we mentioned that we have championships already decided at Lone in the junior men's single, Skibbereen in the lightweight men's single, UCC in the lightweight women's single, St Michael's taking the women's junior 18 pair, University of Galway winning the women's senior 4, UCD winning the novice women's 8s, and we just saw Shannon there taking the win in the intermediate double. So we'll see who the next championship will go to close out this morning's programme. Huge thank you to everyone, captains, coaches, crews, and all our volunteers. We're off to a flying start, pun intended, here at the championships. All looking well so far, and looking forward to 2.5 more days of fantastic rowing. So we're underway. Up on screen you can see the men's senior 4 underway now, and again some steering the issues there, but not steering issues, but the crews just need to watch when they come off the start to make sure they stay centre of their lane and not run into too much trouble. We've seen some crews racing this morning where they've had to adjust to get back in the centre of their course, to get away from the buoy line so that they don't run into any issues. And it might have cost a little bit of boat speed. So the crew centre of the course, University of Galway, running very close to the UCD lane, so they'll have to adjust, and it's going to cost them a bit of boat speed. Going through the first few hundred metres, we have the crew from UCD and Cork as well, with this rowing rigging that we have with stroke and bow on the stroke side, 2 and 3 on the bow side. And they are opening up, along with UCD, a little bit of a lead. The University of Galway crew in danger of losing touch now with the leading crews. So really nice rowing from UCD, just maybe taking the lead ahead of Cork. Cork had a slight lead coming off the start, but UCD looking and settling to a nice rhythm, and we're going to head up now to get the latest from Jerry.
Oh yes, if it's anything to go by, Richie, the Cork City Regatta when UCD won by 0.3 of a second, I'd say that's what they're up on Cork by at the moment as we move through the first 500 metres with NU Galway about a length and a half back in third position. 3 boat final, men senior, coxless fours, and there's nothing between UCD and Cork Boat Club. They're stuck together here now as they go through 600 metres. As we look at them now, these boys will be fighting against each other again in the 8s later on Sunday afternoon. But right now, it's Cork Boat Club out in front there. They've pushed away from UCD now, and they've got hunger. John Cuddy and Finan Tolan, Tom Early, I think it's there, yeah, and Barry O'Flynn. Yeah, that's the 4 of them. They're in there now, and they're looking good. They've pushed out to half a length all of a sudden on UCD. Now UCD need to just stay there. They need to stay composed. Mikey, Luke, Paul and Finan, they need to just hang on there now for dear life and just stay relaxed in lane 3. But it's Cork Boat Club out to half a length. They just did an almighty bit there through about 600 metres. And NU Galway are trailing now by about 3 lengths. So we leave them there for the minute. So don't forget, there was a tremendous race here back in Cork City Regatta when UCD were the winners. But right now, Cork Boat Club have laid down a marker here as the wind picks up slightly. These guys won't mind. They're big, tall, strong lads. They love it. Just a nice little breeze to be able to sit back into, push and let it run. Lovely stuff. But Cork Boat Club now is through the 1,000 metre mark. It's Cork Boat Club now from UCD going through now. So that's a half a length, maybe 2/3 of a length all of a sudden. Now, UCD, are you going to make a race of this or are you going to let them go? We have to wait and see. But it's Cork Boat Club. Rating 38 I get here. Let's just see. That looks, oh yeah, it's 36.5. Okay, but it's still hard. It's still strong. UCD looking the shorter. They look under a bit of pressure there. It's just Cork look like they're going. That's why they're leading here. 35 they're at. They're just not swinging it out like Cork. It just, they look good. Cork have really come on, haven't they? I'll give a big shout out to Mal, my friend, the coach. Well done. You've done a tremendous job with this, guys. But can UCD? Andrew Goff's coaching them now, the former lightweight international, and of course you remember Martin Feely, who we sadly lost over the last December. Coached this UCD crew for many a year, winning lots of big races, and of course a Henley winner in the ladies' place stroke in 1974, and they missed him in their 50th anniversary. But when they rode over the course there last Saturday at Henley Royal Regatta. But can they do this one for Martin? Will they be thinking that? But it's Cork's now. Cork are out to 2/3 of a length, nearly a length at this point. It's looking good for Cork now. Cork Boat Club, the Marina. Will they do the same on the 8 and make history on Sunday? We'll have to wait and see. But right now the 4 is a big one. It's a really big one to take. If they can just take this one, they've already won it in the last year, 22 I think it was. So they know how to win the 4s. Here we go now through 1,500 metres. Cork Boat Club from Blackrock, County Cork, just about 20 kilometres away from here, pushing along now. They lead the way. They control this race. They are looking lovely, really good at 38 strokes per minute. UCD just haven't lit the fire here to get after them yet. I don't know if they can do it now as they're running out of water as we approach the last 350 metres of the Men's Senior 4 Championship of Ireland. Cork Boat Club beginning to wind now. UCD are having a little go at them. We'll just to see now if they can attack them. There's plenty of experience in this boat. UCD, these guys have plenty of pots in their pockets. Can they absolutely turn it on here now? It's not quite over yet as they begin to do a bit of a push at them. A little bit of an overlap. We'll hand over now to you, Richie.
What an exciting race to close out this morning's racing. Unbelievable from Cork so far. UCD doing their very best to get back into contention. They're going to have to go now if they're going to get back into the lead. Opened up, beaten into the lead opened up over the 1500 metre. Cork doing all the running, but UCD are absolutely charging on the far side. Let's see what Cork can do to hold on. They put everything into the first quarter of the race, 3/4 of the race here to open up that lead, and they're powering towards the line. But UCD pushing on. The Cork crew taking the rate up again, so they're powering all the way. I'd have to say it looks like the Cork crew rating higher. They're pushing all the way to the line here, but those line of boy markers will give us an indication as they come in towards the finish. Have Cork done enough? They take it up again. Johnny Cuddy leading it out in the stroke seat for Cork, pushing towards the line. They've got about half a length. It's going to be the men's senior 4 heading to the 0-2-1. It's Cork Boat Club taking the win. Arms aloft from Johnny Cuddy in the stroke seat. A fantastic win there. They did all the running off of the start, holding off the challenge that came from UCD. In towards the finish, UCD pushing them all the way to the line, getting within half a length of that championship win. A really great row from Cork Boat Club there, ahead of thumbs up and congratulating the UCD boys on a great race. A really great way to close out our racing here this morning. So Cork Boat Club taking the win in the men's, along with Shannon we saw taking the win in the women's intermediate double in the last race as well. A fantastic way to close out this morning's racing. We'll take a little suspiog. Reminder that the Finish Line Cafe is open here in the rowing centre if you want to pop up. Lunch now being served along with teas and coffees and some pastries as well. And we'll be back shortly for the afternoon session of day 1 of the 2024 Irish Rowing Championships. So good afternoon and welcome back to the second half of Friday's racing at the Irish Rowing Championships. Fantastic racing so far with all of the championships we've seen. The finals that came up. Championships have winged their way to Athlone, Skibbereen, UCC, St Michael's, University of Galway, UCD, Shannon and Cork. And we'll be back shortly with the time trials for the Women's Junior 18 Single Scull. A new addition to the streaming, we have someone out on the catamaran with a camera, so we're going to try do some side-by-side footage of the racing. We'll give it a go and see how it works out. We said to the cameraman we hope his affairs are in order and that his life, of course, will be ready. We'll shortly be back. Our first races of the afternoon, the Women's Junior 18 Single Scull, will shortly be getting onto the stake boats. And we will have Neptune, Garda, Fermoy, Sligo, Fermoy and Castleconnell. Similar to the men's races that we had earlier on today, the racing looking to get the 6 fastest times that will come out. And the times will officially be published and once the draw is out, so we'll wait until then to get those details out. But looking forward to another great race of afternoon rowing. We have the Women's Junior 18 Single. We then have the Men's Junior 16 Coxed Squad. We have the Women's Club 2-4, Men's Junior 18 Pair, and Men's Club 2-4. Then we have our little Suspiog in the afternoon for a bit of tea and cake. And then we're back at 10-4, running until 5:10 with the finals of those races. And included that we'll also have the final of the Men's Intermediate 8, Men's Senior Double, Women's Inter 8, and the Women's Senior Double. So on screen, you should now be able to see the start. So we're still a few minutes away. We'll be back shortly, and they'll be getting on the stake boats to get us underway. The first time trial, Junior 18 Single. But just while we're waiting for the Time trial to get underway. The good news, recently announced the 2024 Under 23 and Under 19 World Championship and Coupe de la Jeunesse crews were announced. Rowing Ireland's High Performance Director Antonio Morigaviani has announced the athletes who will represent Ireland at the 2024 Under 23 and Under 19 World Championships and Coupe de la Jeunesse. Racing at the World Championships will commence on 18th of August in St. Catharines in Canada. While the Coupe de la Jeunesse will take place from the 9th to the 11th of August in Recice in the Czech Republic. Antonio has said this is the largest under-23 team that Ireland has ever fielded for World Championships. These events are crucial for athlete development, and many of the current senior team members have participated in these competitions early in their careers. We have 15 crews competing across the World Championships and Coupe de la Jeunesse, which is a testament to the athletes and their clubs. Both Coupe and Under 19 and Under 23 teams will train at the National Rowing Centre in preparation for these events. The Under 23 World Championship crews, the Mel's Sculling crew team, Andrew Sheehan, UCC, Brian Colch, University of Galway, Adam Murphy, UCC, Finn O'Reilly, Skibbereen, Donna Claffey, University of Galway, Fergus Bryce, Queen's University Belfast, Shane Rafferty, St Michael's. The lightweight men's double, Donncha Keeley, University of Galway, Kieran Purdy, Queen's University. Come back with the remaining crews, the coxed 4 women's double, lightweight double, and then the under 19s and coupe, because racing is now underway in the afternoon session, and we'll head up to the start shortly. But we're starting our racing for the afternoon with the time trials of the women's junior 18 single scull. In lane 1, we have Neptune McLaughlin, lane 2 Garda Duggan, lane 3 for Moynagle, lane 4 Sligo Walsh, lane 5 for Moy Royce, and lane 6 Castleconnell McNamara. And off the start we can see up on screen, and you can see them opening up here. Again, the racing against the clock here for the qualifying spots, and lanes 2, 3 and 4, as well as lane 6 doing all the running so far. And we'll head up to our man up at the course. Jerry's ready to pick up and get this afternoon's racing underway with the time trial of the women's junior 18 single sculls.
Yes, indeed, we are the first of these time trials now. The 13:35 races away, and we're watching them now. And we have lane 3 just about nudging out in front there, the sculler from Fermoy, Nangle, and we just coming up beside them. She's leading the way there from the sculler on here inside in lane 4 as they approach 400 meters already. Some of them now need to remember that this is a time trial. You're not trying to just win the race. Looking at a Nagel from Fermoy, she might be in the lead, but she seems to be doing a steady state type row. And her inside there we have Sligo Walsh. Now Sligo Walsh is in the coupe quad, so she's a bit of pedigree behind her. But this Fermoy sculler, maybe it's just the way she rows. She's tall and low rating, but leading just about from Sligo Walsh. And then we have in third position pretty much even between the Garda Sculler Duggan and Castleconnell McNamara on the inside, and then a couple of lengths back to Neptune and back to the other sculler from Fermoy Rice. So that's where we are now through 500. Everybody safely up and running in the first time trial of 6 races. So 36 crews, going to be whittled down to 6 for the final at 15:50 this afternoon. So watching it now moving along, we have no change. So Nagel from Fermoy continuing to lead, you know, I hope they know it's a time trial because she looks very low rating and low relaxed in this time trial, and it almost looks like it's 3D qualifying. They're just doing what they have to do. So let's see how this goes. That's how it looks to me. And you know, I'm just going to see what they're rating here because it looks considerably low. So Fermoy, who's at, well, she's at 32. She doesn't look it. She's nice and relaxed there now, I have to say. Maybe it's after looking at the finals earlier on, going helter-skelter, but both scullers at 32. Yeah. So Fermoy leading the way here from Walsh, Sligo 1-2, and then a couple of lengths back to the Garda Sculler, rowing well there, Duggan, and then another link back to Castleconnell McNamara, and a couple of lengths back to Neptune on the far side of the station, in lane 1 rather, McLaughlin, and another couple of lengths back to the other Fermoy Sculler. Right, so well spread out here in this first time trial. You just don't know what you'll get in these time trials from the draw as we follow them down the course. We're coming up now to halfway. No change at all. Fermoy leading the way, doing well now to hold off the Sculler. Walsh from Sligo. Walsh in second by about a length there at the moment. No change there. And right over on the far side in the yellow end packer is the Garda Sculler, holding on to that third position, Duggan. So yeah, we're up and running now for the afternoon after a brilliant morning of finals, some really good close ones. Hopes most of you got to see those. Women's double sit to double sculls, men's senior fours, some of them are really good. Of course, we had the men's junior 18 single sculls final. Great race there between the Athlone and the St. Michael's Sculler, but well done Athlone in winning that one. Claffey to take the prize home to the Shannon down to Athlone. So anyway, no change here. Lovely conditions now. It's eased off a little bit since this morning, so can't complain too much now, these girls out here on the course. It's absolutely just a gentle head, slightly cross maybe, but yeah, you know what? Not much to write home about, to complain about even, as the Sculler from Fermoy continues to lead Nagel from Sligo. Walsh on her inside and on her left. Garda now pushing on, trying to get into third and being brave here and trying to get back in. She started a bit slower but has now improved as she's come down the course, and that's good from her. So Duggan doing well there, followed by the Castleconnell Sculler McNamara. Not much in it between the two of them. And then back to Neptune and the other Sculler from Fermoy. So yeah, looking forward to some great finals this afternoon. We've got about another 7 or 8 there. We've got the final, obviously, of the women's junior sculls. This is the time trial here on at the moment. Got a big men's intermediate 8s, men's junior 16 quad, women's club 2 coxed 4s, men's junior 18 pair, men's senior double. Oh, the women's intermediate 8s, women's senior double, and the men's club 2 coxed 4s. Well, I tell you what, that's a great lineup. So we look forward to all those races, but we've got to get through heats and time trials first before all these crews can line up later on for all those races. But we've come through now 1,500 metres, and we'll follow this for another little tiny bit. As Fermoy leads, led all the way, and nice sculling from her. She's a tall girl, long levers on her, and you can see why she's in front there. The Sligo Sculler, Walsh then continuing to hold on to second, and then about 2 to 3 lengths back to Garda Duggan. So that's the 1, 2, 3. As they approach about 300 metres to go. A little bit breezier there now. It comes up and down, so you know it's not consistent, the breeze. So they just need to watch out for that if it gets a hold of you a little bit. But it's nothing serious. So watching them through the last 1,500 metres now. The first 3 crews nearly all through. It's Fermoy leading the way home here in the first time trial of the women's junior single sculls. Nagel from the Sculler on her inside, Sligo Walsh, and then the Garda Sculler Duggan. So I'll hand over to you, Richie.
Cheers, Jerry. So a great way to get us underway here. You saw on screen the new footage that we have. We're trialing our camera out on the water there just to see how we get on with it. And great to see the footage there, the close-up of the race in action. So coming in towards the finish again, Sligo and Fermoy. The Sligo Sculler now coming back here. Sligo Walsh really pushing, getting the overlap and pushing into the line now. Fermoy Nagel did all of the running off of the first 200 metres, leading the race. But a storming finish here from Walsh of Sligo is coming up to see her to challenge. Lovely overhead shot there. The rate coming right up. The Sligo Sculler racing it like she's at Fermoy Sprints here, picking it up and doing her best to move into the lead, and I think she might have taken some of the lead that Cork have opened up. Just coming in towards the line, we're watching the Castleconnell Sculler. It is going to be Walsh of Sligo taking half a length there ahead of Fermoy. A really great finish from the Sligo Sculler. They're the 1 and 2. And then coming in to take third place, it is the crew from Garda Doug. And we'll wait for the other scullers to come through. Really exciting finish there. Well done to Walsh of Sligo. A storming finish coming back to pip the line there. Again, all these times need to be added in, and we get the overall race leader. Second time trial is already underway between Clonmel, Closhignoid, Offaly, Galway, Muckross and Neptune. The race has gone through about 2:50, so I'll take this one down. We're seeing some footage there up on screen at the next time trial. But here you can see the current race, time trial 2, and leading it out in lane 5 for Muckross. It is Fuller of Muckross leading it out ahead then of, it looks like in lane 3, Offaly Keown, or Cahan. 1 and 2 at the moment, and a little bit further back then to the crews from Clonmel and from Galway as well. So they're coming up in about 500 metres gone, and Jerry's going to pick up the race after this, so I'll take this one down the course here and looking to see who, along with Walsh of Sligo, might get that first position. But again, another reminder, all the times to go in so we get our fastest time overall for the final later on this morning. And we'll see how the on-the-water footage is looking with our man on the catamaran there with Jerry. We got some great close-up footage of the 2 leading scullers in the previous race. And we'll see the women's junior single scull final on later on when we get our 6 fastest crews. And I'm scrolling to see who were the winners last year, just to give out that information. So women's junior... So Green of Ban was the winner in 2023. So we're looking through these time trials and into the final to find out who will be our 2024 winner. The wind has picked up a little bit. It's quite blustery. You can see the crosswind that we had earlier this morning is still there. A little bit blustery, but it's due to calm down. So hopefully it's not affecting the crews too much. Great overhead footage there you can see of the crews. There's a little bit of overlap between first, second and third in lanes centre of the course 5, 3 and 1. A little bit further back then to the chasing pack, and all racing against the clock to try get those fastest qualifying times. So still leading it out from the start, it's Fuller of Muckross in lane 5. She's opened up Clearwater then against lane 3. Offaly Keown, they're the 1 and 2. A little bit of further then back to the sculler in lane 1, which is Clonmel Kiley. And coming back into contention, little glance over her shoulder there now from Galway. Finnerty is coming back into push into third place. So there's a nice little race coming on here between the leading scullers. They'll all push each other on here for that fastest time. But I have to say, the Muckross sculler, really powerful rowing from Muckross, the distinctive yellow singlet. She's opening up Clearwater, and even though the chasing pack are trying to get back in touch, she's able to look left and right, centre of the course. She's in full control here and looking good to get the qualifying spot. They've just over 700 metres. This is the second time trial. And we can see there just how much Clearwater, the Muckross sculler, has. Those line of boys that are there. She's continuing to power on. So coming in with 750 to go, this is exactly where you want to be, out in the lead, but you can't take your foot off the gas here. You have to push on it to get that qualifying time, and that's exactly what she's doing. Lovely long strokes, really nice rhythm being set out, and she's powering home towards the finish. So Muckross Fuller leading it out, ahead then of Offaly Cowan. Han ahead then of the chasing pack. Some really nice footage we have here from the drone in time trial 2. You can see finish line is just ahead for the Muckross Sculler. She's coming down with just over 500 metres, or sorry, through the 500 metre mark, and powering on here. The chasing pack doing their best to get back into contention. They're pushing on and pushing on. So she looks in full control here. It is still Muckross leading it out ahead of Offaly in second place, and then a real battle on between the chasing pack that's there. Galway have come back into contention now. So we can hear the encouragement from the finish now as they come in towards the end of this time trial. Muckross, look how much of a lead she's opened up here. Hopefully the time is going to reflect just how much of an effort she has put in to get out into the lead here. And then the chasing, they bunched up, and out of nowhere, Closhtignoid Mannering was well off the pace, has put in a stormer of a 500 metres, and now is coming back to chase down second place, along with the crews from Offaly, Galway, and from Clonmel. Out on the far side, the Neptune Sculler nearest to us, the only one out of contention at the moment. Look at that second, third, fourth blanket there, but no doubt about the leader. It's Muckross Fuller coming in, taking her last few strokes. Really nice throwing, beautiful footage there for those of you tuned in at home or looking at the big screen here. She's in full control, looking good and fresh. A little bit left in the tank as she comes up towards the line. And there, look at the battle that we have for second place. A really good finish from Closhtignoid Mannering to move in just as we hear the buzzer go for Muckross crossing the line, and then it's going to be a blanket finish for the crews. Look at this coming in towards the line. It looks like it might be Clonmel ahead of Galway and Closhtignoid. Really great rowing there. So great rowing there from Muckross Fuller, dominating the race there, but a really good finish from Mannering and from Mannering, Closhtignoid, Offaly and Galway. Blanket finish there for second, third and fourth. And now we're already on the course with the next time trial. It's coming down towards us with about 700 metres to go. So they're coming down fast and furious, and in the background you can already see the next one coming down after that as well. So they are coming down really, really quick, just 5 minutes between the races. So we'll do our best to stay in, give you the updates. So this race coming down, you can see how spread out they are over the course. And they are leading in lane 1. It's Shandon Murphy. You can see on the far side, it looks like, it looks like it is Athlone O'Grady. Correction, Shandon Murphy, a little bit further back. So it looks like Athlone O'Grady leading this one out ahead of the Sculler in, trying to see the footage here, in the Sculler, it looks like Castle Connell may be in second place at the moment. Just waiting for the footage to come into screen so we can see. But no doubt about the leader in lane 2. Fantastic rowing here from Athlone O'Grady. Athlone already taking the win in the men's junior single this morning, so they're looking to take the double here. And the first job that needs to be done is getting that in qualifying spots into the finals. So we're just watching out on the far side. Tough rowing when there's no one else around you. It's a little bit difficult to see what exactly is going on. So still Athlone on the far side, nearest to us then Commercial in second place, so they're the 1 and 2, and then you can see just how much distance has opened up from first back to sixth place here. There's about 150, 200 meters, so really tough racing for the guys here, not side by side. They really are racing against themselves here to get the updates. So what we'll do now, now that we can see, what we'll do now is now that we can see that it's looking good here for Athlone O'Grady, we'll head back up and pick the next race up. It's the third time trial of the women's junior 18 single sculls.
So back in the course here, we are following this fourth time trial, and leading the way here now is Brennan from New Ross, and she's out in front, and then you have the Castleconnell of Flaherty in second position. So these two girls would obviously be the would have thought would be the favourites to be at least in front here in this time trial. From the quad for the coupe, Flaherty from Castleconnell, and then Brennan is in the Worlds. Brennan leading here, and she's in a double for the Worlds selected. So two selected boats here. In first position, as I say, New Ross Brennan, second position Castleconnell of Flaherty. So they're well out now, trying to get a good time to make the top six for the final later on. And it's back then to third position, a few lengths back from Moy Payne, and then out in lane one on the far side is Capaquin Quinn, double Quinn there, and then back to the other New Ross sculler, and that's Brennan and Workman's Coffee. But form showing here with Brennan from New Ross, who, as I mentioned, has been selected for the World Championships, and we wish her luck in that later on, the World Juniors, all together, of course, with the under-23s and non-Olympic events in Canada. And then the other girl in this race now in second position, the Castleconnell girl, Sybil O'Flaherty, who's in the coupe in the quad. So that's why they're in the first two positions here. They have the pedigree, and I'd be I reckon these two now we'll see them in the grand final later on, because they're well out in front now as they come along now towards you, probably about coming up towards 1500 meters soon. But have a look at these two girls now as they come on down the course. Brennan, who did very well recently at the British Schools, the National Schools Regatta, making the final, and escapes me now as to what position she was. I'm pretty sure she won a medal though. I need to check that one, but she is going very well right over there now in lane 2. And then, as I mentioned, O'Flaherty from Castleconnell then in second position in the black and red in lane 5 nearest to you. So watching them come in, we'll hand over to you in the tower, Richie.
So just coming into view is the 4-time trial there, and again spread out as we had seen the New Ross sculler, New Ross Brennan, leading this one out ahead of looks like Castleconnell back in second place. They're the 1 and 2. Clearwater then back to the chasing. It's 3 different races here, it looks like. Our leading 2 scullers, Clearwater then back to 3rd and 4th, and Clearwater again back to 4th and 5th. So this, again, all racing against the clock here, looking for the qualifying times. But a really nice rowing here from New Ross. Very powerful rowing, and international representative for these 2 scullers, as Jerry was saying. Just coming in to close out. And again, those times will need to be added in to the next race. So that was the scullers there from New Ross and Castleconnell, crossing ahead of Fermoy, coming in now in 3rd place, then ahead of Capaquin on the far side, and Workman's closing this one out as well. Workman's and nearest to us then the second New Ross sculler. Also Brennan So we'll see how that gets on. The next time trial already on its way down to us now, so we're going to check on that one shortly. This will be the 5th time trial of the women's junior 18 single.
Next race coming down now is the race 137, another time trial of the women's junior 18 scull. Lane 1 we've Lee Valley O'Sullivan. Lane 2 Athlone Harrington. Lane 3 Fermoy O'Mara. Lane 4 Skibbereen Knowles. Lane 5 Clonmel Meehan, and Lane 6 New Ross Lonergan. Front now we have Skibbereen from Lane 4 Skibbereen Knowles with a good lead in this one. And in Lane 5 we have Clonmel Meehan possibly in 2nd position. Or Lane 1 as well, probably in 3rd position. Lane 1 is Lee Valley O'Sullivan. But out in front is the Skibbereen lady there in the yellow boat and the red and orange on the headscarf. So leading here in this one, Skibbereen coming into the last 250. And in 2nd position is probably Clonmel. And in 3rd is Lee Valley. And coming in there in 4th is looks like Fermoy. But lane 4 there now, Knowles coming through the last 100 metres with a good strong finish, pushing that bow right through the water. And obviously this is a time trial. She's trying to make the best time possible to give her her best chance. Coming into the last 5 or 6 strokes now. And then in 2nd position and 3rd and 4th are all very close, but Clonmel probably in 2nd position. Clonmel and Meehan coming in through there. So a win there for Knowles. Coming through now in 2nd position, looks like the Clonmel sculler, with Fermoy possibly in 3rd. And Lee Valley, or Athlone, sorry, looks like Lee Valley in 4th. And as you can see in the screen, the next time trial after that is coming down, race 138. Lane 1, Greg Namana O'Brien. Lane 2, Offaly Byrne. Lane 3, Fermoy Barry. Lane 4, Tralee O'Sullivan. Lane 5, Waterford Power. And Lane 6, Tralee Mates. So coming into the 1,000 metre mark in this race, we probably have leading this one out, it looks like Tralee. That one on the screen there now is is race 137. We'll go back to race 138 there now in a moment. But in race 138, it looks like Tralee Mates leading this one out. with the big T on the back. T for Tralee, I presume. So Tralee mates out in the lead in this one with a strong showing. With probably lane 3, could be Fermoy Barry in second position. I could be wrong on that. So maybe it's Tralee mates followed by Offaly Byrne in lane 2. It's impossible to tell. So looking at the coverage there now, we have lane 6 Tralee, lane 4 we have also Tralee O'Sullivan. So you have good overall shot there now. You can see Tralee mates with a probably half a length lead over the other two scullers who are neck and neck. So that is second, third position is probably Offaly and Fermoy. Sorry, so that's Offaly there, and 2 Tralee scullers in first and third. So out here in lane 6, the nearest lane to us, we've Tralee. And in lane 1, we've our lane 2, Offaly. So Tralee and Offaly fighting this one out. Or Greg Namana, sorry. Greg Namana coming down the last few strokes now with Waterford. And then Fermoy Barry. Okay, the next race up is the first race of the men's junior 16 coxed quad. Race 140, lane 1 CRCCB, lane 2 commercial, lane 3 Athlone B, lane 4 Coxed Ignaud B, lane 5 Coxed Ignaud A, and in lane 6 St. Joseph. So a very strong Galway representation in this race. And we'll hand over to Jerry.
Yes, we're underway here now. We've gone through about 400 metres in the first time trial of the men's Junior 16 coxed squads, and leading the way here, Commercial Rowing Club Dublin in lane 2. They have about a length on Cumann, Rovic, the Kalosh and the Corrib in lane 1 on the right over on the far station, but they're only just in front now of the crew right on the inside station. St. Joseph's College Galway in the black boat, and then they have a canvas on their neighbours Kalosh Ignaud on their inside. So Battle of the West on the inside stations, and then back then a couple of lengths to the other Kalosh Ignaud boat in Athlone B, who are practically dead level. So the leading crew Commercial here now out to about a length and a half of clear water. Good start by them. Sitting up, rowing well here now into this slight headwind. The 14:10 race, you could set your clock here by these races going off on time. In lane 2, Commercial leading the way here in this time trial, but they got to keep pumping, they got to keep going here because there's plenty more races after them. There's 6 races, and top 6 go into the grand final later on this afternoon. So Commercial out to 2 lengths, and then it's a good fight on here now in the second. These are the 3 crews. You've got the Bish and the Jez on the inside now, the Bish by about a canvas, and actually another crew on the far side, the Battle of the West for sure, the Battle of Galway. You got the Bish, you got the Jez and Kalosh, the Cumann Rovit, the Kalosh and the Corriba. CRCC will say for the minute. So they're all, well, I tell you, okay, the Jez have moved back, moved off a bit the pace a little bit. So it's the St. Joseph's and Cumann Rovit, the Kalosh, the Corriba, who are absolutely level as we come towards the 1,000 metre mark. Commercial gone through now. They've moved out to another length in front. They'll definitely win this race, but they need to keep going because they have a lot of other crews who'll be chasing them and looking to get into that top 6. So as we move on down the tracks here, Commercial, watching them now, and they're at about 33 strokes per minute, and they need to drive on. This will be hot. Later on, some more races coming down. There's going to be some really good crews now in the following races, so absolutely go to the line, guys. It's almost harder to do a time trial than the actual final itself, because you just don't know what you have to do. Anyway, the Bish have now moved out into second, and they've got a half a length on the Jez on the inside stations, and then another half, 3/4 of a length back to Cumann Rovit, Kalosh and the Corriba, and then about 4 or 5 lengths back to the Athlone crew and the other Jez crew. Moving on down now on this Friday afternoon, first day of the championships, Irish Rowing Championships here in Inniscarra, about 20 kilometres west of Cork City, and looking down the course at the magnificent rowing centre that we have for our own sport here, nestled in the corner. It's Commercial leading. They've pushed out another length or so in this first time trial. St. Joseph's College Galway holding on to second. A right good fight there against Kalosh Dignoid, who are in third, about a half a length behind them. So we'll see how that one goes and who'll get bragging rights after this race, regardless of whether they make a final or not. There's a fight on between those 2 boats for sure. And then we go back to Cumann Rovit, the Kalosh and the Corriba in fourth in lane 1, right over on the far side. So we're moving on down now. We're approaching 1,500 metres. And it's Commercial continuing to lead. So that's the position, hasn't changed. The only change that I can possibly see now before the end of this race is whether Kalosh Dignoid will catch St. Joseph's College over there on your side, on the near side, on the enclosure side. So I hope you're enjoying this, all you people who've come out this afternoon to watch, and online all around the world, watching these great photo shots. We've got some cameras all over the place for you, and it's really improved this year, and I hope you're enjoying it, watching this first time trial. Richie.
Thanks, Jerry. As you can see there in the shot, the Commercial Junior 16 quad has got a nice lead in this race. Junior 16 quads, it's not a championship event, but you try and tell these lads that they'll have your head off. And then obviously they'll move up then next year to the coxless. But Commercial leading this one out. Good shot there from the drone, very clean crew. Coming in second then we have St. Joseph's A, followed by Coxed Dignoid, and over there in lane 1 we have CRCC. But Commercial leading this one out for now. Remember, this is a time trial. The Cox is in the bow on this boat, in their Swift. Some big lad there in 2, sporting a lovely mullet. And over here in lane 6 we have St. Joseph's there in the blue and the black boat, followed by Coxed Dignoid A. Over there in lane 1 we have CRCC. So learning curve for all these crews, with a slight crosswind condition in the last 1,000 meters. Actually, it looks like the last 500 meters now. Looks fairly calm up to about 1,500 meters, with a bit of a small challenge, not as challenging as earlier on this morning. Coxed B coming in now at the tail end of this race. And a beautiful shot of the course there. You can see the women's junior 18 time trial results. Race 138, Offaly Burn 8:54, followed by the two Tralee scorers, Greg Namanna, Waterford and Fermoy. You can see the start there now. Looking at the right hand side of the screen is lane 1. On the far left then it'll be lane 6. You can see the umpire's tower there. The next race on there now is race 141. They're at the start. Lane 2, Prez from Cork. Lane 3, Ban. Lane 4, CRCCA. Lane 5, St. Michael's. And lane 6, Blackrock in the blue and white. They're all at the start there now getting ready. You can see all the stake boat people holding the sterns of the boat. And we have the umpire's launch in the middle. That starting block came from the London Olympics. Cost a few bob. They're off the start there now. You can see the umpire launch hopping in behind them. Good shot there as they blitz off the start. So lane 2, we've on the left hand side as you're looking at the screen, Prez, Ban, CRCC, St. Mix and Blackrock. So yeah, we have this race 141 coming up to about 500 meters with Prez, Ban, CRCC, St. Mix and Blackrock, and we'll go over to Jerry there on the course launch to give his commentary to the 1200 meters.
Here we are at the 500 metres gone now. First over the 500 metre mark is St. Michael's A crew. They have just got that length and Cumann Rovic, the Kalosh and the Corriba in lane 4, and then a half a length then to the Ban crew in lane 3, and then another 2/3 of a length back to Blackrock College Dublin, and a couple of lengths back to Presentation Cork. So a little bit spread out here now as we move on down in the second time trial of the men's junior 16 coxed quads. So the second of 6 races, and you know what it's all about now. It's getting into that top 6 for the final later. But we watch this now as there's a very good St. Michael's crew leading this race. The A crew, they put the A crew, well, they have it here now, and you can see why it's an A crew as they've jumped out and they've got a little bit of clear water now as Ban and Cumann Rovic, the Kalosh and the Corriba are absolutely level in second, and then linked back to Blackrock College Dublin, and then followed by Prez Cork in lane 2. So we'll follow this race down. I'll be very surprised if this St. Michael's, any of these top 3 crews don't make the final later. They're looking pretty good now, I have to say. Is this one loaded? We'll have to wait and see. Sometimes you can get it wrong, and we just you have some surprises when you say you would have thought a crew looked like they should be in the final. The reason I'm hesitating, and I was trying to get a rate, and of course I hit every wrong button here. But let's have a look now. St. Michael's Limerick cruising along at 33, but they've got to keep going. on this time trial. They're out in front, but they need the time. Make sure, you just don't know. But you can see why they're leading. It's, they're coming up, they're dropping the oar in, and they're using the full stroke. They're putting the oar in before they push. And, you look back down and you can see other crews, and they're pushing away before the oar's in. And that's why St. Michael's, it's a simple sport if you practice, and that's what St. Michael's Limerick are doing. They spend hours and hours, I've no doubt, getting that right. Watching them here now, coming along, as I mentioned, 33, and then we've got Ban on the inside there, 32.5. So they're all doing a nice little rate here into a little bit of a breeze, but nothing crazy. It's a nice breeze just to keep them steady, if anything. So as we come on down here now, we're well into this race. We've gone about 1,300, 1,250 into this race, and we're well into this Friday afternoon's racing now, this afternoon. As we get through these Junior 16 quads, we'll have Club 2 4s, women's next heats, and then Junior 18 pairs for the men, and men's Club 2 coxed 4s before all the finals to finish off the day. Mouth-watering indeed. But St. Michael's, their women's pair won earlier on today. The final took a championship back to Limerick already for them, for St. Michael's. These guys are up there now doing the job as well for them through the 1,500 metres. St. Michael's continuing to lead here. About 3 lengths, I'd say, from Ban, who were being pushed on by Cumann Rovig, the Colosh and the Corriba. They have a length, but being pushed on the edge, and that'll help them get a good time, these two crews, in 2nd and 3rd position, and then followed by Blackrock College and Pres Cork. So that's the positions in this second time trial of the men's Junior 16 cox squad. St. Michael's Limerick are coming in here now to win this time trial, and have a look at them. I just think they're rowing very well. So over to you, Richie.
Jerry, as you can see from the shot there, St. Mick's Junior 16 quad leading this one out by a few lengths over probably Ban, with Neptune there. Is it Neptune? St. Michael's there steaming down here in lane 5 there. You can see Ban with the red and white in the distance. St. Mick's there, good rate, good shove on this. The next junior quad to be looking at in the future. Follow Ban in 2nd. CRCC in lane 3 or lane 4 there, just behind them. With Blackrock out here in lane 6. So I'm saying Mick's over the finish line there after a good time trial. And over there in lane 2, we've Prez from Cork. Next race is on the blocks. Lane B or lane 2, we've St. Mick's B. Lane 3, Metody A. Lane 4, St. Mick's C. Lane 5, Lee A. And lane 6, Waterford. So another time trial. They're all sitting at the start. Conditions at start look fairly calm and they're off. As you can see, it's off with a sprint. You do a start, 10 or 20, in some cases starting 30, and then get into your stride, your racing pace, Leading out there now at the moment is Midday. Midday have been coming down south all summer, participating in a lot of regattas. I know Enda does a lot of travel with the crew, and they're the form crew out in this particular race at the moment. So in lane 2, Midday from Belfast leading out, and probably in second position we have Lee in the red and black there in lane 4. So leading out, Midday probably with a half a length. Oh, disaster there for Lee. What's happened there? They've got it back. They're after losing a good length and a half in that washout or whatever happened. But leading it, Midday. Lee trying to recover there now. In lane 5, Waterford in lane 6. Waterford currently in second position. Lee now making inroads again against the St. Michael's C crew. But Midday out in front. Interesting race here now. You have St. Michael's B and St. Michael's C, with the C crew leading the B crew. But in leading out here, we have Midday with a good, strong showing, followed by Waterford, with Lee making inroads again after recuperating after that massive washout. Probably a crab or lost the control of the oar. But they're now challenging now for that second position. Hopefully now they'll get their act together, get back on track, make up the time and still make the grand final. Because remember, this is a time trial, so it's 100% all the way to the finish line. And Lee will be giving it 100% after that, as you would say, probably disastrous scenario that they had in the first 1,000. So leading this one out, you have Midday. Followed by nearly Lee and Waterford now are neck and neck, with the two St. Michael's crews following behind them. But Midday with a good amount of clear water. Waterford now challenging Lee. So Waterford there in the blue and white, Lee in the red and black, and you can see Midday out there in the dark blue, out there in lane 2 there, or lane 1, with a good lead, giving a very strong showing. With the Lee crew now and the Waterford crew fighting out for second position. Conditions still fairly good up the course. I think wind conditions this afternoon are supposed to drop down a bit, so I think we had the gusts there this morning, which were a bit of a challenge, but that's dropped right off the flags, as you can see. Slight crosshead at the finish. But Midday coming down there with the cross on the blades, giving a very strong showing in this Junior 16 quad. One of the crews to watch. Keep going, yeah. So coming up to 1,500 meters, Midday Junior 16 quad with a good amount of clear water in this one over the second crew, which is a fight out between Lee and Waterford. As you can see now, Waterford have pushed on. They've taken about a 3/4 of a length over Lee. And then you have the two St. Michael's crews, B and C, are neck and neck. So there'll be a little battle between those two to see who comes out on top. But Metody leading this one out, coming into the last 250 meters. They probably have a good distance, 6 lengths at least, distance over the next crew, which is Waterford, followed by Lee. So you can see the last race that was there, 141. So coming into the last 20 strokes there, we have Metody. Looking very strong, very together. Good sharp catches, good drive. Well coached there by a long time coach in Metody, and Waterford coming through now in a strong second position after seeing off the challenge from Lee. So a race in a race here now. Waterford ahead of Lee, ahead of the two St. Michael's crews, the B and C. And obviously they're fighting out for bragging rights. Who should be B, who should be C? The two St. Michael's crews fighting each other. With St. Michael's C getting the next race is 143, isn't it? Next race coming down, it'll be race 143. Another junior 16 quad. Metody B in lane 2, St. Joseph C in lane 3, Neptune in lane 4, Clonmel in lane 5, and Muckross in lane 6. And we hand over to Jerry. Over to you, Jerry.
Yes, this race is well underway now. We're over halfway down here, and it's the Methodist B crew on the far station in lane 2 leading the way here, about a length up on Neptune in lane 3, who probably have only about a third of a length on the crew beside them, which is Clonmel, and then Muckross a length and a half back again. So the Metody B crew leading the way here. Their A crew looking very good in the previous race, or 2 races ago. But as we move on down now, heading through well into the second half already, these races are coming fast at you. Metody College Belfast B crew leading the way, and then a right good fight then between the Neptune Rowing Club Dublin crew and the crew from Clonmel in lane 5. You're probably only half a length in it, with Neptune leading there in second position, and then a couple of lengths back to the Muckross in the canary yellow colours, followed by the Joseph B crew. So as we come along down here, we've got 2 more of these time trials, junior 16 men's quads to come. But Metody B leading the way, Neptune pushing into second, holding on, but continually trying to hold off the challenge from Clonmel on their inside on the enclosure side. So that's it. That'll push these 2 crews along to give them a good time. Whether it's good enough to make the final, we just do not know. So that'll all be revealed now once the last race is over now in about 10 or 15 minutes. But the Metody B crew leading the way here now, probably 3 lengths on the Neptune crew, of a half a length on the Clonmel crew. So that's the 1, 2, 3 now as they come up towards you. Probably about 500 meters to go, 400 meters. Sorry, it's probably only 300 meters at this point. No change at all. Metody College Belfast B crew, 3 lengths from Neptune, but desperately trying to hold off the challenge of the Clonmel crew, and they're inside now for that second position and this junior 16 Cox 4 quad. Over to you.
Leading this one out, we have the Metody B crew. In the last race, we had the Metody A crew. So strong showing here from Metody. But in fighting it out for the second position, we've Neptune in the green and Clonmel in the blue and white for that second position. But as you can see there in the shot, Metody B with another strong showing in lane 2, coming through in the last few strokes. And you can see the Neptune and Clonmel quads now battling it out for that second position. Neptune seems to have put in a bit of a sprint to try and get ahead. Are Clonmel going to respond? So Metody coming up to the finish line. And there's nothing in it between for the second position. Probably Neptune with a half a canvas lead. But as you come up to the line, looks like Clonmel are going to take it, that one, by a canvas over Neptune. With looks like Metody took a bit out of him there. The stroke man holding his face. And you can see the next race on the way down now, 144. In lane 2, Castleconnell B, lane 3, Lee Valley, lane 4, Skibbereen, lane 5, Cork, and lane 6, Castleconnell C. So 2 Castleconnell crews in this one, and they're on both ends of the field. So it looks like Lee Valley have the out there in lane 3. Looks like they have the lead in this one. The red oars there. Followed by, it looks like the other Castleconnell crew in lane 6. But Lee Valley looks like they have a nice little lead in this one. Probably a length and a half over the Castleconnell C crew. Followed by Cork Boat Club and with Skibbereen in close proximity. But Lee Valley leading this one out. Coming up to the 1,000 metre mark. You can see the boat there on the right hand side. That's roughly at the 1,000 metres. With Lee Valley leading this out on their home turf. Castleconnell there in second position. Some steering challenges there for Cork. Cork struggling with the steering there. They're doing a bit of an S drive down the course. Not satisfied with 2K, they want to do 2.1K. But leading this one out still is Lee Valley with Castleconnell C in second position. Castleconnell in lane 1, holy cow. I thought Cork Boat Club were trying to write the name of the course. And now these are coxed quads, so there must be some issues within the boat that the Cox is struggling with. You can see lane 2 there, they're all over the place. But anyway, leading this one out, you have Lee Valley, steered a fairly straight line down the course, followed by Castleconnell out there in lane 6, another crew that seemed to be steering fairly cleanly, followed by Cork Boat Club, who had their own little challenge. So you can see there in the shot now, Lee Valley, lane 3, leading this one out, giving it 100%. Big strong man there in 2, putting it through the water. Remember, this is a time trial, so it's straight all the way to the line with Castleconnell C there, actually after making up a lot of ground coming down the last few hundred metres. Lee Valley laying it down now. Mick will be watching, but if you look closely on this side, Castleconnell are making huge inroads out here in lane 6. Very little in it. Coming up to the line. Probably half a length in it there now. Oh, more. The angle is deceiving. A length and a small bit of clear water. Lee Valley, followed by Castle Connell.
Okay, we'll get ready for that.
With Castle Connell B coming in at the tail end. So the last race of the Junior 16 quad time trials will be up at the start now in lane 2. At lane 2 we'll have Carrick on Shannon. Lane 3 Lee B. Lane 4 St. Joseph's B. Lane 5 Athlone A. And lane 6 Castle Connell A. And taking it over to Jerry there, near the 1,000 metre mark. Over to you, Jerry.
So the final time trial for the men's junior 16 coxed quads well underway here into the second half now as they move on down the course. We're watching, just getting my bearings here now as we turn around and have a look at them. The Athlone crew in lane 5, and beside them Castle Connell A in lane 6. So they've pushed past Carrick, who led in the early stages, in lane 2, who are holding on to third now, not far behind, but it's a time trial, so they'll be pushing on down now. So you've got the Castle Connell and Athlone now working with each other here, like a little two-boat race going on there in the middle, looking for a good time. And Carrick, they're on their own on the outside, so they're a little isolated as they try to push on down this course also. Then it's back to lane 4, St. Joseph's College Galway B crew. That's a good bit back to them, and another bit back to the crew from the Lee Rowing Club in lane 3. So as I say, the last of these time trials, the Junior 16 Cox Quads. The next race up will be the first heat of the Women's Club 2 Cox 4s. There's 2 heats with 3 to qualify for the finals, so we look forward to that. Sorry, 3 heats with 2 from each heat to the final. But Carrick now have come back well, and a bit of a change on now all of a sudden. Castle Connell have dropped back to third. So Carrick and Athlone absolutely level here. So well done Carrick there, out on the outside on their own. They've pushed back. Lee have fallen away. Castle Connell A. All these red and black colours, difficult sometimes. And I would say Athlone just about leading here from Carrick and Shannon Rowing Club. This one now pushing on into the final 400 metres, I would say now at this point, as we watch them now moving on down towards the finish. So on we go with Athlone A now leading the way here from the crew from Carrick and Shannon out on the far side, followed by Castle Connell. So looks like Athlone will take this one now with about 250 metres to go from Carrick and Shannon from Castle Connell. Over to you.
So coming into the last 20 or 25 strokes, we've Athlone leading this one out, followed by Carrick over there in lane 1, and with Lee probably in third position. But Athlone going now for a sprint for the finish. Give them some encouragement there, give them a good shout. And we've Carrick out there in lane 1 going for it as well, with Lee, with Castle Connell on the near side. Castle Connell A, followed by St. Joseph's, followed by Lee B. Athlone there obviously put in a big effort. Remember, these are time trials, so the athletes are actually laying down and they have no idea who else is there, so got to lay it down, give it everything, but saving something for the final. It's hard to judge it. would not have liked to have been doing this kind of stuff. With no ado, the next race up is the women's Club 2 Coxed 4. Heat 1, so these are heats, and it'll be 2 out of each heat to qualify for the next round. There's 3 heats, so it'll be 2 out of each to go to the final. So in lane 1 we've Cork, lane 2 Fermoy, lane 3 Shandon, lane 4 UCD, lane 5 Commercial B, and lane 6 we've UCC. So out there in lane 4 now we have UCD. Looks like they're leading this one, followed by lane 2. Possibly Fermoy. Probably a half a length in it. So out there in lane 1 we've Carpo Club. Lane 2 Fermoy, challenging for the lead position. Lane 3 Shandon. So straddled in between lane 3 and 4, or between lane 2 and 4. Lane 4 we've UCD. Lane 5 Commercial, currently in last position, and lane 6 UCC. But challenging for the lead here, we've lane 2 and lane 4. Fermoy and UCD. Looks like there's very little in it. If I were to put a call on it, I'd probably say UCD have a half a length of a lead. So Club 2-4, I think it's 1,000 points to enter this category. This is a championship event. So you see a lot of the colleges win these Club 2 events. Very few clubs ever get the opportunity. But leading this one out, you have UCD, but with lane 2 Fermoy putting in a very good challenge. So it's 2 to qualify, so you don't need a time trial here. It's just positional. Get in front, get your slot, save as much energy as possible, come over the finish line in one of the 2 positions. So this one is UCD.
All cautions for the men's intermediate 8, race 155, need to weigh in by 3 p.m.
So Fermoy challenging here now. UCD and Fermoy leading this one out, and they are the 2 positions to qualify for the final. So it's up to the crew in 3rd position now to push that. But UCD leading this one probably by a half a length over Fermoy, over Shandon. Shandon now trying to push for a position in the final. In that shot there, you can see 2 Shandon crews. Or looks like Shandon crews. One is UCD, one was Shandon. So they're coming up to the 1,500 metre mark, with Fermoy and UCD leading out. Looks like they have those 2 final positions secured. Lovely overhead shot there showing the wake of the boats going down the course. Fermoy and UCD there in that shot, you can see them leading out Shandon. They don't need to push it, they just need to stay ahead. So you can see there UCD probably half a length lead over Fermoy, and a length of clear water between Fermoy and Shandon. Wind is slightly changing now with a slight tail, cross tail. But calm. As you can see, the finish is getting calmer and calmer. So UCD leading this one out. for the first position, with Fermoy probably 3/4, half a length behind. But these two going to qualify for the final, with Shandon back in third. So UCD there in the yellow and blue, light sky blue top. And you can see the Fermoy crew in the green hoops. 3/4 of a length there between UCD and Fermoy. None of these athletes should be collapsing now because they were just racing for position. So the next race, which will be coming down shortly, is the second heat of the Women's Club 2-4 in Lane A. Lane 1 will have Commercial C. Lane 2, St. Michael's B. Lane 3, Castleconnell. Lane 4, DULBC B. And right beside them, DULBCA. And in Lane 6, we have University of Galway Boat Club. And over to you, Jerry.
Yes, Heat 2 now of the Women's Club 2 Cox 4 is well into the second half, and way out in front is the Dublin University Ladies Boat Club B crew. The A crew rather, sorry. It's, it's a street ahead of the rest of them, that's all I can say. I'm not quite sure is Grace Healy in that boat. I think she is, but I need confirmation there for the final. We can find out with some other big names. But this crew is looking far better standard than a Club 2 Cox 4, and I have to say, they're so far ahead of the rest of them here, moving down the course. And in second position, don't forget, only 2 qualify, so a bit of a fight on there between St. Michael's Limerick and the Yellow Impact are right over on the far side. Then we're just looking here, it's the University of Galway crew. So we'll watch them now if University of Galway can attack St. Michael's Limerick for the second only 2 spots, second spot. But at the moment, St. Michael's Limerick have about a length now, I'd say, for that, and hold on to that qualifying position from the crew from University Galway Boat Club. So that's, but at the moment, St. Michael's look like they're going to take that. And then in fourth position, we have the Castleconnell crew and Commercial in lane 1 right over on the far side in fifth, and the second DULBC crew in lane 4. But you'll see very shortly now as they've well passed the 1500 metre, 1250 coming in towards 1500. DULBC A crew charging down the course now, going to win this one by a country mile, with 2 to qualify for the final, the second of 3 heats. 2 go out of each heat into the final 6-boat grand final later on this afternoon at 4:20. So I'd put this DULBC crew well down as favourites, having looked at them here now come down. So moving away from us, we watch them, and St. Michael's now need to be careful that they're not hunted down by University of Galway for that second position. So they're not over the line yet for that one. There might be an attack on there now as they charge after them. So that's a race on there for that, and then followed up by Castleconnell, second DULBC crew and Commercial. So I'll hand over to the finish tower.
Thanks, Jerry. And leading this second heat out, we have Trinity Ladies there. 2 to qualify. So there's no race for position 1, as we can see, unless they have a huge incident between now and the finish line. So the fight here is now for second position. And we have the St. Michael's crew out there in lane 2, made up of a junior crew. And out here on this side, we have University of Galway in lane 6. But it does look like the St. Michael's crew have that second position slot. But you can see University of Galway pushing hard, trying to make up a bit of ground, but I don't think it's going to happen. So it does look like Trinity Ladies and the St. Michael's crew are going to be the 2 qualifiers out of this particular race. So St. Michael's coming up to the finish line there now, with probably the best part of 3/4 of a length over University of Galway. So next heat up will be the final heat in this Women's Club 2 Coxed 4. And we have in lane A, we'll have our lane 1, we'll have Commercial A, Skibbereen in lane 2, QUBLBC, Queen's University, in lane 3, St. Michael's A in lane 4, and UL from Limerick in lane 5. So 5 boats, but 2 to qualify out this one. Out there in lane 1 we have Commercial A. They have a clear water length in this one. Skibbereen are in lane 2. We've Queens in lane 3. With UL out there in lane 5. So it looks like Queens and UL fight it out for the second position. I would say that UL probably have a slight lead in this one over Queens. But out there in first position we've Commercial A, probably at the 1750 metre mark there now. Commercial A out in front, followed by UL, who probably have a length over Skibbereen. Conditions improving all the time there now. Good conditions out there as they pass over the 1500 metre mark. Commercial out there in front. UL there in second with the green blades. Over Queens. So Commercial A leading this one out. Bit of a steering issue there with remember these are coxed 4s, and you can see some steering adjustments being made there by UL, which would have cost them probably a metre or two. Commercial there looking fairly tidy coming in up to the last 250, 300 metres, but UL coming behind them over Queens. Skibbereen there in lane 2. St. Michael's A in lane 4. They're battling out for the last 2 positions, for the 4th and 5th position. But I think this one here, Commercial A, coming up to the finish line with a good Clearwater lead over UL, with Queens pushing hard, but it doesn't look like they're going to make it. So last 2 positions here now. Commercial coming up to the line for the first slot in the final with UL. With UL's lead being challenged strongly. But keeping about a half a length ahead of Queens. And that's the last race in the Women's Club 2 heats. So those first 2 crews would have booked their position in the final. The next race that'll be coming up shortly will be the first heat of the men's junior pair, coxless pair. Heat 1 Enniskillen in lane 1, Pres Cork B in lane 2, Lee Valley in lane 3, St. Joseph's lane 4, Qualsteig Nod B in 5, and Skibbereen in lane 6. Doesn't look like there's anybody on the stake boat at the moment. Oh, they're halfway down. It looks like we've missed the start. Oh, they're at the 1,000 metre mark. So leading this one out looks like lane 6, Skibbereen. Skibbereen won the junior men's pair last year. and they're following it up this year with another strong showing in this heat. So 3 to qualify in this heat to the final. Is 2 heats. So the first 3, Skibbereen, and lane 3 we have Lee Valley. Or sorry, is that Lee Valley? One, 2, 4. Looks like St. Joseph's. They like to confuse us by wearing white instead of blue. And you have Coach in the shot there. You can see Skibbereen in the black boat and the red horizontal stripe. Looks like they're out in the lead in this one. Followed by St. Joseph's, with Lee Valley just behind them. So if those are the first 3, and they're the 3 that will qualify for the final. No time trial in this race. But possibly, if there's time, they will give the positions and lanes for the final. So Skibbereen leading this one out. St. Joseph's in second. With possibly Lee Valley in third position. Skibbereen with a clear water lead in this one. Followed by Jez in the white top and white oars. Followed by Lee Valley. Or is that coach ignored, I think. Oh! A crab there from the stroke man. But he's picked it back up. So that looks quashed. Looks like they're vying for that third position. Skibbereen over the line first. St. Joseph's coming in second. And Quajta making up for their error there, coming in third. Skibbereen in a nice black Felipe there. And we'll go up for now for the next round, this next heat, the second heat in the Junior 18 pair. Quajta Prez at Lunkert. Quajta A, Shannon and Commercial. And over to Jerry.
Second heat of the men's junior 18 pair. We'll head up to Jerry to get the latest update halfway down the course.
Second heat, yes, men's junior 18 pairs, 3 to qualify. So out in front is the Prez Cork crew leading the way here in lane 2. And then very close then between the crew on the far side, the two Kaloshnik crews, very similar in second and third. The white boat leading from the yellow boat, if you want to separate, know which is which on the Kaloshnik crews. And then those 3 crews in the qualifying positions, it's a couple of lengths back then to Lunkert in 4th position. So the previous race had all those big names in it, the Skibbereen, McCarthy and Casey going to the Worlds in a 4, looking very impressive leading that last race, and Dan Lucy in the Lee Valley boat, the third man in the Cox 4 for the Worlds. This race then is sprinkled with guys going to home internationals, Kaloshnik Noid lads, and those Prez guys out in front in lane 2. So they're leading the way home here, nice and loose and long, rowing very well, and about a couple of lengths ahead from Kaloshnik Noid. On the far side in station 1. So that's the C crew they have them down as, but anyway. And then the other side of them is the A crew. So the C crew beating the A crew. Anyway, that's the way they picked them. And this, so right now it's presentation Cork leading home here, and the 2 Jez crews. So they'll be the 3 crews that'll make the grand final later on presently. and it looks like it'll stay that way now as we approach about less than 300 metres to go. Bit of a mishap from Lunkard, so any chance they ever had is gone now. I would say the two Jazz crews just need to paddle home in second and third behind the Prez crew. So I'll hand this one over to you at the finish.
So coming into the finish there, we have Prez out in the middle there leading this one. And two coxed crews following in after that. So this is the second heat in this junior men's pair, 3 to qualify. Prez leading this one out, and the two coxed crews coming in after that, followed by at Lunkard. We'll just miss out on the final. So Prez coasting over the line, followed by the two coxed crews. With that Lunkard coming through in fourth position, followed by Shannon, followed by Commercial. Why do I? Oh yeah. That concludes the two heats in the men's junior pair, with the first 3 out of each going to the final. Next race coming down is the men's Club 2 Cox 4. Heat 1, so there's 2 heats in this one as well, and we'll have 3 to qualify in each one. Queen's University in lane 1, St. Joseph's lane 2, Commercial in lane 3, Coxed lane 4, and UCD in 5, with Shannon over on the near side here in lane 6. So leading this one out, it looks like Queens, followed by possibly Shannon. With UCD out there in lane 5 probably. But there's nothing between these 4 crews that you can see there. Queens, Commercial, UCD and Shannon. Good spread. So there's 3 to qualify here, so this is a real race. There's nothing between these 4 crews. Out in lane 6, it looks like Shannon has taken a slight lead. But out in lane 1, we have Queens. Lane 3, Commercial. Commercial looks like they're challenging for that lead position as well as Shannon, with probably UCD possibly in third. But nothing in it at the moment as they come up to the 1500 metre mark shortly, with 500 metres to go, and it's still neck and neck for these 4 crews. Shannon probably still have a slight lead there, with Queens and Commercial, maybe Commercial now and challenging for that lead position. And it does look like Shannon, UCD and Commercial going to get the first 3 slots. Shannon leading it out. Coming into the last 300 metres. Shannon leading this one out. It's a good shot there, you can see. There in the blue and white. UCD now in second position in the yellow Empacker, with Commercial in third. So these 3 are in the prime slot to qualify for the final. But are we missing out in the shot? Queens? No. So it does look like Shannon, UCD and Commercial are going to come home in the 3 qualifying positions in this first heat in the men's Club 4. UCD looking comfortable enough in their technique. So they all know they only need to get over the line. Shannon probably a bit more eager to get over the line than the other two. Commercial coming in there in second. UCD being cute, just doing enough to qualify in the third slot. Shannon over the line, followed by Commercial, followed by UCD. And they are the 3 qualifiers. The next one, the next heat on this event is UL in lane 1, New Ross in lane 2, DUBC in lane 3, Skibbereen in lane 4, and UCC in lane 5. And it's coming up to about a 500 metre mark. Handing over to you, Jerry.
Yes, everybody through the first 500 metre mark in the second heat of the men's Club 2 coxed 4s. The last of the heats, 3 to get into the grand final later on, and then we're into 9 big grand finals to finish off a great day, first day of these championships. But here we are now. It's DUBC in lane 3 in the black boat, but only just from the University College Cork crew, probably a canvas, and then a half a length back to Skibbereen, sandwiched in the middle of them. And there's only another third of a length back to the crew out in lane 1, University of Limerick. So we have a bit of a race on here. The only crew dropped off is New Ross, and they're a couple of lengths adrift. So now University of Limerick in lane 1 beginning to drop a little bit too. So are they going to make it easier for these other 3 crews to qualify? Because 3 only go through. So University of Limerick, can they make a race of this? But right now, as the other 3 crews, now you see we've got it. You know, they're playing this cat and mouse stuff, but not quite yet, because University of Limerick haven't fallen back enough to let them relax yet. As we come up towards the halfway marker, it is everybody is through now, and University College Cork and the Yellow M Packer just about nudged ahead of the DUBC boat, the black boat, Philippi black boat. Probably dead level now, I'd say. So a nice little race going on, but maybe they want bragging rights for winning it to give them confidence for the final as we watch them now through. But they're out to a length on the Skibbereen crew in the middle, and Skibbereen under a bit of pressure now, but will University of Limerick be able to keep them under pressure? I would say now, out of all the top 3 boats are rowing the best, looking at them from my educated eyes. Yeah, but there's a lot of work going on right over on the far side for the University of Limerick, and they're overlapping with Skibbereen. So a lot of work going in there now. So we'll see what happens here as we go through 1,250 metres. DUBC now probably just nudged slightly in front of University College Cork, and then it's a length back to Skibbereen. And University of Limerick are overlapping with them. They're pushing on hard. They're working really hard right over on the far side in lane 1 with the Skibbereen crew. Club 2, don't forget these guys, some of them, you know, not long in the sport, and then you get an experienced guy will drop back, and so it's a right good mixture with the way the point system works. So yeah, University of Limerick, I tell you, they're brave. They're overlapping. They're only a half a length down on the Skibbereen crew as we watch them charge down the course here now, about 1,350 metres gone, and there's a good race on for that third position between Skibbereen and University of Limerick Boat Club. Nice conditions here in the afternoon in Inniscarra Lake outside Cork City. And fair play to University of Limerick. These guys are fit. They've done their winter's training. They are hunting down Skibbereen, but you know Skibbereen, you know what they can do. They have another big kick in them just about coming up now. So we'll see what happens there. And they're putting pressure on University College Cork right on the near side too a little bit. So nobody's home and hosed yet. DUBC possibly as we watch them as this unfolds. But let's see, you know, this can all bunch up again as they come in, 4 crews, and there's a great race now here for that third qualifying position. So Skibbereen and University of Limerick, the last of these heats before the big finals later on. The final of this race will be the last one of the day at 5:10. But it's DUBC in the black boat from University College Cork. As we watch them coming in towards the line. Now I'm going to hand over to the finish tower.
Thanks, Jerry. Leading this one out, you have DUBC there in the white, black boat. UCC looks like they're in second position, with Skibbereen and UL fighting it out for that third slot. Remember, there's three slots for this for the final. But DUBC leading this one out. UCC over here in the bottom of the shot there in the yellow M-Packer, with Skibbereen putting in a big sprint there. UL on the far side in the green. Looks like it's going to be fairly tight between UL and Skibbereen, but it does look like Skibbereen might have a canvas over them. But Trinity leading this one out. Second UCC, third Skibbereen. UL just missed out. Trinity boys wearing their white tops, going very traditional. White top, black boat. Skibbereen there, big push at the finish. You can see the bowman trying to recover. It's got to do it all again later on, but at least they're in the final. Trinity looking fairly comfortable there as they paddle down for the warm down. So one to look out for in the final, the Trinity crew. And the winner in the Heat A was Shannon. So a university crew and a club crew in the final, the two winners. And I know who I'll be shouting for in the final, but I obviously will remain impartial here in the commentary tower. Now there's a break for about a half an hour, so get up to the Rowan Ireland shop and spend all your hard-earned cash on very reasonable priced clothing, and support the efforts of Rowing Ireland towards our Olympic team that are obviously over in Italy. Biggest Olympic team we've ever sent from a rowing perspective to an Olympic event, with 8 crews qualified and 1 Paralympic crew qualified. Tune in for the Olympics on your local TV channel. And for me, from Jerry Murphy, myself, Pat Kinsella, and Brian Richardson, the commentary team here this afternoon, will close down for the next half hour. Enjoy the silence.
With the owner of a black Audi 141 KE, make their way down. It's blocking the entrance there. So anyone. That has just parked in front of the gates, if we can get that moved. So hello again from the finish tower. We're getting ready for the finals for this afternoon's session. A series of races starting just over 5 minutes time. We'll be kicking off with the final of the women's junior 18 single scull. Came through the time trials earlier on today, and into the final we have our 6 fastest scullers. Centre of the course is going to be those that came with the fastest times in lanes 3 and 4, and then in lanes 2 and 5 the third and fourth, and then 5th and 6th on the outside lanes. So all the action we're expecting, if it goes with form, to be centre of the course with New Ross and Skibbereen. After the women's junior 18 single, we have the men's Inter 8, a 6-boat final between UCD, UL, Commercial University of Galway, UCC and Cork. We have then another race that came through the time trials, the men's junior 16 coxed quad, before we move into the women's club 2-4, men's junior 18 pair, men's senior double, women's Inter 8, women's senior double, and the men's club 2-4 to close out this afternoon's racing, our last race of the day at 5:10. So looking forward to getting stuck in to see who are going to join the championship winning crews from this morning. We had Athlone, Skibbereen, UCC, St Michael's, University of Galway, UCD, Shannon and Cork taking the spoils. And in this afternoon session we'll see who will join them and how we do with their positions on the leaderboard, overall number of championships as well. So looking forward to coming back to racing in just a few minutes with the final of the women's junior 18 single sculls. So just a reminder to everyone to use our event hashtags, hashtag We Are Rowing Ireland, hashtag Green Blades and hashtag Irish Rowing Champs. Tag us in all of your photos and we'll get our socials shared. Great to see not just the rowers and the medal presentations, but all the supporters, families as well. Always good to have you included. And just a huge shout out as well before we begin this afternoon's racing to all our sponsors: Cork County Council, Total Cleaning Supplies, the Cork International Hotel, Sport Ireland, Sport Northern Ireland, Powerhouse Sport, Whoop, Kinetica, Quilcha, MG, Avison Young, Aegis, Philippi, Swift Racing and Rowfit. Their continued support is invaluable, not just in the internationals, but to our race this weekend over the championships as well. And thank you for your ongoing support. And we can see all of their adverts up on screen and in the footage as well. And shortly we'll make our way up to the start to get the lineup of the crews as they go on the stake boats for the final of the women's junior 18 single scull. So up on screen now you can see the footage of the start. Our crews just getting on the stake boats. Once again, this is going to be the final of the women's junior 18 single scull. The crews came through the time trials earlier on this morning, and the leader by some distance out of that was New Ross Brennan. A23 was her time, and the nearest competitor then, Skibbereen Knowles, 8:26. So we'd imagine these two will do all the running, and then there's very, very little between the other four scullers, all scoring in and around 8:33, 8:35 for positions 3rd to 6. So I think if we're going on form, centre of the course, New Ross and Skibbereen are the crews to watch. But of course, these time trials into the finals, anything can happen, and when they're racing side by side, we'll see just how competitive they are in this women's junior 18 single scull. Last year's win went to Ban. Green was the sculler there from Ban, took the win, and taking the Frank Durkin trophy for the women's junior 18 single scull. We're shortly going to find out who is going to be next to be engraved on that trophy, the Frank Durkin trophy for the women's junior 18 single. And just watching the start here, they're under starters orders, just making some adjustments. You can see the scullers just tapping it on the bow or stroke blade, just making sure they're pointing in, especially with the crosswind. They want to make sure that they're going to be pointing in the right direction and not do too many adjustments. We did see a couple of crews that had to adjust and move across once they came off the start. They were moving over in the lane a little bit once the crosswind took hold of them. So I'm sure these scullers here will be looking to align themselves to make sure that they get a clean run of it down, not run into any buoys, and not have to worry about steering. So it's all important to get into a good racing position and get off to a nice clean start. Get onto the course the way you want, and then stick to your race plan and get down the course safely, not having to worry about the buoys or any of the hazards that might be there. So we'll be underway shortly. And the rundown again, in lane 1 we'll have Castleconnell, in lane 2 Athlone, lane 3 New Ross, lane 4 Skibbereen, lane 5's Sligo, and lane 6 Fermoy. They're the top 6 scullers out of the time trials so far, and they're underway. So on screen you can see we've just gotten underway now on our first final of this afternoon's session, the final of the women's junior 18 single scull. All away cleany. You can see the umpire there behind them. He'll come in just to make sure everyone is having a good clean run at this here, and they'll be powering off the first 100 metres and settling into their race plan. And we'll shortly pick up with Jerry then at about 200 metres, and we'll see who our leading crews are. Hopefully we can get the drone footage, will give us a better idea. This head-on shot, beautiful conditions as you can see up at the start. There is that crosswind, but it's definitely not causing any problems from the crews as they make their way down. So you can see the sun shining there as they come up to about 150, 200 metres to go. And our man up at the start, Jerry, is primed to pick up these championship finals now. Coming into about 200 go, we're headed to Jerry to get the latest update.
Yes, here we go. About 250 metres gone now in the final of the junior sculls, women's junior sculls. And we have out in front already in lane 4. It's Knowles from Skibbereen. She's got about a length on the sculler right over on the far side, Castleconnell, Flaherty. So these girls know each other very well. They're in the same boat together for the Irish team. So it's then about another half a length back to Anna Brennan in lane 3. Now, she's been cut in the hop there by the Skibbereen sculler because she's absolutely taken off. She's got about 3 lengths on the rest of them already as we move to the first 500 metres. So Skibbereen, Knowles is out in front. Brennan was a faster time in the heats. So this girl has just charged away, and she's about 2 lengths now, probably 2.5 lengths, we'll say, ahead of the sculler Castleconnell, Ní Flaherty from right over in lane 1 is a half a length on Brennan from New Ross in lane 3, and then she's a half a length on Athlone O'Grady, who's probably only another third of a length then ahead of Sligo Walsh, and then on the near side Fermoy Nagel. So Skibbereen now, I don't know if she can keep this up, but let's see. She's charged away, and it's up to the others now to haul her back in. It's like a horse race where somebody takes off a mile ahead, and let's see if they can hunt her down now and see. But we've gone through about 700 metres now, and she has 3 lengths, 4 lengths maybe, as she moves along down the course. And then it's tight enough then between O'Flaherty, Castleconnell, and the Brennan, who's in the World's Crew, the double, to go to the World Championships. The rest of them are going to the Coupe. So Brennan now, can she show some form here and try and haul this girl back in from Skibbereen? But this is incredible stuff from her. Obviously she looked at this and thought, this is the only way I'm going to win this. She's absolutely standing on the stretcher. You know, she's superhuman if she can keep this up. So let's just see as she moves on down the tracks. We've gone, it's a beautiful evening here. The sun is shining. It's flat cam up here at the start. You couldn't ask for any better as these crews now head on down. And we've gone about 800 meters already. As Skibbereen Knowles now just keeps on the pressure. Nobody's catching her yet. Brennan's beginning to move up a bit though. We'll see now as she, Skibbereen rating 33. Brennan's up level now in second position with Castleconal O'Flaherty. So and then it's only a half a length back to Athlone O'Grady. So that's the first four, and then another length back to Sligo Walsh and Fermoy Nagle. But Skibbereen, she's just holding it out there. This is incredible from her, and I'm not sure whether the others saw this coming, but now Brennan's nudging out in front into second, and we'll just have to wait and see what happens here. But she's a long way to haul her back in, the Skibbereen Sculler. So Brennan now just nudging out, but difficult. She's probably a bit deflated, knowing that the Skibbereen, she can't even see her, is so far ahead of her. So, you know, in her mind, she needs to stop having a little. She just had a little look over. Where is she? That's just a little distressing. And let's see what she can do now as she pushes on down the course in lane 3 from New Ross in second. But no doubt about it, Knowles from Skibbereen. Is this another big future name we're going to see on the tracks at senior level after junior level? But at the moment she's in the Coupe 4 for the Coupe de la Jeunesse later on in a couple of weeks' time, and we'll just have to wait and see how this race goes now. Is she going to take this one with her? So in fact, Knowles is in the double for the Worlds. My apologies, with Brennan. So that's why she's doing this. Yeah, okay. So the two top girls going to the Worlds are in 1-2 now. So sorry about that, Skibbereen followers. Yes, World Championship she's off to, not the Coupe. So Coupe, even though it is a very high standard, it's the Europeans. The Worlds is the Worlds, and she's out there now as Brennan now moves out into second position. By about a length from Castleconal O'Flaherty. So, and then she's overlapping them with the Sculler and inside Athlone O'Grady, who's going very well in fourth position, and then a couple of lengths back to the other two Scullers. So a little bit of a breeze just all of a sudden coming up there now over the second half of this course. We are approaching the 1500 metre mark shortly. As this amazing Sculler Knowles from Skibbereen charges down the course now. You can see the power she's putting in. She's really just standing on that stretcher and getting really long levers into it and moving the boat. She's doing it all right, and that's why she's so far in front. Incredible stuff from her, as you can see now, and I hope you're getting good footage on the drone and all those different cameras all around the course, which this is being beamed out to you all over the world. No matter where you are, you can watch this, as well as those of you physically on the course today on the big screen here at the National Rowing Centre in Inniscarra outside Cork City. But you can see the Skibbereen Sculler moving on down towards you now. Knowles in front, from Anna Brennan from New Ross in second, the top two junior scullers in the country, and then she's about 2 lengths ahead of the sculler in lane 1, Castleconal O'Flaherty, and there's bronze medals as well up for grabs here, but no doubt about it, it's Skibbereen leading the way here now as we come to about 300 metres to go. We'll watch this for another little bit, but in the yellow boat, in the yellow impacker with the white blades flashing there, you can see her charging down this. She has to fall in to lose this now at this point in time. She's got about 250 odd metres to go now. It's Skibbereen about 3 lengths ahead of Anna Brennan from New Ross, who has a couple of lengths on the sculler on the far side of Flaherty. Castleconal in third position, just about holding off Athlone O'Grady. Over to you, Richie.
An unbelievable race here from Skibbereen to lead as she has. We didn't expect this. We thought New Ross would do all the running here. Very little between them on times coming through the time trial. It just shows you when you get to a final how everything can change. Knowles of Skibbereen pushing on here. Clearwater lead. She's absolutely dominated this race from the start. Opened up Clearwater and continues to move away from the field as they come in towards the finish. It's New Ross in second place. Just holding off then the crews that are in Castleconnell and also at Lone on the far side as well, but no doubt about the leader here. Skibbereen Knowles powering home here in style. We got some fantastic footage as they were coming down from the camera on the back of the catamaran and just coming in towards the finish, and it's going to be another championship for Skibbereen as they come in towards the finish, taking the win in the women's junior 18. Skibbereen move up to 197 championships, crossing the line there. It is Knowles of Skibbereen taking the win ahead of New Ross in second place. It's going to be Castleconnell coming in to take third ahead of Athlone O'Grady in fourth. A really fantastic display there. You can see just why she's been selected to compete for Ireland with a display like that in the women's junior 18 single sculls. What a way to kickstart this afternoon's racing. A win there for Knowles of Skibbereen ahead of New Ross Brennan in second, Castleconnell in third, Athlone in fourth, and then the crews from Sligo and Fermoy finishing us off in fifth and sixth place. Really well done to the sculler from Skibbereen there. And fast and furious, we're already going back up to the start to see the crews lined up for the next race, which is the men's Inter 8. So we'll be back shortly with the start of that race. We are underway with the next race. The men's intermediate 8s are off of the start. In lane 1 we'll have UCD, lane 2 UL, lane 3 Commercial, lane 4 University of Galway, lane 5 UCC, and lane 6 we'll have Cork. So Cork and Commercial, the club boats here in the Inch 8, and the other crews we can see are the University crews. Already fantastic footage here from the drones again. You can see maybe it is just the crew from UCC off the pace at the moment, leading it out. It looks like the Cork crew nearest the enclosure, and also in lane 2 then UL, they look like the early leaders as they come off 150 metres or so into the race of the men's intermediate 8. Racing here for the IARU Challenge Cup, and previous winners of this last year, University of Galway, the 2023 winners. They'll be looking to try retain it here. Beautiful footage again. You can see some of the steering. We have a big steering issue. Hopefully they can correct it there. The crew from UL in danger of going into lane 1. Big correction there from UL to have to come back, but it's hopefully they can get back into a straight run of things here. Will have slowed the boat down, but it does look like they're coming up to challenge the crew from UCD at the moment. So really nice rowing from both these crews, and we'll see just how competitive they are, and we'll get ready. Hopefully they're coming into view of Jerry, and we'll get an update there. UL had some steering issues, looks like they've recovered, and they'll be back into the mix, and Jerry's going to give us that update.
Yes, indeed. They've gone now about 600 metres, and it's tight enough now for most of these crews. If anything now, Commercial probably a couple of feet ahead in lane 3 from University of Limerick in lane 2, and another couple of feet ahead of UCD in the yellow Packer out right over in lane 1. But there's nothing, you could throw a blanket over these guys apart from University College Cork, who've fallen away. So we'll watch these other 5 crews now. There's only about a third of length between the whole 6 of them. Woohoo, here we go. Men's Intermediate 8's final. Who's going to take this one? You couldn't tell at this point. Coke Boat Club on the inside, right in the hunt. And then beside them, University of Galway, they've fallen back a little bit. But if anything now, University of Limerick might be a foot or two ahead of Commercial, and then another foot or two ahead. Cork Boat Club now pushing up. There's absolutely nothing in this. It's just they're edging to and fro all these 5 boats. The only crew that's slightly behind is the University of Galway. We leave University of Cork out of it. They've fallen way behind. So the other 5, it's University of Galway, have fallen back about a third of a length. But the other 4 boats are, whoa, nothing at all in it. This is a great race. So let's have a look closer now. So University of Limerick and Commercial, bang on. Cork Boat Club a couple of feet behind them. And then another third of a length, maybe less, even back to UCD over in lane 1. So let's take the crew just about nudging in front. University of Limerick from Commercial by a foot, and they're just, they're at 38. Commercial to their left, and they're just beside them going along. We'll get them again here. That's strokes per minute we're talking about. We'll have to leave that for a second. But University of Limerick, Commercial, dead level. Cork Boat Club a third of a length behind, and then another. Probably beside UCD on the far side, they're level with Cork and UCD either side of them. And NU Galway just about a third of a length back again. This is a fantastic race of the men's intermediate 8s coming down towards you now. The 4 o'clock, they're well over now. They're well on their way. NUIG having another big push now. They're just trying to edge away from Commercial. They might have a canvas now at this point from Commercial, who have a half a length down on Cork Boat Club, and UCD are dead level in 3rd position. So I'm going to just watch this again now. It's University of Galway rowing very well here, and they're at 38. So let's see what Commercial are at now. We got it now, both crews rating 38. They're mirror image right beside each other here as they move along. Nothing between them now. Commercial and NU Galway are dead level as they move out ahead of the Cork Boat Club in 3rd position, a half a length behind them, and another third of a length back to UCD in the far lane and station in lane 1. And NUG, who aren't out of it. NUG are beginning to come back a little bit now, and they've gone past University College Dublin in 4th, about just a length behind, but still a chance for them to come back. Oh, watching this. Commercial now have nudged ahead in lane 3. Commercial Rowing Club Dublin, rowing the Liffey. There they are now. They're putting in a big push. It's Commercial. They've gone ahead now from NU University of Limerick. Commercial now just moved in front. As we stay alongside here, we've got about less than 300 metres to go. We'll just watch this for another little bit. Commercial have pushed out. They've got a canvas on University of Limerick. Cork desperately trying to stay with them, but it's between these two now. It looks like Commercial are going to go ahead here. It looks like Commercial look the stronger crew. I'll hand over to you in the tower, Richie.
A really exciting finish here in the men's intermediate 8. It's all changed in the last few hundred metres. Cork doing all the running up to the halfway mark, but we've seen the Commercial crew powering on here and opening up the lead. The UL crew trying to get back into contention and hold off. Cork pushing them all the way to the line, but it looks like the Commercial crew opening up just about a third of a length. UL coming at them with every stroke, but they're going to run out of water. Finish line is going to be in sight for the Commercial crew. A very solid last 500 metres from them sees them move into the lead, inch away from the chasing pack, and coming into the men's intermediate 8 championship of Ireland, it looks like it's going to be Commercial ahead of the crew from UL in 2nd place. The Cork crew and NUIG in 3rd and 4th. Really great racing there in the men's intermediate 8. A fantastic race from Commercial, timed it to perfection, coming up into the last 600 metres, just moving out into the lead ahead of the crews from UL and from Cork as well, and University of Galway, last year's winners, not able to retain the IAU Challenge Cup in the men's intermediate 8s. The win goes to Commercial, a really deserved win there, and fantastic footage you saw. Hopefully the crews enjoying that footage as well when they get to watch it back. We have someone on the catamaran hanging on for dear life. But giving us the race footage as well, which is fantastic to see. So well done to Commercial, winners of the men's intermediate 8s. So we've just about caught our breath after that really exciting men's intermediate eights race that went to commercial, just coming in to the line taking the win. Next up we have the men's junior 16 cox squad, and these boats went through the time trial this morning. They're up on the stake boats, as you can see on the footage there, and we will have in lane 1 Lee Valley, lane 2 commercial, lane 3 Methodist, lane Methodist A, lane 4 St Michael's A, lane 5 Methodist B, and lane 6 Athlone. So we'll be shortly underway with the final of the men's junior 16 cox squad. And we're underway. So next up, the men's junior 16 cox squad between Lee Valley in lane 1, Commercial lane 2, Methodist A in lane 3, St Michael's A lane 4, Methodist B in lane 5, and Athlone A in lane 6. Off the start, we're getting our drone footage there. These crews came through the time trial, and the two fastest crews are in the centre of the course in lanes 3 and lane 4. That's Methodist A and St Michael's A. So if we're going with form and times, they're the ones to look at. But leading it out at the moment, it looks like the Methodist B crew in lane 5 have opened up a little bit of a lead, along with the crew from Commercial and St Michael's. And they're coming down now to about the 200 metre mark, settling into their race pace. And the wind has really dropped down now compared to what we had earlier on. Those blustery conditions are gone. There's a little headwind coming up the course, if anything. But again, nothing to worry these crews too much. And just to give you the rundown again, we have Lee Valley, Commercial, Methodist A, St Michael's A, Methodist B and Athlone. The final of the men's junior 16 cox squad. And we're going to head up the course now to get the update on this men's junior 16 cox squad race.
Yes, Richie, we've gone through, just coming up to the 500 metres gone. And tight enough here now. All these junior 16 quads worked their way through the first 500 now. They worked their way through time trials to the top 6 now to make the grand final, and it's a credit to all the crews and coaches to even get this far. Well done. But right now, here we go. Who's going to get the win and get the medals here today? Methody College Belfast in the centre lane, looking very strong. Came out tops in the trials this morning. Pretty sure they did anyway. They're leading just about now as we watch this one now as we bring the drone footage and all the great quality pictures for you. And Andrew here beside me bringing these brilliant pictures to you from the launch, travelling alongside. Well done to him. But as we move along now, it's Methody, but only by about a canvas from Commercial Rowing Club Dublin. Will they get 2 in a row here, having won that magnificent intermediate eights there just a few minutes ago? So watching them now, we travel alongside on the bows. So it's, sorry, apologies there, Methody College now out to about a third of a length from Commercial, and that's the position of the 1-2, and then it's probably a half a length back then to the Athlone crew on the inside, over on the enclosure side in third position, who've only got a canvas then on Methody's B crew. So strong, sorry, St Michael's, apologies there, the St Michael's crew, the A crew. So watching them now move along as just a lot of dark shirts now rather than seeing colours at the moment, but definitely Methody leading the way here as we come up towards the 1,000 metre mark. Methody College have moved out now to 2/3 of a length from Commercial Rowing Club, and looking at good solid performance by them, nice rowing by them. getting lovely, long, smooth strokes in and no check on the boat. So that's really good. That's why they're leading this race. Commercial now gallantly looking in a good, solid second position, trying to get a length then from the St. Michael's crew over there on the inside of them on their left, the A crew from St. Michael's. So that's the 1, 2, 3. But inside the St. Michael's crew is the other Methody crew who are challenging them, and then right over in lane 1 it's Lee Valley, and then that's so here we go, moving along now. Junior 16 coxed quads. We've well into the second half of this race. Methody College Belfast, a great program going on there. And the Maran now I know well, and he's got a great team working there, and they've really come on leaps and bounds over the last couple of years, and you can see the fruits here now. This Junior 16 coxed squad absolutely hammering along here, but Commercial aren't letting them go. The stroke man has a little look. He wants to just say, hang on, come on guys, let's keep with them. They're overlapping with them still. Big two-man there with the cap on backwards for Commercial, and he's pumping it down. Good rowing, good solid rowing by them. It's a half a length as we watch them now move along, as we stay with them here now. So 2/3 of a length. Commercial came back a few feet there. Methody have pushed away again. So a little bit of cat and mouse there, but it's hard work. They're desperately now before the final charge, just trying to line themselves up here and just keep that sort of in the 90s, the high-end stuff of before they go over the top to try and go charge for the line. So a little look again from the stroke man of Commercial. He just sees Methody sort of sneaking away, but yeah, they're pushing out a little bit more there now. They're trying to get a length on Commercial, but Commercial have that clear water on St. Michael's in third position. Don't forget there's bronze medals up for grabs here too, and St. Michael's are in that third position at the moment from the B crew from Methody College, and a good strong performance on the far side by Lee Valley too, but Methody College leading all the way down here. They've pushed out again now. They're finishing very strongly. They're pushed out to a length on Commercial now. They look like the crew are going to finish the strongest here as they push on down now, coming up to the last 250 metres shortly for this race. It's Methody College Belfast pumping along there at about 34.5 strokes. Commercial now, it's out to a length. Commercial have fallen away a bit more, so it looks like the game might be up here. Methody looks very strong. It's Methody from Commercial, from St. Michael's Limerick. I'll hand to you, Richie.
Another fantastic race. Hard to think that these are just Junior 16 crews that are racing here, such as the arrays of competition that we're seeing. Unbelievable for Methodist. Commercial, really great race in second place. They've done their best to try get back into contention and push the Methodist crew. St. Michael's now moving into a solid third place ahead of Methodist as well. They're the 1, 2 and 3, and the crew from Lee Valley staying in touch as well out on the far side. Nearest to us then it is the crew from Athlone as well, staying in touch, but no doubt about the leaders here. Really powerful display and some fantastic footage that we saw of the crews and the leading crew as they come into the finish. They're powering all the way to the line. It's a win for Methody in the men's Junior 16 coxed squad. Really great race from those guys. As Jerry said, keep an eye on those crews. And it is Commercial coming in second, and then a really strong finish from Methodist to come in to take third place as well, just pipping St. Michael's by canvas. So really great row there from Methodist, taking it ahead of St. Michael's. And then it was the crew from Lee Valley and Athlone coming in to close it out. Arms aloft there from the crew from Methodist. A really great win from them. Congratulations and well done. That was a win in the men's Junior 16 coxed squad for a Methody. The result on screen there of the men's intermediate 8 final, a fantastic win there for Commercial in a time of 6:01.7. And the win there for Methody in the men's junior 16 cox squad. Next up, it is going to be the women's club 2-4. They already raced in a series of heats where 2 crews qualified to the final. St. Michael's, unfortunately, have scratched in lane 1, so it's a 5-boat race between Commercial, UCD, DULBC, Fermoy and UL. So again, magnificent footage that we have up on screen there, and a perfect time to talk about the way the boats are rigged. You can see we have one of the crews there stroked from the bow side in lane 3. That is the crew from UCD, and then you have the crew beside them from DULBC have that continental rigging where the stroke and bow are on the stroke side and 2 and 3 are on the bow side. So just a slight difference between some of the crew setup that we have here in the women's club 2-4. Winners of this event last year was Commercial, and they'll be looking to try hold on to this title again. It's the UL Ladies Plate Trophy for the Club 4 race. Commercial winning it in 2023, and they'll be looking to hold on to it here as we get underway with the final. 5 boats, as I mentioned. St. Michael's, unfortunately, not competing in the finals, so we're going to have Commercial A, UCD, DULBC, Fermoy and UL racing this one out. Coming up now, the Women's Club 2-4 underway. They've just gone off the start. Okay, no problem. I'll bring it down as far as I can. So just that race underway now, and we can see already in lane 3 leading it out, it looks like the crew from UCD and Commercial. The only crew off the pace at the moment is the crew from UL nearest the enclosure, and they're going to have to really push on so that they don't lose touch with the leading crews here. All the running being done centre of the course by the crews from UCD, DULBC and from Commercial as well. And then a little bit further back to the crew in 4th place, it is Fermoy just holding off UL for 4th and 5th at the moment. But the 3 crews on the far side matching each other stroke for stroke. You can see as they come through the boys, we can see just who's leading, but it's changing as the boat surges past the boys. So the Trinity ladies and UCD, neighbours of course up in Island Bridge, they'll be well used to racing each other here, and we're just seeing the Trinity crew really power on. Big push from them. You can see the rake come right up, and they've taken just about a canvas over the UCD crew. Ahead then of Commercial, last year's winners of this event, very much in touch. They're just a further canvas off. These 3 crews now just opening up a Clearwater lead ahead of Fermoy back in 4th place, UL back in 5th. So it's opening out now as they come through the first few 100 metres. And all to play for still, with 3 crews just half a length separating first to third, so they're going to have to settle into a nice race rhythm here. We saw the Trinity ladies tried to push off coming through about 250. They went for a big push looking to shake off the challenge of UCD and Commercial. They haven't been able to do that, but they have opened up just about a half a length lead over UCD. Commercial now having a really solid 200 metres as well, because they've moved in to 2nd place, just passing out the crew from UCD slightly. So all to play for here. These 3 crews right beside each other, pushing each other on, have now opened up Clearwater ahead of Fermoy and of UL as well. So it is 3 crews opening up, and we're going to head up to the start to see how the race is going now, with Trinity just opening up a little bit of a lead. Commercial now moving into 2nd.
Yes, Richie, Women's Club 2 cox 4s. So DULBC were very impressive in the heat, out by a length now in lane 4 as they go through about 750 metres in this final, having qualified earlier on. So fastest in the heats as well, DULBC, from the UCD boat, who are not in 2nd. Commercial now in 2nd, a length behind in lane 2 on the far side. Just about a length exact, just a slightly little bit more than a length behind DULBC, and then it's a canvas back to University College Dublin, and then quite a distance back then to the other two crews. St. Michael's aren't here for the final. They should have been in lane 1, but they aren't in this. Only a 5-boat final. Fermoy and University of Limerick in 4th and 5th. So this is top 3 crews, all rowing the Liffey. They all know each other very well as we move through the halfway mark. And it's DULBC now, about a little less than a half a length of Clearwater through the 1,000 metre mark from lane 2 Commercial Rowing Club Dublin, who have about a third of a length on University College Dublin. So we'll concentrate on these 3 crews now as they move on down over the second half of this course into the second 1,000 metres now, well settled in to the body of their course. DULBC now rowing very well. They're just locking on together, and that's why the 4 is moving fast. They're doing it together, and it's good quality rowing at Club 2 level as they row along at 35 strokes a minute, and it's good solid rowing by them. They got a quarter of a length of Clearwater, and then Commercial, who are right over in the far station in lane 2 now, just falling back inch by inch from DULBC. They need to stop the rot here now if they want to try and come back at them at all. And they're not getting away from UCD on their inside. They're locked together. They're about less than half a length between them. So that's the 1, 2, 3 in this final of the women's Club 2 Cox 4s. It's a great grade. It always gets big entries, and a lot of hard work done to get here to this final this afternoon. And of course, with the way the points is, you can have an experienced person slot in with some rowers who might be only rowing a year or two. It all depends on where they are in their careers. But DULBC now, they've pushed out, looking for nearly a length of Clearwater at this point as we watch them move on now towards about 1,300 metres gone. DULBC looking good, looking strong here, flashing those blades as they move on down the course now. They got a length of Clearwater on Commercial Rowing Club, who've pushed out a little bit more on UCD on the inside of them, so that they've got outright second now. But they be desperately trying to see where DULBC are now and see can they hunt them down. But you know what, you need to start going now as we move through 1,500 metres. DULBC have gone through the 1,500 metre mark. Commercial have gone through now. There's a length of Clearwater, so that's a lot to catch up now over the last 500 metres. DULBC probably have another kick in them there now if they need to. They're in charge of this race. They're looking strong. They can smell success, victory. They just have to take this one down over the last 400 metres to be the champions of Ireland at Club 2 Cox 4s. And won't they be so happy to get this one? So here we go. About 350 metres left, 300 metres. DULBC still holding on to that length of Clearwater from Commercial Rowing Club, who have a length of just a little bit of Clearwater from University College Dublin in 3rd position. So as they come up towards you now into view, and as you watch the drone footage and all the camera work of these really good quality crews for Club 2 grade, and well done to them and their coaches and everybody. DULBC now showing us how it's done here at this level as they move into that last 250. It's DULBC from Commercial, from University College Dublin. Richie.
A really fantastic race here and a great display of club rowing from Trinity. As Jerry was saying there, they took out the lead coming through the first few 100 metres. They inched out to half a length, and just a really solid second 500 for them saw them open up Clearwater, and they've powered away from the chasing pack ever since. The Commercial crew did well to move into second place, get the overlap and stay in contention with the crew from Trinity, but in second place now with Clearwater. So last year's winners of the Women's Club 2 event for the UL Ladies Play Trophy back in second place now. It is going to be all about DUL BC Trinity ladies. They're coming in towards the finish, powering on, and I'm sure their Cox is not letting them wind down until that finish line is in sight. Last year's strokes are going to take the win. It is DUL BC, winner of the Women's Club 4 Championship of Ireland. Huge celebration from them. Congratulations, they dominated that race. Commercial in second place ahead of UCD. They're the 1, 2 and 3, and then some way back to the crews from Fermoy and UL. It is going to be the Fermoy crew coming in 4th place ahead of UL. Huge celebrations there for the crew. There comes Fermoy in 4th place ahead of UL to close out the Women's Club 4. Huge celebrations we saw there. Thumbs up from the crews from Trinity, congratulating the other crews for a great race. And really well done. Fantastic race. They're dominating it from the start all the way through the line. So the crews from UCD taking another championship winners, of course, earlier on in the novice women's eights as well. So they add to their championship stock. And second, it was the commercial crew ahead of the crew from UCD. So next up, it's going to be the men's junior 18 pairs. So we're winging our way back up to the start there as we watch the crews recover from the women's club 4. And we'll be back shortly. Footage already there from the start of the men's junior 18 pair. We'll shortly be underway in that race. So we are underway with the next race, the men's junior 18 pair between Closhignoid B, Closhignoid C, Skibbereen, Presentation, St. Joseph's and Closhignoid A. So 3 Closhignoid crews into the final of the men's junior 18 pair, and they've already left the start and are on its way down to us now. So shortly we'll be able to see them. Jerry just getting into position there along with the cameraman. Unbelievable footage that we're getting side by side. You don't get that from World Rowing. To see just the crews and see how they're doing. I'm sure everyone's going to be looking forward to watching some of the races back to see that side-by-side footage as well. So great job by Upshot Media, the guys that are giving us our streaming content as well. Really, really enjoying the footage that we're getting. So we're going to head up the course and pick up the final of the men's junior 18 pairs.
Yes, Richie, they're on their way. Well, they've gone about just coming up to the first 500 metres now. And tight enough now, I have to say, but it's I'm very impressed with this Skibbereen pair. Obviously, these two guys are off to the Worlds later on in the year, and but they're not having it all their own way here now, I have to say. But as we watch it now, as they come along, so Closhignoid there's 3 Closhignoid boats in this now. Most of these guys have got picked for going to home internationals, and it's credit to see 3 boats from the Jazz here. But let's look at this now. So in the middle, of course, they would have been the fastest times. Skibbereen in lane 3, Pres Cork A, and St. Joseph's College Galway in lane 5. So if anything, St. Joseph's College Galway are just a slight bit ahead of the Pres crew on their inside, and then Skibbereen in the black boat in lane 3. So these crews all locked together now. Ooh, are we in for a good final? I would have thought the Skip crew would have pushed out in front, just like Knowles, their junior sculler, did earlier on, but they're not. It's the St. Joseph's Galway crew now out to a half a length from the crew Pres Cork in lane 4, and then have a canvas on Skibbereen in lane 3. But it's early days. They've only gone about 700 metres now. So we'll watch these 3 crews. They've broken well away from the other 3 crews. The 2 Jazz crews in lane 1s and 2, and 6, the 3 Jazz crews. So we'll watch the 3 out here now, and a good fight going on between St. Joseph's Galway now. We're out to half a length in lane 5, and this is good rowing by them. They've got about a half a length on the Pres Cork crew. We've got another half a length on Skibbereen. So, of course, the 2 Skibbereen boys, as I mentioned, really they've done a lot of work, in that World's crew, and let's see if they've got that pedigree now to push through here as we approach halfway. But it's St. Joseph's Galway, the Bish from Galway, leading the way here now and looking strong. Can they keep this up now as they push on down the course? Into the second half, the business side now begins. This is where all the work comes in. This is where they have to hold on, hold their shape, hold their form. There's a lot going on in their heads. Somebody steering, keeping on the lane, keeping them on the tracks. So for those of you just a little bit unfamiliar, somebody has the steering in their shoe, and as well as trying to do all row hard and do everything, follow the man in front. He's steering the boat if he's in the bow as well. But St. Joseph's, here we go. I'm very impressed with them now as they move on down here, rowing 35.5. That's pressure. It's not easy. It's not easy for any of them. But Josephs are holding on to that from Prez. Skibbereen have slipped back a little bit now in third. So there's a length between them and St. Joseph's in first. And then Sandwich in the middle is Prez Cork. So, as I mentioned, St. Joseph's on 35 strokes per minute. Prez Cork are on 38 nearly. They're doing a almighty push to stay with them. This is a good race now. Let's watch this one. This is great to see for the neutrals. They don't want to see somebody go miles out and win a race easily. So it's St. Joseph's. There's an overlap between St. Joseph's, half a length back to Prez, half a length back to Skibbereen. Any one of these three crews can win this Championship of Ireland. The junior coxless pairs, it's a biggie. It's the top for the sweep boys. It's the big one to win. It's bragging rights to go and say I'm the top two sweep or junior in the country. But it's St. Joseph's now who are desperately trying to get out to a length from Prez on their inside. St. Joseph's on the enclosure side. I hope you're getting great pictures there, because this is a fantastic race. Lovely conditions here. A little slight headwind for these boys. I'm sure they love it just to steady them up. But they move on down now. St. Joseph's, but Prez are having a go at them again. They're not letting them get that length. This is tremendous stuff as we hit the 1500 metre mark now. We're 3/4 of the way through this race. I'm loving this. This is amazing. I love this boat. My favourite boat, the coxless pair. Look at this. St. Joseph's, the Bish from Galway, from the city of Galway. They row on the Corrib. Such a proud club. And they'll have a big 8 out later on Sunday, no doubt. That'll push all the way. But I tell you, the Prez aren't letting them go. This is good. And I've no doubt Skibbereen are going to mount an amazing charge here. We've about 350 to go here. Any one of these three crews can still win. It's overlap, overlap, overlap. Half a length, half a length, half a length. Really good race here now. The men's junior 18 championship coxless pairs. Now, can Joseph's hold on? Can they sustain this? Here comes Skibbereen. They're up to second now. They've just gone through. They've just gone through the Prez. Whoa! Look at this. Skibbereen are on an almighty charge. 39 strokes a minute. Didn't I say they won't go away? Look at this. Okay, they are throwing the kitchen sink at St. Joseph's Galway. This is an amazing race. St. Joseph's, are they responding? I think they are. This is wonderful. Richie, you can take this.
So my heart rate monitor's going off just watching this race. What a fantastic race we've had for St. Joseph. They'd led from the start. They're responding to the challenge now that have come from Skibbereen. Skibbereen moving from third into second, passing out Blackrock, and now coming up to challenge. But St. Joseph's respond. This is the mark of champions. When you come down to the last few strokes, that they respond, and they've responded well, holding off by about half a length. The crew from Skibbereen, they're still going and trying to push for the line. St. Joseph's desperately looking for that finish line. Last few strokes are going to be in sight for them. They continue to move on. St. Joseph's go again, and a little wobble from Skibbereen, and you can see just the effort that it took for them to move into second, but a win for St. Joseph's, crossing the line, arms aloft. What a fantastic race from them. They held off the challenge that came from every one of those crews, the three Closhig Noise crews, as well as Blackrock, and the crew from Skibbereen as well, and really tough racing, but really well done. Fantastic win there for St. Joseph's in the men's junior pair, taking the Father Eddie Diffley Cup. Won by Skibbereen last year. They weren't able to hold on to the championship this year. That's one of the toughest races that we saw there coming in towards the finish. Just watching the Closhig Noid crews coming in. Really hard luck there to Skibbereen. They gave absolutely everything coming in towards the line. But that St. Joseph's crew responded so well. And as I said, mark your champions to be able to hold off a challenge like that coming down to the finish. Really well done, and congratulations to all the crews and our winners, St. Joseph's. So we'll do our best to recover there after that amazing final of the men's junior 18 pair. Congratulations again to St. Joseph's on their win. And next up, it's going to be our fourth last race of today's session on Friday. The men's senior double 4-boat race, straight final here between Lagan, Scullers, Queen's, UCC and University of Galway. These 4 crews all in the stake boats, and you can see our overhead drone footage of the 4 crews. They're underway now, and they've just gone off the start. And we'll take this race. We'll give Jerry a bit of time to catch his breath and make his way back up to pick up this race as it comes down. 4 crews racing it out here. Lagan Scullers in lane 2, Queens in lane 3, UCC lane 4 and University Galway in lane 5. Lane 2, it's the Queens crew at the moment, just about a canvas lead over the crew then from University of Galway. They're the 1 and 2 as they come through about 100 metres. These 2 crews still overlapping with the crews back in 3rd and 4th from Lagan and UCC, so just about 2 lengths separating 1st to 4th as they come through the first few 100 metres. Really exciting race here again in the men's senior double scull. Last year the winner of this was University of Limerick, who took home the John Hall trophy for men's senior double. So UL not contending the championship here. It's Lagan, Queen's, UCC and University of Galway in contention here. And we saw coming off the start the Queen's crew and University of Galway crew. They look like the early leaders coming through the first few 100. And we'll shortly head up. We'll head up towards the start. So it looked like it was the crews from Queen's doing all the running in lane 2 and University Galway lane 4. And hopefully Jerry has caught his breath after that amazing men's junior race and he's ready to pick up the next one.
Yes, Richie, what an exciting race that was, and we'll get all the nitty-gritty details afterwards when we get in. But through the first 500 now, the men's senior double sculls, and a lot of quality in this race. We have Lagan in lane 2 and then Queens in lane 3, UCC in lane 4, University Galway lane 5. And as we pick it up now through everybody safely through the first 500, it's Queen's University Belfast in lane 3, leading the way here by half a length from University of Galway, and then another half a length back to University College Cork, and a length back to Lagan in lane 2. So as they go through here, we see the Queen's crew, and that's Hugh Moore and Kieran Purdy, and that's a lot of experience in that boat. As they move on down, but being attacked now as they look across and almost freeze when they see that crew coming up, both crews, the University of Galway crew and then that University College Cork crew, Ronan Byrne and Adam Murphy. I mean, you couldn't get more experience than that in there. Ronan, of course, world silver medalist in the double. I mean, who could you have? You could have Ronan, yeah. Adam Murphy, an under 23 silver junior European champion, silver medalist, and he rode in the senior worlds in the 4, so absolutely steeped. So Queens won't keep this one up. Well, they will, they hope they might, but what I'm saying is they won't keep it up easily if they do. But we are through now the 1,000 metre mark already. So Queens continue to lead by a length, and absolutely fantastic rowing from them. Of course, John Armstrong heading up that programme, and John, of course, an experienced coach. He knows exactly what to do here. Loads of sculling experience and international experience from John, medalist and the whole lot. So to have that length, as UCC now move into second position, Byrne and Murphy, let's see now what they can do as their experience might start to tell, but it's still a little over a length behind Queen's University in lane 3. So Queen's lead by just over a length from UCC in lane 4, who are beginning to mount the challenge. They've got 2/3 of a length in the University of Galway, and then Lagan in 4th place. Men's senior double sculls. As we move on down here, we have one more race after this, and it's so good. There's so many races, so many great races this afternoon. You really don't want it to end, and I hope you're enjoying the coverage. Andrew here, I've mentioned him earlier. Fantastic photos coming out of this from Andrew, and well done indeed to him. But back to the race. Queens continue to lead as they look across at this attack now from University College Cork. Ronan Byrne, Adam Murphy, here we go. They've got overlap in lane 4 right beside them. So if you're looking down the course, if you're up in the enclosure, if you're lucky to be here this afternoon, you can see Queens right over there in lane 3. And then on their inside in the black and red stripes, hoops, it's University College Cork. But I tell you, Queens are holding them off. This is really brave rowing by Queen's University. Let's see what they're at here now. We look for their stroke rate. They're at 36. That's not easy. I don't think I'd even like to be in there now. That's strong, that's hard, that's tough, and they're under tremendous pressure. But they've held off the push by UCC. They've held it off. UCC now, as they look around and see where they are, and it's a length. There's still time for them to come at them, but if Queens can hold on here, well done. This is amazing stuff now. This is a great race. Another good race coming at you. We've got into the last 500 now. We're about 450 metres left. UCC attack again. UCC, here we go. They've got overlap. They're coming like a train. They're at 39 strokes a minute. Here we go. UCC. Queens need to respond now, and they are. They're having a right good go at them. This is such a brave race here now. Can Queens hold off this attack? UCC are the fastest moving boat in the course right now. From my naked eye, I'm looking at them, and there's overlap. There's a half a lane. Queens need to be just go again, Queens. Just go, give it the whole lot, give it the shebang, hold them off. Let's see if you can do this. But UCC they can see them. Little look over there. This is a brilliant race. Richie.
So we're into the run into the finish. The UCC crew have thrown absolutely everything at Queens here coming in towards the finish, and it looks like the UCC crew might be on a charge now coming into the line. That they've nipped away at the lead that has been opened up by Queens, and it looks like the stronger crew from UCC. They're powering on here. They've timed it to perfection coming in towards the finish. They've opened up a lead now, coming in with about a half a length, moving out to a length. Some steering issues there from Queens. They look like the first half of the race has taken everything out of them there. But powering home here to take the championship in the men's senior double scull, the John Hall Trophy. It looks like the UCC crew opening up Clearwater, and all of that international experience helping this crew coming in to take the win. It's UCC winning the men's senior double scull ahead of the crew from Queens. What a tough race that was. Amazing to see, and well done to all the crews there, but all that experience of the UCC crew coming in to take the win there. Amazing second half into the finish where they just chipped away at the lead that Queens had, and then coming into the last 200 metres, powered onto the line, taking the win in the men's senior double scull. The John Hall Trophy heading its way to UCC. So we'll catch our breaths again, and next up it's going to be the women's intermediate 8. But congratulations to UCC, and we'll head up shortly and get the footage. The next race, the women's inter 8 between University of Galway, UCDB, UCDA, UCC and UL. So on screen you can see the crews lining up for the next race, our third last race of today's session, the women's intermediate 8th race, and we have 5 boats racing here. In lane 2, University of Galway, lane 3, UCD-B, lane 2, lane 3, lane 4, UCD-A, lane 5, UCC, and lane 6, UL. So that's the women's intermediate 8. UL looking to hold on to the championship that they won last year. It's the UCD LBC Silver Jubilee Trophy for the women's Inter 8. UL taking that win last year, and they'll be looking to hold on to that championship title. And that is some strange footage from up there. It looks like they got underway, but they're not quite underway at all. So we'll see. So, unless this is ahead of the river, I don't know what's going on. Did someone change the rules and we now have a time trial for the women's intermediate 8? Okay, so it must be false start, so we'll come back shortly. The nerves getting to people there, so we'll see. So they're coming off the start there. We'll just get the men's senior double final, the result there. UCC 331.3 taking the win in the last race ahead of the crew from Queen's in second, University of Galway in third, and Lagan in fourth. So we'll reset and come back shortly with the next race, the women's intermediate 8. So we're just resetting now for the women's inter-8. I'm not sure if it was a false start or we just needed to get the crews off and back on again, but they're just regrouping now and we'll be underway shortly. A reminder again, in the women's inter-8, University Galway in lane 2, UCD B in lane 3, UCD A lane 4, UCC in lane 5 and UL in lane 6. And thanks again to Irish Rowing Archives, making myself and Jerry sound almost knowledgeable. That's where we're lifting all the history of previous winners and also the trophies for the events as well. We'd be lost without the database that is in there. So a huge thank you to the guys there. And just the official result coming up again there for UCC in that race of the men's senior double. And back up at the start now. You can see they're just getting ready. And we'll get them lined up again. So UL, previous winners of this in 2023, they'll be doing their best to hold on to that championship. But a strong field here from the colleges. 2 UCD crews, Racing Centre, the course, University of Galway and UCC as well. And we're just underway, so we're back now with the women's intermediate 8. 5-boat final here between University of Galway in lane 2, UCDB in lane 3, UCDA in lane 4, UCC in lane 5 and UL in lane 6. So perfect conditions again, a little bit of a slight tailwind coming down the crews, and for these 8 races it's going to be fast and furious as they come off the start. And fantastic footage again, just seeing the crews all powering off. Steering issue there from UL. Big issue from UL, big adjustment been made, and again, anytime the tiller's been used, it's going to take them time and energy to recover. So hopefully they get back on track now. And they're gone through 100 metres or so, and hopefully that UL steering issue is resolved, and we'll head up to our man up at the start, Jerry, for the latest update.
Yes, the final race of the day, Richie, and they're away, everybody away cleanly, and after that little delay, and we've gone through about 250 metres now of the women's intermediate 8's final Championship of Ireland, and showing their noses in front now, but only slightly. It's probably, actually you could say it's dead level now between University of University of Galway and UCD Boat Club A crew. University of Galway now nudging in front in lane 2 on the far side from UCD in the yellow M-Packer, and then it's a half a length back to the University College Cork and the black boat, and then it's another half a length back to University of Limerick and UCD's second boat, about another half a length back again. So through the first 500, in lane 2, University of Galway out to about a third of a length from University College Dublin in lane 4. And these 2 crews now breaking away a little bit from the University College Cork boat, another 2/3 of a length back now at this point, and then a half a length back to University of Limerick and another half a length back to University College Dublin. So we watch out in front now as we move into about 750 metres, 700 metres gone. University Galway looking good, out to half a length from UCD as we push on down here, and they're rating 38 strokes a minute now. That's a nice settled rate, believe it or not. That's a good settled rate for an 8 from the University College Dublin boat in lane 4 at 36. And definitely the crew in the lead looking like they're rowing really tremendously well, and that's why they're out in front. They're pushing out to 2/3 of a length now from UCD, who have nearly a length on UCC, who have nearly have a half a length on University of Limerick. So it's an echelon shape across the course from the far side. UCD, University of Galway rather, UG, from UCD, from University College Cork, from University of Limerick in the first 4 positions. So as we move through now, we've gone halfway already. University of Galway looking strong, looking good in this final race of the first day of racing, championship racing here in Inniscarra, County Cork. And I hope you enjoyed it, whether you dipped in or out on watching the footage, or you've been sitting on your couch all day eating popcorn watching it. I hope you've had a good day, because there was some absolutely brilliant races. But will University of Galway, still call them UCG, that's my age, will they take this last race of the day? They're out to nearly a length. They're pushing for a length from University College Dublin now, and that's a lot in an 8. So as we move now 12:50 into this, about 7:50 to go, they push on down the course. UCD have to hang on here. If they let them go anymore, they're not going to get them, because they are rowing very well. Right over on the far side, University of Galway. Last race of the day, the 16:50, slightly delayed, but every other race bang on time. Really well done, everyone there. This one, it's coming down towards you. Lovely conditions now down here. University of Galway, it's absolutely gorgeous rowing from them now at 36 strokes per minute. They've come down a couple of pips. They're able to let the boat run underneath them a little bit more, let it sing. Gorgeous rowing from them as the cox talks to them, as he composes them and tells them to stay calm and relaxed, because they are moving away inch by inch. They're the fastest moving boat and they're in the lead. This is all looking good. It all augurs well for University of Galway. Will they take this championship back to Galway this evening? A very strong centre of excellence now in the university in Galway. Lots of good rowers attracted in there now to row with them when they leave second level school, but they're out to that length. University College Dublin, in fairness now, haven't let them go anymore and have pushed. I've got an attack going on here now. They're at 37 strokes per minute and it's still that length, but you know, they're not getting back of them. They're not getting in that. They're not getting that overlap again. It's University of Galway. They just look comfortable. They look elegant. They look really just like they're singing that boat. They're just singing, and that's the way it is. Right over on the far side, University of Galway Women's Intermediate 8s Championship of Ireland. We're coming up now into the last 300 metres of this race. They lead from University College Dublin in the yellow M Packer in second position. They have Clearwater, and then University College Dublin have Clearwater and University of Limerick, who have a half a length in the black boat at University College Cork. So as they move away from here towards you now with about last 250 metres to go, it's University of Galway leading the way home here in this Intermediate Women's 8 Championship of Ireland. Richie.
Thanks, Jerry. We have a really powerful display here from the University of Galway crew in lane 1, tucked in over on the far side. They've took the lead coming through 500. They've powered on here, and we got some beautiful footage of the crews right beside the commentary launch. We saw just how well the crew are rowing. Clearwater back to UCD, and UL winners last year will have to settle for third place here. They're holding off the challenge of UCC and the second UCD crew back in 5th place, but no doubt about the winners here. University of Galway powering towards the line. Yet another championship for them as they cross. Already winners in the women's senior 4, now taking the win in the women's intermediate 8, ahead of UCD in second place. It's going to be UL settling for third, 3/4 of a length then just ahead of the crew from UCC in 4th place. And the second UCD crew coming in. Great to see 2 8s from UCD competing here, and they're going to come in and close out our third last race of the day. We've had to break the news to Spuddy. He's not done yet. The next race is already on its way, and we're going to head up and pick up that race fairly quick. So congratulations there to the winners of the Women's Intermediate 8. A fantastic win for the crew from University of Galway. Now to the last 2 races, and the next race is the women's senior double. They left him off fairly quick, so Spuddy will make his way back up to pick up this race. But I can give you the rundown of the women's senior double. In lane 2, Lee Valley, lane 3, UCC, lane 4, Killorglin, lane 5, Shannon, and lane 6, Neptune. The crew from Shannon already winners of the women's intermediate double earlier on. I think it's the same crew racing in the women's senior double. I'm after getting a nod from Michelle Burke McDonough, Mike Shannon, inside knowledge here beside me. So already winners of the championship in the women's inter. They're now racing the senior here up against class crews, and just coming up on the first few 100 metres. Or 500 metres gone, and we'll see how this is going and get Spuddy to pick it up and bring it home for us as well. Leading it out, it looks like in lane 2, the crew from UCC, lane 3, UCC maybe leading it out. The Neptune crew need us through us as well, doing very well. So they look like the 1 and 2 at the moment. Those screen, a little bit deceiving the angle that we have there, but they're going to come up level now, and I would say it is UCC leading from Lee Valley. They're the 1 and 2. Back then to Neptune. The Clorglan crew, I think, leading out ahead of Shannon in 3rd and 4th at the moment as they come in towards the halfway mark. And we'll check and see. Jerry just up there on the halfway mark. So just coming up, they're coming up on the halfway. It is still UCC, but they're not having it their own way here. Lee Valley right beside them, marching each other stroke for stroke. They're the 1 and 2, and then it's a little bit back to Neptune, Clorglan and Shannon in 3rd, 4th and 5th. And now big push from Lee Valley. This is where they're going to go. They're on their home track here, and we'll head up. Hopefully Jerry will be in position. We're just seeing a huge push from Lee Valley, and I think they might have moved into the lead.
Richie, apologies firstly, I had 2 more races. Yes, nobody told me, but here we go. So in lane 2, yes, you're absolutely right. Lee Valley have just nudged into the front right over here in lane 2. Big names in this boat though. Holly Davis, lots of silver and bronze medals in World Juniors, and Sophie Monaghan, she's off to the lightweight worlds in the double. So they have a half a length on the UCC crew. Of course, they're all big names in these boats. And so Lee Valley there now pushing out, and then Neptune in 3rd position on the inside, about a length off them, and then another half a length back to the Shannon crew at lane 4, and a half a length back then to Clorglan. Clorglan. So that's the positions now, but you're absolutely right. This Lee Valley crew, really strong, lots of experience, and they are out now pushing for that length, but they're not getting it. They're not getting it easily. They'll have to work for it from the UCC crew in lane 3. And Neptune not gone away yet either. They're overlapping there by a half a length behind the UCC crew. So there's less than 2 lengths between these top 3 crews, and then it's a length back to the Shannon crew, and a half a length back to Clorglan. So here we go now. We picked this one up late in the day, but we're into the last 350 metres, 400 metres, and Lee Valley out in front now. They just about got a length now as they push on down here. Holly Davis, Sophia Monaghan, household names in Irish rowing as they charge down the river now. They have a length on UCC and then half a length on the Neptune crew in lane 6 on the inside. But Lee Valley pushing on down. The local crew, club, they row out of the Inishgara here, and they are in front. So it's just lovely rowing from them now, but a lot of pressure. There's a lot of pressure coming from UCC. Even Neptune on the inside now having a go. So let's see what happens here now. But Lee Valley, they have that position. They're in first, followed by UCC, and Neptune charging as well on the inside. Over to you, Richie.
Really great rowing here from the crew from Lee Valley. We saw just on the halfway mark they picked it up and moved away from UCC and took the lead and opened up clear water, and they've maintained that now. UCC are absolutely charging towards the line, but I think they're going to run out of water. The Neptune crew in danger of being caught now as well by Clorglan and Shannon. They're bunching up towards the finish. Really close racing as they come in, and it's still the crew from Lee Valley. They're down to the last 100 metres, last few strokes for them. The finish line's going to be in sight. The Neptune crew pushing on and an absolute charge, but just crossing the line there. It is slaps on the back and arms aloft for the crew for Lee Valley, just crossing ahead of UCC. They were the 1 and 2, and a little bit further back then to the crews from Clorglan, Shannon and Neptune. Very tough racing in the second last race of the day, the women's senior double. So that was the women's senior double, and you can see the next race is already on its way down to us now, so I'll give you the rundown and Jerry will pick it up here. The men's Club 2 between UCD, UCC, Shannon, DUBC, Commercial and Skibbereen. And to close out the race, Commercial winners of this race last year. Let's see if they can hold on to that win as well. And we'll just get the footage. They're going to make their way back up to the start now. We're up to the halfway mark and we'll get an update. It looks like centre of the course, the leaders in lane 2 are the crew from UCC leading this one out just by about a little bit of clear water. Then back to UCD and Shannon. They're the 1, 2 and 3. Further back to Trinity. So we'll just get a quick update from Jerry and we'll head over to Jerry to get the latest update. This race is already on upon us here, but it looks like the crew from UCC leading it out so far.
Yes, Richie, they're we've because of the late delay, but UCC leading the way here in the yellow M Packer in lane 2, UCD on the far side in lane 1, and the other yellow M Packer in second. It's tight enough, but UCC with that length from UCD and then being attacked as well by the Shannon crew in lane 3. That's the 1, 2, 3. But UCC have Clearwater and UCD in lane 1 on the far side. The 2 yellow boats now. The winner will come from one of these crews, I've no doubt, with Shannon in third position in lane 3. And watching them go here, UCC now taking it all the way down here now, looking very comfortable. They're just holding them off. They have the clear water. They've broken away from UCD. They worked hard down this race. The final of the men's Club 2 Cox 4 is the final race of the day here, first day of championships. As UCC just take it along, look like they've got another gear or two if they needed it, and UCD, they're not really having a go at them. They're kind of letting them away here as they move into the final 250 metres. So University College Cork, the final of the men's Club 2 Cox 4s. Looks like they're going to take this last championship of the first day here in Inniscarron, County Cork. They have a little bit over Clearwater from UCD, from Shannon in lane 3 in third position, from DUBC, from Commercial. Over to you, Richie.
Cheers, Jerry. Just closing out the last race of the day, the men's Club 2-4. It's UCC. They've hold on to the lead, but the other charging crews starting to punch up. Similar to the last race we saw, UCC dominating here. They've got clear water. Great footage as well as they come in towards the finish here. We're just seeing UCD throwing absolutely everything at them. The Shannon crew, who were third, now have spent force going back. And the Trinity crew coming up along with Commercial. But it's going to be UCC coming in. And we're just seeing them just a little bit of clear water. Finish line is in sight for them. They're down to the last 2 strokes. It's going to be another win for UCC, crossing the line, taking the championship in the men's Club 2-4. Huge celebrations there from the guys as they cross the line. A win for UCC. Second, it was UCD crossing the line, and then a blanket finish for the crews coming in to close out the race between DUBC and Skibbereen Shannon. And we're just watching the Skibbereen crew come in and close out this race. Fantastic race there in the last couple of races. They came down very quick, trying to make up the time that we lost with the false start in the women's intermediate A, but we've recovered well. There we go, 61 races completed. Well done to all of the competitors, crews, coaches, supporters, captains, and everyone involved. Really great racing, a fantastic day to get underway. Our first day of racing completed and done. Fantastic new footage that we have side by side out on the launch as well. So well done to everyone. We'll just see the final results coming up. And just to say thanks again to everyone for their support in running the event today, and all our volunteers, the Championship Committee and the Rowing Ireland staff have played an absolute blinder in getting us ready for 3 days of racing here. Look at that footage. There's Richie out on the balcony giving a wave to everyone out there. Really, really well done to everyone. Beautiful footage of our fantastic National Rowing Centre here. And we'll close out the celebrations with the ceremonies for the championship afternoon programme. We'll make our way down there and show our appreciation for the crews that have raced there. And we'll be back bright and early tomorrow for day 2 of the Irish Championships getting underway. So congrats and well done to everyone on day 1. And a safe home, everyone in bed, tucked up with a feed of pasta by 8 o'clock. And we'll see you all again first thing in the morning.